Eminent authors of the 19th century. Literary portraits ******. Eminent authors of the 19th century. Literary portraits by Dr. Georg Brandes, translated from the original by Rasmus B. Anderson, United States Minister to Denmark, author of Norse mythology, Viking tales of the North America not discovered by Columbus, and other works. New York, Thomas Y. Crowell & Co. 1886. Note: this volume is published by special arrangement with the author. At my request, Dr. Georg Brandes has designated me as his American translator and takes a personal interest in the enterprise. To Oberforestier, who kindly aided me in translating the stories of Bjornstjerne and Bjornson, I have to express my cordial thanks for valuable assistance in the preparation of this translation. Rasmus B. Anderson. Copenhagen, Denmark, July, 1886. Author's Preface. It is a well-known fact that at the beginning of this century several prominent Danes endeavored to acquire citizenship in German literature. Since then the effort has not been repeated by any Danish author. To say nothing of the political variance between Germany and Denmark, these examples are far from alluring on the one hand, and on the other hand they furnish no criterion of the Danish mind. The great remodeler of the Danish language, Alinsklæger, placed his works before the German public in German so wholly lacking in all charm, that he only gained the rank of a third-class poet in Germany. The success, however, which lower grades of genius, such as Baggesen and Stephens, have attained, was the result, in the first case, of a veritable chameleon-like nature and a talent for language that was unique of its kind, and in the second, of a complete renunciation of the mother tongue. The author of this volume, who is far from being a chameleon, and who has by no means given up his native tongue, who stands, indeed, in the midst of the literary movement which has for some time agitated the Scandinavian countries, knows very well that a human being can only wield a powerful influence in the country where he was born, where he was educated by and for prevailing circumstances. In the present volume, as in other writings, his design has simply been to write in the German language for Europe, in other words, to treat his materials differently than he would have treated them for a purely Scandinavian public. He owes a heavy debt to the poetry, the philosophy, and the systematic aesthetics of Germany, but feeling himself called to be the critic, not the pupil, of the history of German literature, he cherishes the hope that he may be able to repay at least a small portion of his debt to Germany. The 9 essays of which this book consists, and of which even those that have already appeared in periodicals, have been thoroughly revised, are not to be regarded as chips from the workshop of a critic. They are carefully treated literary portraits, united by a spiritual tie. Men have sat for them, with whom the author, with one exception, Isis Tegner, has been personally acquainted, or of whom he has at least had a close view. To be sure, the same satisfactory survey cannot always be taken of a living present as of a completed past epoch, but perhaps a picture of the present as a whole may be furnished, the general physiognomy may be arrived at, by characterizing as faithfully and vividly as possible, some of its typical forms. The mode of treatment in these essays is greatly diversified. In some of them the individuality of the author portrayed is represented as exhaustively as possible, in others, an attempt has simply been made to present the man in actual person before the eyes of the reader. Some are purely psychological, others offer a fragment of aesthetics, others, again, are eminently biographical and historical. In all of them the characteristics of the individual are so chosen as to bring out the most important features of the author's life and works. Even the personalities described are of a very heterogeneous nature. They belong to not less than 6 nationalities. Common to all of them, however, there is a something which is more easily felt than defined. They are modern authors. By this I do not mean that they all, without exception, with full consciousness, and with their whole hearts, have paid homage to the modern in art and in thought, but merely that they, even though in a very unequal degree, which heightens the charm to the observer, represent the modern style of mind. Georg Brands. Contents: Paul His Hans Christian Andersen John Stuart Mill Ernest Renaissance Tegner Gustav Flaubert Frederick Paladin Muller Bjornstjerne Johnson Henrik Ibsen Paul His. Eminent authors of the 19th century. Paul His. 1875. How does it happen, I asked recently of a distinguished portrait painter, that you, who formerly have made successful efforts in several other branches of art, have at last confined yourself wholly to portrait painting? I think it is because it has given me the most pleasure, replied he, to study and to perpetuate an object which has never existed before, and will never appear again. With these words he seemed to me strikingly to designate the interest which attracts a person to distinct individuality, that of the inner as well as that of the outer being. To the critic, too, the individual is an especially alluring object. To him, too, the execution of a portrait is a singularly fascinating occupation. Unfortunately, his means of communication are deplorably far behind those of the painter. What can be more difficult and more fruitless than the attempt to express in words that which is purely individual, that which in accordance with its very nature must mock at every effort of reproduction? Is not personality, in its uninterrupted flow, the true perpetuum mobile, which does not admit of being constructed? And yet these insolvable problems ever charm and attract anew. After we have gradually become familiar with an author, have come to feel ourselves perfectly at home in his writings, to perceive dimly that certain of their characteristics dominate others, and then happen to be by nature of a critical turn of mind, we can find no peace until we have rendered ourselves an account of our impressions, and made clear the indistinct image of the character of another ego that has arisen within our own soul. We hear or read criticisms on an author and find them absurd. Why are they absurd? Other statements seem to us but half true. What is lacking to make them wholly true? A new work of importance from his pen appears. How far have the earlier works been a preparation for it? We almost become curious to learn how we ourselves would characterize his talent, and we satisfy our curiosity. Whoever casts a glance on the long row of closely printed volumes which form Paul his complete works, and remembers that the author was born in the year 1830, will first of all be apt to exclaim, "What industry!" Involuntarily he will trace back this astonishing productiveness to a willpower of rare endurance. None the less, however, does it owe its origin to a singularly fortunate nature. This nature possessed within itself so luxuriant a fruitfulness that it has yielded its harvest without the least effort of the will, without any undue exertion. It has yielded a harvest of such variety that we might believe it to be fostered according to a defined plan and with a painstaking will. Nevertheless, it has obviously been permitted to act with thorough independence. To allow nature to rule, to follow one's own pleasure or bent, sich gehen zu lassen, has been from the outset, as we soon come to feel, his motto, and so it happens that with qualities which usually lead to a wandering, scanty, fragmentary productiveness, he has completed and perfected each undertaking, having written lyric and epic poems, one grand epos, Thecla, a dozen dramas, more than 50 novellen and 2 large romances. He began early, while yet a student, he entered on his literary career. Free from care as a pedestrian tourist who gaily whistles as he strolls along, never hurrying, pausing to drink at every spring, lingering before the bushes by the wayside, and plucking flowers as well as berries, resting in the shade, and wandering along in the shade, he has gradually trodden a pathway of such extent that we could only expect to see it traversed by one who maintained a breathless march, with eyes fixed unwaveringly on the goal. The voice followed by his as an author is unquestionably the voice of instinct. North German though he is, nothing is farther removed from him than cool deliberation and premeditation. Born in Berlin, he nevertheless takes root in Munich, and finds in the ardent South German race and in the throbbing South German life the surroundings most congenial to his temperament. At home in South Germany, he yet feels constantly drawn to Italy, as the land where the human plant has attained a more beautiful and luxuriant growth than elsewhere, one that is less disturbed by reflex action, and where the voice of the blood speaks most distinctly, most powerfully. This voice is the siren voice which allures his nature. Nature keeps ringing in his ear. Germany has authors who appear almost wholly devoid of inspiration, and who have only been made what they are by a vigorous North German will, as Karl Gutzkow, for instance, others, as Fanny Lewald, whose works bear the impress of an active North German intellect. Neither through volition nor deliberation does he create and fashion his works, but simply by heeding the inner impulse. Many an author is tempted to impart to his reader an idea of himself differing somewhat from the correct one. He takes pleasure in representing himself as that which he would like to be, in former times, as being endowed either with keener sensibilities or deeper melancholy than he ever possessed, in our day as being now more experienced, now colder or harsher, than he really is. More than one distinguished author, as Merimee, or Leconte de Lisle, has so shrunk from manifesting his emotions that he has succeeded, on the other hand, in exhibiting an appearance of lack of feeling by no means natural to him. Such people make it a point of honor not to breathe freely and easily until they have crossed the snow line where the human element in our natures ends, and their contempt for those who lay claim to the sympathy of the multitude on the plain below leads them to yield to the temptation to force their way up to a height whither pride, not instinct, bids them ascend. For his this temptation does not exist. He has never for a moment been able or willing to write himself into either greater warmth or coldness than he actually felt. He has never professed to be writing with his heart's blood when he was fashioning calmly as an artist, and he has patiently submitted when the critics censured him for lack of warmth. On the other hand, he has never been able to report, as so many of the most eminent French authors have done, a horrible or revolting occurrence with the same stoic tranquility, and in the same tone that would be suitable in stating where a man of the world purchases his cigars, or where the best champagne could be obtained. He aims neither at the ardent style of passionate temperaments, nor at the self-control of the worldling. In comparison with Swinburne he seems rather cold, and in comparison with Flaubert naive. But the narrow path in which he wanders is precisely that which is pointed out to him by the instinct of his innermost being, by the purely individual and yet so complicated being which is the result of his nature. To the power which an individual obeys as an artist, necessarily becomes the power which in his works is exalted to the place of honor. That is the reason why he as an author glorifies nature. Not what a human being thinks or desires, but what he is by nature interests his in him. The highest duty in his eyes is to honor nature and heed her voice. Sin against nature is the true sin. Give her free scope, and let her act her own pleasure. There are, therefore, not many authors who are such marked fatalists as his. In free will, according to the traditional sense of the word, he does not believe, and is evidently quite as skeptically opposed to Kant's categorical imperative as his Edwin or his Felix. 2. But if he does not believe in innate ideas, he does believe in innate instinct, and this instinct is sacred to him. In his Novellen he has described how unhappy the soul feels when this instinct is either disturbed or rendered uncertain. In his Kenndich selbst, Know Thyself, it is intelligence. In his Reise nach dem Glück, Journey after Happiness, it is morality that is the disturber of the peace. In the first of these Novellen he has represented the anguish which proceeds from a too early or a premeditated invasion on the instinctive life of the soul. That beautiful stupor of youth, that dreamy, unconscious plenitude of the powers, the pure faculty of enjoyment of the yet unexhausted senses, was lost to young Franz through his premature struggle for self-consciousness. 2. He here portrays the sleeplessness of the mind, which is as dangerous for the health of the soul as actual sleeplessness is for the welfare of the body, and shows how one in whom the reflex faculty is maimed loses that mysterious, obscure substance which is the very pith and marrow of our personality. In Die Reise nach dem Glück it is conventional morality, which by supplanting instinct has shattered the soul. A young girl, having conquered her own natural impulses from motives of inculcated morality, has banished her lover from her presence late at night, and thereby become the innocent cause of his death. The remembrance of this misfortune haunts her constantly. If one's own heart does not point out the way, one is sure to go astray. Once before in my life I was made wretched because I refused to hearken to my heart, let it cry as loudly as it would. Now I will pay heed if it but whispers to me, and I will have ear for nothing else. 3. In instinct the entire nature is present. Now if the inner devastation which results where instinct has lost its guiding power, be in his eyes the most profound of all misfortunes, to the characters he delights most in delineating, the consciousness of life presents the exact opposite, that is, the most profound sense of happiness in the enjoyment of the totality and harmony of their natures. His, as a matter of course, is far removed from considering self-introspection as a principle inimical to the healthy sense of life. His own views appear to be about the same as those expressed by the invalid in Kenditch Selbst in the words, just as agreeable as it may be for him to awaken in the night, to consider and to know that he is able to sleep still longer. Just so glorious it appears to him to arouse from his dreamy state of happiness, to collect his thoughts, to reflect, and then, as it were, to turn over on the other side and indulge in further enjoyment. At all events, in his romance Kinder der Welt, Children of the World, he has permitted Balder, the most ideally fashioned character in the book, to carry out this last thought in a still more significant way. Melancholy views have just been expressed, speculations regarding the sun which shines indifferently on the just and on the unjust, and looks down upon more wretchedness than happiness, and about the infinite, ever-recurring miseries of life, and more to like effect. Franzl, the young socialist printer, has been expatiating upon the opinion that one who had truly considered the lot of humanity, could never find rest or peace, and in his distress has called life a lie when Balder attempts to show him that a life in which repose was possible, would no longer deserve the name. And then Balder explains to Franzl in what the enjoyment of life for him consists, namely, in experiencing past and future in one. With the utmost originality he declares that he could have no enjoyment if his experiences were incomplete, and that in his silent moments of contemplation all the scattered elements of his being were united in one harmonious whole. Whenever I have wished to do so, that is to say, as often as I have desired to make for myself a genuine holiday of life and to enjoy to the utmost my little existence, I have, as it were, conjured up all the periods of my life at once, my laughing, sportive childhood, when I was yet strong and well, then the first glow of thought and feeling, the first pangs of youth, the foreboding of what a full, healthy, mature life must be, and at the same time the renunciation which usually becomes a habit only to very old people. To such a conception of life, human existence is not divided into moments, which vanish, leaving us to bemoan their disappearance, nor is it broken into fragments in the service of reciprocally contending impulses and thoughts. To one who possesses the faculty of casting out an anchor at any moment, of realizing the totality and reality of one's own being, life cannot lacerate like a bad dream. Do you not think, says Balder, that he who can generate within himself at any moment, if he but choose, such a fullness of the sense of existence, must consider it empty talk when people say, it were better never to have been born? For, it must be remembered that it is a cripple whose days are numbered, who utters these words, and a cripple, moreover, whom the poet has evidently modelled after the image of the so differently thinking leopardy. The peculiar kind of Epicurean philosophy expressed by them, and which, through a synthetic reflection, gathers together all time in the eternal present, is in reality the poet's conclusive conception of life. It is the hearkening of harmoniously planned nature to her own harmonies. The infinite gods make all their gifts to their favorites complete, all the infinite joys and all the infinite sorrows. This life philosophy admits into its inner harmony even the discord of infinite pain, and succeeds in finding for it a satisfactory solution. Here is the point wherein his most sharply differs from Turgenev and the other great modern pessimists of poetry. He makes bold to impute to his favorite characters even the most unlovely and shocking errors, in order that he may restore to them, after divers trials and afflictions, their inner peace. The young baron in the romance, in Paradise, is an instance of this. A sin against his better self weighs upon his conscience. He has lost that inner harmony with his own emotional nature, on which everything depends. It becomes manifest in the course of the book that through this failing, he has, besides, transgressed against his best friend. Nevertheless, through all the mistakes and misfortunes, which are the inevitable result, he finds himself again. The harmony of nature was but temporarily set aside, not, as he had feared, hopelessly destroyed. Instinct is directly the voice of the blood. Hence it comes that his characters are deeply rooted in family and race. Like the law of Moses, they seem to teach that the soul is in the blood. They follow the voice of the blood, and to it they appeal. The undeveloped ones among them are the vigorous expression of the type of a race. The developed ones know their own nature and respect it. They accept it as it is with the feeling that it cannot be altered. They are as thoroughly guided by the instinct of their natures as are the characters of Balzac by selfishness. In order to render clear my meaning, let me quote a few passages from the Kinder der Welt. When Edwin falls passionately in love with Toinette, his brother Balder, unknown to him, goes to her to implore her not to reject his brother, through caprice or frivolity, and throw herself away on a stranger. Her answer to his appeal is that she has but just learned and comprehended wherefore it is that in her whole life she has never been able to gain happiness. She has been informed of the secret of her origin, namely, that her unhappy mother had been betrayed into her father's power through force, and from this fact she draws the certainty that it is impossible for her to love. My friend, says she, I feel sure you mean well by me, you and your brother, but it would be criminal in me to persuade myself that you could help me now that everything is so clear to me, and that I am convinced that my destiny irrevocably lies in the blood. The words are emphasized in the text. This is in her eyes the last irrefutable argument. In all the characters of the book this respect for nature, almost bordering on superstition, is prominent. As it is with Toinette, so it is in the case of her opposite pole Lee. They are contrasts in every point, in this one particular alone they accord. After Lee, who has become the wife of Edwin, has learned how much power the memory of Toinette still exercises over his heart, and is overpowered with grief at the discovery, she is one day reading a book by Edwin, and for a time consoling herself by considering how much she understands of his writings that would be above the comprehension of another woman, when suddenly she flings away the book, for the thought rushes through her brain how powerless is all comprehension of minds in comparison with the blind, irrational elemental attraction of natures which enslaves all freedom and infatuates the wisest. She is a woman apparently of a purely intellectual mold. A lively, ardent desire for knowledge and for clearness of mental vision has led her to Edwin. He gave her instructions in philosophy. One would therefore suppose that she, on her part, would at this crisis have attempted to combat the magic power of the blood by an appeal to the intellectual forces which have for so long united her with Edwin. On the contrary, far from being characterized as all mind and soul, she is beyond all else a nature. She has always loved Edwin passionately, but she has feared that his love, less ardent than her own, would be made to recoil by outbursts of her passion, and yet she, the philosopher, has said to herself, in her loneliness, love is folly, blissful madness, laughter and weeping without sense or meaning. Thus I have always loved him until reason was lost and forgotten. Now that the happiness of her wedded life is at stake, she breaks out into the words, "If he perceives that the blood of my mother flows in my veins, hot Old Testament blood, perhaps he will discover that he made a grievous mistake when he thought that he could form with such a being a marriage of reason. Perhaps the day may come when I dare tell him everything, because he himself is no longer satisfied with a modest life happiness, because he has come to demand something prouder, more unrestrained, more overwhelmingly profuse, and then I can say to him, you need not seek far, still waters are deep." 5. Everything is here characteristic. The tracing back to origin and race, as well as the protest of this ardent, passionate nature against the disguise of spontaneous passion as a reasonable sacrifice. Only those who are familiar with this fundamental trait of his will have true comprehension of and interest in one of his dramas which might otherwise be considered his weakest, and which in many respects appears to me not wholly worthy of him, I mean Die Gottin der Vernunft, the goddess of reason. Is it not extremely singular that his, with the whole gigantic French Revolution to choose from, should single out this theme of all others and treat it in precisely the way he has done? Many a poet in the selection of such a subject would have in view an organ for the pathos of the Revolution, or would allow the purely ideal inspiration of the goddess of reason in the historic crisis to ennoble a past which, though frivolous and undignified, has nevertheless tragically avenged itself. Such a poet as Hamelin could no doubt make something appropriate out of the theme. His, true to his temperament, paused awestruck before this apparition, a woman, a bit of nature, with feminine instincts and feminine passion, is proclaimed to be reason, the goddess of reason, that is to say, the dry, rigid, dead, rationalistic reason of the 18th century. Thereupon he creates a fictitious woman who, by virtue of the depth of her nature, upon the whole, far in advance of her time, is overpowered by the feeling that vast, all-embracing life does not admit of being traced back to any scholastic formula, a woman who loves and fears, suffers and hopes, who trembles for the life of her father and that of her lover, who in her anguish lest her lover should misunderstand her, falls into a state of despondency, who as a genuine child of her author has said, "To me the highest aim is to do nothing which causes me to be at variance with myself," and then permits this woman, her every fibre quivering with passion, in a frenzy of personal despair, without a thought of the universal and the abstract, of the republic or of intellectual freedom, and while her father is being murdered before the church door, to be driven to proclaim from the altar the new gospel of reason, which she herself has once mockingly designated the world's law, that 2 times 2 make 4. This drama appears to me of far greater value as a contribution to the psychology of its author than from a poetic point of view. Nevertheless, it would be an injustice to his to infer from what has hitherto been made prominent, that he recognizes nothing higher than elemental nature and its impulses. By the word instinct is meant something wholly different from isolated impulses. Instinct is the inner need of being true to one's self. Therefore, it is that he can consistently permit an independent sympathy to triumph over the ties of blood, and even over the closest bonds of relationship. In the novel Der verlorene Sohn, The Lost Son, a mother conceals, and tends unawares the innocent murderer of her son, and after he, through his amiability, has won the heart of the mother as well as that of the daughter, the poet makes him lead home the daughter as his bride. The lost son had been killed in honorable self-defense in the midst of great peril, and his opponent did not even know his name. Even when the mother learns the particulars concerning the death of her son, she places no hindrances on account of them in the way of the marriage, but bears alone, and without confiding her secret to a living mortal, the misfortune that has befallen her. Here, then, with the full accord of her character, a purely spiritual tie enters into the place of the ties of blood. The mother adopts as a son him through whose hand her own son has fallen, but in so doing she acts in harmony with the depths of her nature, and preserves her soul intact. It is the same in all cases where he allows the personality, through considerations of duty, to repress a genuine passion, a deep love. Wherever this takes place, as in the drama Marie Moroni in the novelet Die Pfadfinderin, the Pathfinder, or in the romance Die Kinder der Welt, it is in order to maintain loyalty to self, in order not to forfeit the unity and healthfulness of the individual being, and duty may be seen to flow freely forth from the wellsprings of one's own nature, inasmuch as the command not to be at variance with self is esteemed the highest law of duty. So far is he removed from conceiving nature to be inimical to spirituality and duty. In his eyes nature is all-embracing, everything that lies within the range of our possibilities, all that we perform or achieve, so far as it be of any value, bears infallibly her stamp, and over all which is not within our power, over our entire hereditary destiny, she rules directly, immediately, all-powerfully, and absolutely. Even the most unfortunate character which he has portrayed, however badly fate may have dealt with him, finds consolation in the fact that he is a child of nature, that is to say, that he has not been shorn of his birthright. If the elements of my being, which exclude me from happiness, have met and become intermingled through a great blind dispensation of the universe, and if I be doomed to ruin because of this combination, it is an unpleasant, but by no means an unendurable thought. On the other hand, a heavenly Father, who de coeur ledger, or perchance through pedagogic wisdom, would permit me, poor creature, to drift about so sorrowfully between heaven and earth, in order to accord me later a recompense throughout eternity, for my wasted time. No, dear friend, all the royal or unroyal theology in the world cannot make that seem plausible to me. 6. Thus with his, even he whose life has been the most aggravating failure, takes his refuge in the conception of nature as the last consoling thought, and thus he himself, in the most painful moments of his life, takes refuge therein, and to this the marvelous poems Marianne and Ernst, the most profound and most touching of all his writings, have remained as witnesses. Nature is his starting point and his final goal, the source of his poetry and its last word, his one and all, his consolation, his creed. 3. What he honors, worships, and represents, expressed in a general way, is, therefore, nature. Now as he follows his own nature, it is his own nature which he represents, and its fundamental trait is to be elementally harmonious. Such a designation is very broad and vague. In its indefiniteness it may make his seem, at first, like a follower of Goethe, and would be equally appropriate for the great master himself. This harmony, more closely defined, is not a world-embracing one, however. It is one that is comparatively narrow, it is an aristocratic harmony. There is much which it excludes, much which it fails to conciliate, does not, indeed, come into contact with. Not as a naturalist, but as a worshipper of beauty does he contemplate the motley doings of life. It is plainly manifest that he fails to comprehend how an artist can take pleasure in depicting forms that in real life he would close his doors upon. In fact, he has himself, with great frankness, declared that he has never been able to draw a figure devoid of some lovable trait, or a female character, in whom he was not, to a certain degree, in love. 7. That is the reason why his entire gallery of human forms, with but few exceptions, such as Lorenza or Jansen's wife, consists of homogeneous characters. They have not only lineage, but noble lineage, that is, innate nobility. The quality they have in common is what he himself calls nobility, Vornehmheit. How does he understand this word? Nobility in all his characters is the inherent incapacity to commit any low or base deed. In the child of nature this is regulated by the simple goodness and healthfulness of the soul. In the person of culture, by the conscious sense of his human worth, mingled with the conviction of the privileges of a full, vigorous, human life, which bears within itself its norm and its tribunal, and rather dreads incompleteness than error. He's himself once defined his favorite terminus. In Salamander we read sad smiley 8, I never yet of virtue or of failing have been ashamed, nor proudly did adorn myself with one, nor thought my sins of veiling. Beyond all else betwixt the nobly born and vulgar herd, this marks the separation, the cowards whose hypocrisy we scorn. Him call I noble, who, with moderation, carves his own honor, and but little heeds his neighbor's slander or their approbation. And in almost similar words Twanit, once so blinded by aristocratic display, expresses the following fundamental thought: there is but one genuine nobility, to remain true to one's self. Ordinary mortals are guided by what people say, and beg others for information regarding how they themselves should be. He who bears within himself the true rank, lives and dies through his own grace, and is, therefore, sovereign. 9. Genuine nobility is the stamp borne by the entire race of beings that has sprung from this poet's brain. They all possess it, from the peasant to the philosopher, and from the fisher maiden to the countess. The simple barmaid in Der Reise nach dem Glück expresses a conception of life fully coinciding with what has just been stated, winking sad smiley 10, and anyone who will take the pains to turn over the leaves of his works will discover that the little word vornehm, noble, or an equivalent, is always one of the first the author brings forward as soon as he makes any attempt to characterize or to extol. It is sufficient to examine a single volume of his Novellen to see how the word vornehm is applied to the external appearance, look and bearing, in Mutter und Kind, mother and child, in Am Toten See, on the dead lake, in eine Abentur, an adventure. 11. Or in order to be convinced of the thrilling significance of this characteristic, it is only needful to glance through his two romances. In his Kinder der Welt all the personages that appeal to the sympathies of the reader, respectively call each other noble spirits. Franz Elias styles Edwin and Balder the true aristocrats of humanity. Edwin in his most extravagant transports of passion can find no more exalted praise for Twanit and Lee than that they bear the impress of nobility, and when Twanit, after her interview with Lee, acknowledges the latter to be the worthy wife of Edwin, it is the same expression which as a matter of course presents itself to her. In her letter, she designates Lee Edwin's noble, wise, and most charming life companion. 12. And in the romance Im Paradies, the first draft of which we doubtless possess in the versified fragment Schlicht Gesellschaft, bad society, the so-called bad coterie of artists is represented throughout as the truly good and noble, in contrast with the so-called aristocratic society. 13. Not one of the artists is an aristocrat, in the ordinary acceptation of the word. Their origin, like that of the heroes in Kinder der Welt, is extremely insignificant. But their nobility lies in the blood. They belong to the chosen ones of the earth, who act wisely and rightly, not from a sense of duty, or through the wearisome conquering of evil propensities, but because of their natures. What Twonnet somewhere calls the honest intention to put humanity to no shame is represented, too, in the romance in Paradise as the natural nobility, in contradistinction to that noblesse which is based upon artificial principles. Few poets, therefore, have portrayed such a series of characters without guile and without vulgarity as his. No one has had more perfect faith in humanity. The most substantial proof of how urgent is his need of rendering prominent upon every occasion the genuine metal in human nature, is afforded by the fact that whenever a change in the character of any of his dramatis personae does prepare a surprise for the reader or the spectator, it is always in the way of exceeding the expectations and showing the personality to be far better and more admirable, far more noble-minded, than anyone had supposed. In almost all other poets the disappointment is of an opposite character. In his novellas, for instance, in Barbarossa or Die Pfadfinderin, the female pathfinder, the reconciliation is effected by permitting the bad character to repent, and since the germ of the nature of the person in question was originally good, and although possessing many irritable and evil qualities, he yet had no really vicious blood in his composition, there comes about a sort of treaty of peace between him and the reader to the astonishment of the latter. Far more significantly, however, than in his novellin this characteristic optimism comes out in his dramas. They unquestionably owe to it their best and most effective, perhaps their most decidedly dramatic, scenes. Let me cite a few examples. In Charlotte Elizabeth the Chevalier de Lorraine has availed himself of all manner of unworthy means in his efforts to undo the heroine and banish from France the chief male character of the piece, the German ambassador, Count Wyde. Challenged by the Count, the Chevalier is severely wounded, and when the Count, caught in the meshes of political intrigue, is sent to the Bastille, the Chevalier appears in the fifth act in the audience chamber of the king. What can he want? To present still more damaging charges against the Count. To continue his dishonorable conduct which has already been productive of so much misfortune to his opponent, and of a wound to himself. Will he have revenge? Does he mean to avail himself to the utmost of the position? No, he comes to make the solemn declaration that the Count has acted like a true nobleman, and that he himself is to blame for the duel. He even desires to be himself sent to the Bastille in order that his opponent may not think that he, wholly losing sight of honor, has reported a false cause of the duel. In other words, even in this corrupt courtier there lives a sense of honor as the residue of the ancient French spirit of chivalry, taking the place, to a certain degree, of conscience, and compelling him, at the decisive moment, to rise from his couch of pain in order to interpose in behalf of the enemy whom he has pursued. With savage thirst for revenge and without any regard of consequences. In the beautiful and national play Hans Lang there is a scene which, when performed on the stage, holds the spectator in breathless suspense, and whose close always elicits tears from many eyes. It is the scene where the life of the young squire is at stake. He is lost if the horsemen surmise that it is he who, disguised as the son of the Jew, is lying on the bench. Then the head servant Henning is ushered in by a party of horsemen, who have heard him muttering in the stable that he knew very well how to solve the difficulty for them. Henning has been supplanted by the young squire. Before the latter came to Lansk, Henning was like a child of the house. Now he has become less than a stepchild, and he has always owed a grudge to the man who has been thus preferred before him. With the most artistic skill, the scene is now so conducted that Henning, in spite of the entreaties and curses of those who are initiated into the secret, gives the surrounding group clearly to understand that he means to be revenged on the young squire, that he knows where he is, and that no power in the world will restrain him from betraying his enemy, until he has heaped coals of fire on the head of the other, and then, contenting himself with the fright he has caused, finally speaks out plainly, in order to put the pursuers, who by this time, of course, blindly trust him, on the wrong scent. And, finally, of precisely the same nature is the decisive and most beautiful scene in the patriotic drama Kolberg. A council of war is being held, and even the burghers are called upon to take part in it, for the importance of the crisis makes it desirable that every voice should be heard. All hope for the beleaguered city seems to be gone. The French general has issued a proclamation, summoning Gneisenau to honorable capitulation. The entire corps of officers resolve forthwith that there can be no question of a surrender of the citadel, and Gneisenau thereupon lays before the citizens the proposal to entreat the enemy to grant them a truce in order that the burghers, their wives, and children, may leave the city, which is exposed to all possible horrors. Then the pedantic old pedagogue Zipfel, a genuine, old-fashioned German philologist, rises to act as spokesman for the burghers. With many circumlocutions, with Latin form of speech, he spins out his remarks, amid the impatience of all. He is interrupted. He is given to understand how very well known it is that he is only aiming at leaving the dangerous defense of the city to the commandant and the troops. Finally, he succeeds in making clear the object he had in view in his long narration about the Great Persian War, and Leonidas with his Spartans. It was to give force to the opinion that it behooved them one and all to remain and die at their posts. This scene he has written con amore. It embraces, so to say, his entire system. For nowhere does his good faith in humanity so triumph as in cases where, in the old foggy, he can reveal the hero, and, in the poor pedant, show the man of inflexible will, which no other has discovered him to be than the poet who so well knows that every one of his creations bears within the depths of its soul an indelible stamp of nobility. For those authors who, as Spielgen, for instance, most frequently linger over the conflicts of consciousness and of the will, and are fondest of depicting great social and political conflicts, will as a matter of course have better success in portraying men than women. Such a male character as Leo, in the romance in Re und Glide, in Rank and File, would seek in vain for its equal, but a female character of the same excellence Spielgen has not drawn. Anyone, on the other hand, whose spirit seeks the nobility and grace of the absolutely natural, of visible and spiritual beauty, will as a matter of course give the preference to women, and draw them better than men. Herein he resembles his master, Goethe. In almost all of his productions the female characters are placed in the foreground, and the male forms serve mainly to render them prominent, or to develop them. As woman's nature unfolds its secret being, and shoots forth its fairest bloom in love, since in love, nature as nature, through 1,000 illusions, becomes ennobled and spiritualized, so his glorifies in an eminent way the love of women. He renders homage to love, and he renders homage to woman. Nevertheless, it is his greatest delight to represent these two great powers in conflict one with the other. For when love gains the victory, when it appears as the power to whose mandates the feminine heart may not bid defiance, it sparkles with radiance, vanquishing resistance, as though possessed of omnipotent might, and producing the effect that every woman under its influence, in defiance against it, in conflict with it, animated by it, rouses in all the pride of her sex, and is invested by love with that aristocratic beauty, which no one represents better than his inherent maidenly pride is to his the most beautiful thing in nature. An entire group of his novellen might bear the title Madkänstels, maidenly pride. Kierkegaard somewhere calls the essence of women a surrender, whose form is resistance. This is an utterance as from his own heart, and it is this resistance which, as a token of the noble-born nature, interests and charms him. It is that eternally impenetrable stronghold in the feminine disposition which captivates him, the sphinx-like element of her nature, whose riddle he feels ever impelled to solve. The sweet kernel is doubly sweet in its hard shell, the fiery champagne doubly flaming in its surroundings of ice. The feminine natures which he depicts, from Elarabiata to Julie and Irene in his Imparades, are enveloped in a coat of ice mail, which conceals, repels, misleads, breaks, and melts away. Woman asserts her nobility by refusing, as long as possible, to give her ego out of her own keeping, by guarding and cherishing the treasure of her love. She maintains her nobility by placing her ego exclusively in the hands of one single person, and offering resistance to all the rest of the world. She is subject to no blind force. But once let her maidenly pride be broken, and conquered, she finds herself again on the opposite side of the gulf, and yields freely, I might almost say as freely as nature. A seduction never occurs among his creations, if such a thing be alluded to a single time, as a past event, as in Mutter und Kind, mother and child. It only serves to place in the sharpest possible light proud self-assertion and equally proud conscious self-surrender. This self-assertion, this power of resistance, rabbia, is portrayed by his with manifold variations. Atalanta, in the drama Meleager, possesses the entire untamed wildness of the Amazon type. She prefers life and sport amid the freedom of nature, the race, feats of skill with the lance, and the occupation of the wildwood, to effeminate luxury and flattering caresses. She would rather wear the crown of victory than the bridal wreath. In Cyritha we see the first coyness, which, roused by marriage, flees, in Elarabiata maidenly pride, which feels how close to the timid request, in the soul of man, lies coarse desire, in the Maiden of Trepi, we have the instinctive refusal of maidenhood, in Marianne, Mutter und Kind, womanly pride which increases twofold in the so-called fallen woman, under her sense of unmerited shame, in Madeleine, Die Reise nach dem Glück, the sense of duty opposed to the conceptions of morality. Inculcated from childhood, in Law, Lorenz und Law, the feeling of shame of a young girl, from whose lips a confession of her love has escaped in the presence of death, in Locker, the melancholy reserve caused by a sense of inherited degradation, in Verkachen, the indignant despair of a young girl at finding herself attractive to every one, which makes her wish all her admirers and her own beauty far away, in Lee, the aversion of a highly developed and reserved woman to allowing anyone to have a suspicion of her weakness, in Toinette, the abhorrence of an ice-bound heart to feigning a passion it does not yet feel, in Irene, the strict conventionality of a little princess, in Julie, the coldness of a Cordelia nature, until the supreme moment arrives when all these bonds are burst, when all these hearts are kindled, when the man-hatred of the Amazon, and the coyness of the young maiden, and the modesty of dawning womanhood, and the pride of the wife, and the sense of duty of those who have been strictly brought up, and the melancholy of those who have been humbled, and the mantle of the Snow Queen, all flame up, like wood on one mighty funeral pyre, and ascend in sweet incense on the altar of the God of Love. For not in resistance, which is only the form and the cloak, but in self-surrender, does he see the essence of womanhood and woman's true nature, and adorer of nature as he is, he does honor to Eros as the irresistible one who breaks through all barriers. Woman never regrets having subjected herself to his power, but she may repent her defiance. Bettina, somewhere in her letters, makes about the following remark: the strawberries I plucked I have forgotten, but those I left untouched are still branded on my soul. His has made more than one variation on this theme. After the Maiden of Trepi has repented her youthful coyness during 7 long years, chance brings the object of her affections once more to her native village, and she overcomes, by virtue of an enthusiastic and superstitious conviction of the power and justice of her love, all external and internal obstacles, even the indifference and coldness of the returned wanderer himself. Madalena, in the Reise nach dem Glück as before mentioned, has driven her lover at night from her door, and having been compelled to ride away in the dark, he had a fall from his horse which killed him on the spot. Remorse for this defiance of love gives her no rest. Of what avail was my virtue, said she, it was sound and whole, and by no means threadbare, and yet it chilled me to the innermost recesses of my heart. 14. It is not enough, though, that she regrets having followed the dictates of conventional morality. The image of the deceased haunts her year after year. It seems to be jealously watching over her each time in her life that she thinks it possible to forget the past, and find happiness anew. She hears the finger of the dead man knocking at the door, as he knocked that night she drove him from her. Severe are the punishments of Eros for those who do not sacrifice on his altar. And his in other of his creations still further amplifies this idea. Here the repulsed lover meets his death, simply as an accidental result of the rigor shown him by the being for whose presence he yearned so ardently. Let us suppose the case to be one where, instead of an humble petitioner, one who threatens violence approaches, and that the resistance of the proud woman be not based on a sense of duty that conquers temptation, but is merely self-defense at the time of a dreaded invasion. How then? Even then Eros bestows chastisement, as a zealous god. The drama Die Sabinerinnen, the Sabine women, was evidently written by his for the Sake of one single character. How, otherwise, could it have occurred to him to choose for tragic treatment this purely burlesque material, so little adapted to tragedy? This character is Tulia, the Sabine king's daughter. Carried off by a Roman warrior, held captive in his house, she kills him, when, on the bridal night, he dares approach her. If a tragic woe should now befall the rash woman in order that the Roman might be avenged, no one would be surprised, but the psychological point is in harmony with his entire erotic system. For through the murder of her husband she endeavored to kill the awakening impulse of her own heart, and thus sacrilegiously rebelled against Eros. And stooping, he bowed his face until it reached my brow, his fluttering breath went rippling over me, and stealthily, like streams of poison, ran his low-toned voice through all my veins. Now left alone with her shattered soul, she recoils with horror at a deed which is so genuinely feminine, and in which she is so entirely justified. The apparition of the dead man haunts her wherever she goes, but still more than the aspect of his dead body, the remembrance of his caresses. Only a day and a night have passed since that deed was accomplished, says she, and yet it lies behind me as 1,000 years and 1,000 deaths. One thing alone is, and ever will be, present with me, his kiss upon my eyelids, his hand within my own. Toward the end she expresses to her sister the fundamental idea in these words, "From love, oh, do not flee. She will overtake you if you do. Go humbly and kneel before her shrine. For deadly anger she heaps on those who dare defy her will, and sucks their blood. And is not every maiden in bondage stern to this grim god? O sister, I only must atone for free resistance." 15. Even the man that has approached her through violence, cannot be hated by the young virgin. He broke the peace, but what else does love? He outwitted her, but is not love crafty? He mocked, but does not love scoff even at the most powerful and most free? In other words, is not Eros himself a worker of violence, without shyness or shame, a criminal who overleaps all customary bounds? All. That is saying too much. He has indeed sometimes, as in the instances cited, shown a tendency, reminding one of Kleist, for all purely pathological erotic problems, but his nature is entirely too harmonious, too mature, and by far too typically German, to admit of his describing passion as bursting all the law and order of society. He is developed enough to see clearly that the laws of passion and the laws of society are two wholly dissimilar things, which have very little in common, yet he pays the latter the respect it deserves, that is, a conditional one. From his earliest youth it has interested and pleased him to show how relative is the truth, and how limited the worth of these laws, to bring forward in his poetic creations instances where their boundaries are overstepped in such a way that the exceptions to the rule seem right, and even the most hardened and narrow-minded person would hesitate to condemn them. In his anxiety to do full, incontestable justice to the exceptional cases, he has sometimes, as in his first drama, Francesca von Rimini, which is not included in his Gesamelt work, sought out extremely quaint exceptions, but it is his universal endeavor so to enclose the case with palisades, that no assault of usual morality can cause the downfall of the barricade. When Goethe brings together Egmont and Klatschen, he does not present the case as though it required an apology. The beauty of the relationship is its defense. The less grand poet, whose caution is quite equal to his daring, has always fixed an eye on conventional morality, and has continually endeavored to conciliate it, either by ceding the point to it, so to say, in all other cases but just this one where its infringement was unavoidable, or by so atoning for the offense that the individual who is guilty of it is allowed to purchase the forbidden happiness, with his eyes fully open, and of his own free will, at so high a price that it appears too costly to be alluring to any Philistine. In Francesca von Rimini the circumstances are as follows: Lanciotto is ugly, coarse, and corrupt, his brother, Paolo, noble and handsome. Lanciotto is inflamed with passion for Francesca. Misguided by brotherly love for the thoroughly unworthy Lanciotto, Paolo has allowed himself to be deluded not only into playing the part of suitor, but even disguised as bridegroom on the wedding day, to take the place of his brother, who feared that with his hideous person he could never obtain the maiden's consent. Not until shrouded by the darkness of the bridal chamber, does Lanciotto dare approach his bride. Now Paolo also loves Francesca, as she loves him in return. Therefore, it is no wonder that the young wife, upon discovering this gross deception, the victim of which she has become, feels dishonored by the caresses of her husband, and far from viewing her love for Paolo as a sin, she regards it as justified and sacred. The kiss thou gavest me, the holy wafer was, which my dishonored lips did purify from taint. In order to make his entrenchment as solid as possible, it will thus be seen that the poet, in this naive work of his youth, has constructed the most improbable, most far-fetched case in the world, for what can be more preposterous than for Paolo, out of pure, simple-hearted kindliness to a despicable brother, to expose the woman he loves to the basest deception, which, moreover, annihilates his own life happiness. But in this exaggerated example will, nevertheless, be found the type according to which, in his numerous later novellen with their plentiful tact and exquisite delicacy, the moral collision is constructed. Let me single out at random several examples. In Beatrice it is legal marriage which breaks up the love romance, a forced marriage, as unholy as the marriage of Francesca, although stronger reasons are given for it. In Cleopatra the young German resists the love of the fair Egyptian, as stubbornly as Kleist's Count Wette von Strahl resists the passion of Katchen von Heilbronn. Not until her yearning for him brings Cleopatra to the brink of the grave, is the liaison between them formed. The proud Gabrielle in the work Im Grafenschloss does not allow herself to be persuaded into the conscience marriage with the Count, until he has jeopardized his life for her sake. The young wife in Raphael purchases a few hours of companionship with her lover through a lifelong incarceration in the cloister. The self-surrender of Gassendi and Locke is ennobled by the fact that the outwardly fettered but inwardly free ego was unable to conceive of a self-surrender, forbidden by circumstances, under any other conditions than those whose consequences are death. The right to the happiness of a fleeting moment is purchased by suicide. The goblet of bliss, drained by these personages, has seasoned their destiny with poison. His, therefore, affirms for these heroic souls the right to solve the problem of a conflict of duties in a different way than is customary for the timid Philistine whose halfway measures are circumscribed by petty customs and considerations. And in the introduction to his Beatrice, 16, he himself formulates his ethic heresy in the following words: genial, self-dependent natures can do much toward extending the boundary lines of the moral sphere, by permitting the measure of their inner power and magnitude to shine forth as an example, through their actions, just as genial artists can burst through those barriers of their art that have been handed down to them by tradition. No less than through this intimately allied association with ruin and death does his ennoble love, legitimate or illegitimate, as indicated above, through the nature of the self-surrender. It is always conscious. These women whom he characterizes never allow themselves to be carried away by their emotions, they give themselves up as a free gift, when they yield at all. Thus it is in works dating from his earliest youth, as Der Kreisrichter, 17, the circuit judge, thus in Raphael in Locke and in so many of the Novellen in prose and in verse. Everywhere the self-sufficiency and the right of spontaneity of the individual is preserved. The woman gives herself as a free gift to her lover, she goes freely forth to meet her own destruction, or with her own hand inflicts death upon herself, and where the bliss of love is not ennobled by the price it costs, it is at least exalted by the pride with which it is bestowed and received. By virtue of this pride the personality, itself governed by the strongest power of nature, feels independent and regal in the assertion of its sovereign dignity. In the romance Im Paradies he has for the first time treated as a main problem the freedom of love in antithesis to the laws of society, and maintained its justice. The fundamental idea of this romance is none other than that the morality and dignity of love between man and woman is independent of the outward ratification of the marriage tie. According to his wont, he has provided the case here given with the most forcible motives. Jansen cannot, without putting his friend to shame, become free from his despicable wife, and without Julie all his hopes as an artist and a man would perish. Yet when Julie in the presence of the assembled friends, adorned with the myrtle wreath, freely weds Jansen, a decided attack is aimed at the purely exterior morality of society, although the incident is not brought forward as an example for imitation. The poet who in the kinder der Welt urgently impresses it upon the consciences of his contemporaries, that the morality of the individual is not dependent on his metaphysical convictions, in his Imparades strives to teach that the purity and dignity of a union of love must not be judged by the laws of outward morality, but that love both without and within the marriage relation may be true and false, moral and immoral. Everything depends, according to his views, upon the true nobility of the heart. I have already said that His as a poet is originally a pupil of Eichendorff. Like the hero in his Eine Abentur, an adventure, he appears to have chosen for the companion of his first journeyman years the romantic Taugenichts, good for nothing. Where, in one of his Novellen, Locker, he introduces himself as a youth. He sings in Eichendorff's own key, and we recognize that very early in life he has been in the habit of whistling, with rare skill, the melodies of romance. Morgenroth, in the collection of romantic folklore tales for children, which as a student he published under the title Der Jungbrunnen, the Fountain of Youth, is a genuine brother of the celebrated Eichendorff hero. The book is the work of a boy, and yet it is not without a certain interest, as it marks the first standpoint of our poet. It shows also with what talents he was equipped from the outset. The boyish, yet never inelegant prose flows smoothly, and the verse, which is of a vastly higher character, with all its echoes, is unaffected, fresh, and regular in form. His song is not original, but it is pure, it is in the usual key of romance, but it is sung with youthful freshness and grace. The fact of producing naively during the years of boyhood is in itself a phenomenon, and the unusual amount of innate command of language secures the student author from exaggeration or mannerism. The gift of language, inherited evidently from his father, the well-known philologist, develops in the son into a fluency, a facility for handling words and rhythm, which even in his earliest youth was not far removed from virtuosoship. This almost Ruckert-like flow of language, as a fundamental element in his natural endowments, influenced all the other peculiarities which he gradually developed. From the very beginning he sang not because he had more in his heart than the rest of mankind, but because it was far easier and more natural for him than for others to express that of which his heart was full. Since no mighty inward revolutions or startling outward occurrences were necessary to unseal his lips, as are usually required to rouse the creative fancy of those for whom it is difficult to find form of expression, and who succeed only in moments of passion in bringing forth to the light of day the treasures of their inner being, he turned his gaze not within but without, pondered but little on his ego, his calling, and his capabilities, but fully conscious that he bore within his own soul a clear mirror, which reflected everything within his immediate surroundings that interested him. He allowed his gaze, with the keen susceptibility and true creative impulse of a plastic artist, to wander in all directions. Of a plastic artist, I said, for he did not long continue to carol forth the music of romance. He himself has said, "Fair is romantic poesy, yet what we call beauty knew it." True men, he thinks, understand how to grasp their ideas in the light of day, and he is too thoroughly a child of the sun to be able to linger in the twilight of romance. A lyric poet he is not in the main, and the strength of romance, conformably to its nature and of necessity, lies in lyric poetry. Nor did the surroundings of nature imbue him with an independent poetic interest, such a freshness of the sea and of the landscape as is breathed for instance by the Danish novels of Blecher will not be found in his works. He is not a landscape painter, and has always availed himself of the landscape merely as a background. What first and earliest met his gaze, as soon as he was developed enough to see with his own eyes, was man, and let it be observed, not man as an intelligence served by organs, or as a will walking on a pair of legs, or as a psychological curiosity, but man as a plastic form. Like the sculptor or the figure painter, it is his wont, according to my opinion, on closing his eyes, to see his horizon first and foremost populated with outlines and profiles. Beautiful external forms and movements, the poise of a graceful head, a charming peculiarity of carriage or walk, have occupied him in precisely the same way as they engross the attention of the plastic artist, and are reproduced by him with the same partiality, indeed, at times with technical exactness of expression. And not only the narrator, but the personages that appear on the scene, often form the same kind of conceptions. Thus, for instance, the main character in Der Kreisrichter, the circuit judge, says, "The young people here are healthy, and health constitutes half of the beauty of youth." There is also race development. Notice the refined form of their heads, and the delicate molding of their temples, and the natural grace of their bearing in walking, dancing, and sitting down. 18. A striking example of the poet's method of contemplation may be found in Die Einsamen, the solitary ones, where his dissatisfaction at being able to paint so imperfectly with the means which his art affords, breaks forth in the following words: "Only the mere outlines," he raved to himself. "Only a few dozen lines. How she went trotting about on her little donkey, one leg thrown across the back of the animal, resting firmly and securely, the other almost grazing the ground with the tip of her foot, and her right elbow supported on the knee that was in repose, her hand playing gently with the chain about her neck, her face turned toward the sea. What a mass of black tresses on the neck! Something red lends a radiance thereto. A coral necklace. No, fresh pomegranate blossoms. The wind plays with the loosely knotted kerchief. How dark is the glow of the cheeks, and how much darker the eye. 19. Such are the pictures of plastic figures, simple, picturesque situations, with which his imagination has had to operate upon from the beginning, and which serve to form for it a starting point. And though it may be felt ever so keenly how much more sensible it is to describe a poet than to praise him, still it were scarcely possible to restrain an outburst of admiration upon considering how exceedingly well his, in every instance, has succeeded in presenting his characters, especially, however, his female characters, to the reader's eye. He does not belong to the descriptive school, he does not characterize in detail, as either Balzac or Turgenev, he describes with a few delicate strokes, yet his creations remain fixed in our memories, from the simple reason that they all have defined style. A peasant maiden from Naples or Tyrol, a servant girl, or a young Fräulein from Germany, all obtain, when depicted by his hand, a higher, more visionary, and yet ever memorable life, because they are all ennobled by strictly ideal methods and the art of representation. They are as perfect in form as statues, they have the carriage of queens. With the exception of the painter Leopold Robert, of whom some of his Italian works are reminders, no one, to my knowledge, has displayed so grand a style in the delineation of peasants and fishing people as his. And as the forms of the outer person, so those of the inner being are of an exquisitely finished style. Did not the expression seem almost too daring, I should say that his descriptions of love are plastic. The Romantic school always conceived love to be of a lyric nature. If his love stories be compared with the love stories of the Romantic school, it will be found that while the Romantic writers give their strength in analyzing their romantic transports as such, and forming a nomenclature for the rarest moods which it has usually been thought impossible to name, in his writings every psychological force is mirrored in a look or in a gesture, everything becomes with him contemplation and visible life. 6. I remarked that the faculty of preserving and idealizing forms constituted one of the starting points of this poet's imagination. It has, however, another. Quite as inherent as his capacity for delineating character is his fondness for experiencing and inventing adventures. By adventures, I understand events of a peculiar and unusual nature, which, as is scarcely ever the case in real adventures, have a sure outline, and so clearly defined a beginning, middle, and end, that they appear to the imagination like a work of art enclosed in a frame. From any chance, outward or inward, observation, the fragment of a dream, an encounter on the street, the sight of a tower dating from the Middle Ages, in some ancient city, in the glow of the setting sun, there springs up for him, through the most rapid association of ideas, a history, a chain of events, and as he is by nature an artist, this series of events ever assumes a rhythmic form. Like the beings he creates, it has clear, firm outlines and inner equilibrium. It has its skeleton, its filling up of flesh, above all, its well-defined and slender shape. The faculty of relating a story in brief, concise form, of imparting to it, so to say, a harmonious rhythm, has its origin directly in his thoroughly harmonious nature. 20. The novelline form, as he has carved it out and engraved it, is an entirely original and independent creation, his actual property. Therefore he has become especially popular through his prose novelle. The novelle with him always has extremely few and simple factors, the number of the personages introduced is small, the action is concise and may be surveyed with a single glance. But his fiction does not exist for the sarcasm of the personages alone, as in the modern French novels, which only satisfy a psychological or a physiological interest. It has its own peculiar mode of development and its independent interest. A novel like Christian Winter's often seen, evening scene, whose quaint, old-fashioned grace of style renders it so fascinating, possesses the fault of having no incident. With his the novelle is not a picture of the times, or a genre painting. Something always does happen with him, and it is always something unexpected. The plot, as a rule, is so arranged that at a certain point an unforeseen change takes place, a surprise which, when the reader looks back, always proves to have had a firm and carefully prepared foundation in what went before. At this point the action sharpens. Here the threads unite to form a knot from which they are spun around in an opposite direction. The enjoyment of the reader is based upon the art with which the purpose of the action is gradually more and more veiled and hidden from view, until suddenly the covering falls. His surprise is caused by the skill with which his apparently strays farther and farther away from the goal which rose beyond the starting point, until he finally discovers that he has been led through a winding path and finds himself exactly above the point where the story began. He's himself, in his introduction to his Deutsche Novellen Scots, has expressed his views on the principle to which he does homage in his Novellen compositions. Here, as in the introduction to the Stickerin von Treviso, the embroidery woman of Treviso, he calls the attention of those who would place the entire importance on style and diction, to the fact that the narrative as a narrative, what children call the story, is unquestionably the essential foundation of the novelle and possesses its own peculiar beauty. He lays stress on the statement that according to his aesthetic taste, he would give the preference to that novelle whose main motive is most distinctly finished, and, with more or less intrinsic worth, betrays something peculiar, specific, in the original design. A strong silhouette, he continues, should not be lacking in what is called a novelle in the proper sense of the word. 21. By the term silhouette he means the outlines of the story, as shown by a brief summary of the contents, and he illustrates his idea with a striking example and a striking description. He gives the synopsis of one of the novels of Boccaccio, as follows. Federico degli Alberi loves, without meeting with any return, roving in knightly fashion, he squanders all his substance, and has nothing left but one single falcon. This, when the lady whom he loves is led by chance to his house, and he has nothing else with which to prepare a meal for her, he places on the table before her. She learns what he has done, suddenly changes her resolution, and rewards his love by making him the lord of her hand and her fortune. He calls attention to the fact that in these few lines lie all the elements of a touching and delightful novelle in which the fate of two human beings is accomplished in the most charming manner, through an accidental turn of affairs, which, however, serves to give deeper development to the characters, and he therefore invites modern storytellers, even when engaged on the most touching and rich materials, to ask themselves where the falcon is, the specific object that distinguishes this story from 1,000 others. In the demand he makes on the novelle he has especially characterized the task he has imposed on himself and faithfully fulfilled. He prefers eccentric to typical everyday instances. As a rule, we are quite as sure of finding the falcon in his prose narratives, as a certain judge was of finding a woman at the bottom of every crime. In El Arabiata the biting of a hand is the falcon, in the Bild der Mutter, the mother's portrait, it is the elopement, in Vetter, cousin, Gabriel it is the letter copied from the lover's letter writer. If the reader will himself search for the aforesaid wild bird, he will gain an insight into the poet's method of composition. It is not always so easily captured as in the cases just cited. With a power of investigation, a nimble grace, which is rare in a man who is not of Roman race, he has understood how to tie the knots of events and disentangle them again, to present and solve the psychologic problem which he has isolated in the novelle. He has the faculty of singling out exceptional, unusual cases from the general state of culture, and the condition of the society of which he is a member, and presenting them purely and sharply in the form of a novelle without permitting the action to play into the unreal and fabulous, as is the wont of romantic novelists, and without ever allowing it to run into a merely epigrammatic point. His novellen are neither brief romances nor long anecdotes. They have at the same time fullness and strictly defined form. And circumscribed as this form may be, it has yet proved itself sufficiently flexible to be able to embrace within its limits the most diverse materials. The novellin of his play on many strings, most abundantly on the tender and the spiritual, but also on the comic, as in the amusing tale, Die Witwe von Pisa, The Widow of Pisa, the fantastic, as in the Hoffmann-like Cleopatra, indeed, in a single instance, the awful, in the painful Nocturne, Der Kinder Sunde der Vaterfluch, the sins of the children, the curse of the fathers. The novelle as it is treated by his borders on the provinces of Alfred de Musset, Merimee, Hoffmann and Tieck, but has, however, its own special domain, as well as its very individual profile. 7. Meanwhile, ready as I am to recognize the significance of this sharp profile as the individual characteristic of his novelle and its significance for the novel in general as a work of art, it is equally hard for me to allow this to pass as the decisive norm for the estimation of individual stories. The novel is, indeed, as every work of art, an organism in which beautiful proportions, relatively independent of one another and of a totally dissimilar character, contribute to produce a combined impression. We have been dwelling upon the characterizations, and the action, style is the third element. According to my convictions, these three elements are not subordinate one to the other, but coordinate, and each one of them, when developed in a masterly way, affords the reader an equally perfect enjoyment. It is very certain, as he makes evident, that a one-sided development of diction leads to clever capriciousness without any scheme. Whoever places too great importance on the plot is in danger, on the other hand, of retrograding into mere sensational literature. Spring Floods by Turgenev is a novel whose action moves on in an unsatisfactory manner. Of the style, in the stricter sense of the word, I cannot judge, as I have never read the story in the original, but is this lack of much importance in such a masterwork of individual characterization? Does not the description of the Italian family, in and by itself, outweigh every imperfection in the plan of occurrences. What matters it if the reader would rather have had the end somewhat different, and cannot read it a second time, even though he may read 3/4 of the novel over and over again with unchanged enjoyment? Bleicher's Diary of a Village Sexton is a novel in which the action is of but little moment, and most of the characters are absolutely repellent, on account of their coarseness, but it is, nevertheless, a work of the highest artistic worth. Its main strength lies in its style, in the masterly execution of the honest sexton's language, which belongs to a period of almost 200 years past. This language is a guarantee for the cutting truth of the narrative, a truth which is not reached by the path of idealism, and which, therefore, is neither sought nor found by his. I mean that truth which by the French is designated la vérité vraie. And cannot his be attacked with his own weapons? I think he can. By the stress he lays on what the novel within the novel is, he seems to oppose alike the overestimation of style, and of ideal purport. But of all his novellen in verse der Salamander, the Salamander appears to me to stand the highest. Of his prose works Der letzte Centaur, The Last Centaur, is one of my favorites. The first of these seems to me to bear off the palm on account of the diction, the last, on account of the idea. There is no need of taking pains to seek for a falcon in Salamander, there is no plot in it. The characters have no development worth mentioning, and yet every reader of any susceptibility will experience such lively enjoyment under the influence of the magic of these terzettos, that it will seem to him as if this poem, in addition to its own merits, possessed also all those which it lacks. Of the epic repose, of the objective style, which is his precise ideal in the domain of the novelle, not much will here be found. This epic repose is perhaps less adapted on the whole to the restless spirit of our time. The realization of this ideal of his has, properly speaking, only perfectly succeeded in the few prose novellen which do not touch upon the civilization of modern society, as in those genial pasticcios of the olden time, Die Stickerin von Treviso and Geoffroy und Gassendi, where the noble, simple style of the old Italian or Provençal form of narrative is idealized, or when the materials are taken from the life of the people in Italy or Tyrol, for the people in those lands are themselves a simple piece of the Middle Ages cast in a form. Such a story as that little jewel El Arrabbiata, which was the foundation of his fame, actually attains its rights through its plain, rigid setting, adorned with the decorations of style, or with psychologically polished facets. It would lose its entire beauty, if not become impossible. In the same way Die Stickerin von Treviso, which probably, next to the work just named, has reaped the greatest harvest of applause, in its touching simplicity and grandeur, is so thoroughly one with its chronicle form, that it cannot be conceived of without this. But in instances where scenes from purely modern civilization are described, the style cannot be too individual and nervous. He himself cannot avoid making his aim in this respect proportionate to his materials. How feverish is the recital in the pretty invalid story in Letters Unheilbar, incurable. However, It is apparently with the utmost reluctance, and without the free exercise of his will, that he permits himself to be carried away into such a passionately surging and trembling style as in Salamander. This creation is pure style. Its beauty depends wholly and entirely on the captivating charm of its metric diction, and yet throughout not a word will be found that is not to the purpose. The entire work teems with active life, every change in style is deeply felt and transparent, the struggling soul of the writer lies like an open book before the reader. The situations are insignificant and commonplace, no Bengal illumination, not even a final tableau. But these remarkable, incredibly beautiful, unnaturally easy, nervously passionate terzettos, which question and answer, jest, sing and lament, invest the theatrical, the enamoured yet thoroughly composed Blush coquette, the heroine, and the passion she inspires, with such a charm that no exciting story, with crisis and pole, could be more captivating. Toward the close of the poem the glorious terzettos, which throughout have been transformed into quite a new species of metre, ring out in a manner as surprising as it is genial and bold, in the chords of a triple ritornelle, invested with all the freshness of nature. Such a poem as this will maintain its place in spite of all theories. Upon the whole, however, it seems to me that he has formed an incorrect conception of the significance of poetic style. Theoretically, he fears its independent development, and cannot tolerate any works which are mere diction and style. Nevertheless, in such poems as Das Fienkind, The Fairy Child, and still more in such poems as Frauen Emancipation, Female Emancipation, he has himself furnished productions of this kind. The first of these poems is refined and graceful, but the raillery in it is of too ample length. We do not care to eat an undue amount of whipped cream. The other, whose tendency, however, is the best, suffers from a loquacity without any salt. But a distinctly marked style is by no means the same thing as the formal virtuosoship of diction. That an artist of language like his, the translator of Giusti, of the troubadours, of Italian and Spanish folk songs, must possess this in the fullest degree, is understood as a matter of course. And yet the truly artistic style is not that formal grace which spreads uniformly over everything. Style, in the highest sense of the word, is fulfillment, a form completed from every point of view. Where the coloring of language, the phraseology, diction, and personal accent, still possess a certain abstract homogeneousness, where the author has failed to mirror the character at every essential point in all the outer forms, the drapery of language, of however light a texture it may consist, will hang stiff and dead about the personality of the speaker. The perfect modern style, on the contrary, envelops it as the flowing robe envelops the form of the Grecian orator, serving to relieve the attitude of the body and every movement. The diction of the mere virtuoso, even when brilliant, may be traditional and trivial. Genuine style is never so. With the mode of narration of his novellen I have not much fault to find. His dramatic diction, on the contrary, does not please me so well. There are no doubt many who think that if his historic dramas have not gained the recognition accorded his novellen, it is because they are invested with too little action, and too much style. If the word style, however, be understood as I have here defined it, it should certainly rather be asserted that the iambic form used was worn threadbare, and that these works have not style enough. The diction in Elizabeth Charlotte, for example, neither sufficiently bears the colouring of the period in which the scenes are laid, nor of the persons who speak. Only compare it with the dry posthumous memoirs of the princess. The poet who, with his fabulous facility for orienting himself in every poetic form, can produce a drama as easily as he can tell a story, has taken his task almost too easily. The little tragedy Maria Moroni, a drama which may be ranked next to his novellen through its plan as well as through its characterization, might worthily stand side by side with the Italian dramas of Alfred de Musset, of which it reminds us, were not its language colouring by far too dull and cold. The dialogues of Musset not only sparkle with wit, but glow with ardour and with life. In his dramas he is not personally present with his whole soul at every point. And yet this at every point is the style. Inasmuch, therefore, as I have placed the highest estimate on Salamander of all the versified novellen on account of its excellence of diction, so for the Sake of its idea I would give a high place to the prose narrative, Der letzte Centaur, the last centaur, although the latter is, at the same time, farthest removed from the requirements of the definition. It does not treat of an occurrence or a conflict in a defined sphere of life, nor of any especial psychologic instance, but of life itself. It permits the entire modern life to be mirrored at once within a narrow frame. A shot at the central point is so refreshing, why deny it? The peripheric character of some others of his works is to blame for their not being of greater interest. After reading through a long series of novellen, one cannot help longing for an art form which is capable of embracing the more significant, universally current ideas and problems in poetic form. 8. His dramas are in the highest degree heterogeneous. Civil tragedies, mythological, historic, patriotic plays of the most dissimilar artistic nature. His talent is so pliant that he feels at liberty to enter upon any theme. A strong impulse for the historical, his has never had. His historical dramas have all sprung from a patriotic sentiment, and are effective chiefly through this sentiment. The one of his groups of dramas for which the poet is most noted is that which deals with antique subjects. At a time when modern political action was everywhere demanded of the higher drama, this employment of old Grecian and Roman materials was lamented over and derided in Germany, with an utter lack of comprehension. People asked what in all the world there was in such a subject as the rape of the Sabine women, or Meleager, or Hadrian, that could possibly interest the poet or anyone else. To those who read critically, it is very evident what must have attracted his to these themes. They incorporate for him his favorite ideas concerning woman's love and woman's destiny, and his own being is mirrored in them. Anyone who will compare the warm-blooded drama Meleager with Swinburne's Atalanta in Calydon, which handles the same material, will find occasion for many interesting observations concerning the peculiarity of the two poets. Hadrian has perhaps perplexed the critic the most. What could attract the poet to a relation so wholly foreign to us as that between Hadrian and Antinous? 1, 2. That is so decidedly a reminder of the shady side of antique life, seems almost incomprehensible. I, for my part, rank Hadrian highest of all of his dramas. I have never been able to read this tragedy of the handsome young Egyptian who, passionately loved by the ruler of the world, surrounded by all the pomp and splendor of the court, free in every respect, and bound alone to his imperial admirer, languishes for freedom. I have never been able to read this tragedy, I say, without thinking of a certain young poet who, already in his earliest youth summoned to a South German court, soon became an object of envy as the favorite of an amiable and intelligent monarch, as the darling of fortune, while in many a secret moment he wished himself far from court, and in many a fettered moment felt how little even the favor of the best master weighed in the balance against the freedom of one who was entirely unprotected, but entirely independent. In this drama, by way of exception, all that is scenic is of the highest effect. The actual reason why his, with all his great ability for the stage, still failed to meet with decided success in his dramas, is unquestionably because he does not possess the German pathos proper, that of Schiller. Not until the pathos is broken, not until it has become half pathological, is he able to treat it with entire originality. Genuine dramatic pathos from the depths of the heart, with him easily becomes inartistically national, patriotic, and somewhat commonplace. This is the reason why the representation of manly action proper is not his province. To however high a degree he may have command in his poetry over the passive qualities of manhood, such as dignity, earnestness, repose, dauntless courage, he nevertheless, like Goethe, wholly lacks the active momentum. A vigorous, effective plan of action that follows a defined goal is as little the essential part of his dramas as of his novels and romances. If there now and then appear an energetic action, it is occasioned by despair. The individual is forced into a dilemma in which the only apparent means of escape may be gained through the utmost daring alone. Compare the action of the young forester in Mutter und Kind when he kidnaps the son of his sweetheart, or the elopement in Das Bild der Mutter, the mother's portrait. In the romance Im Paradies a good example of this will be found in the scene where Jansen, in exasperation at all the incompleteness amid which his life has been passed, dashes to pieces the models of his saints. It was an unmanly thing in Jansen to carry on a saint factory. The whole idea is amusing as a passing jest, but does not admit of being made permanent without disfiguring the character. But it is a still more unmanly, a truly womanish course of action, when he pours out the vials of his wrath against the dead plaster images. Although from the reason already cited the genuine dramatic nerve and sinew are almost always lacking in his works, the hindrances which are placed in the way of the poet's decided success on the stage are not of such importance that he may not overcome them with time and celebrate a scenic triumph. By way of preliminary, A few years ago he made his debut, to the astonishment of everyone, in a species of poetic composition which seemed to be wholly remote from his province, but in which, in a very short time, he won the greatest success. It is still fresh in the public memory what an excitement the Kinder der Welt created when it first appeared in Spners Zeitung. For a whole month this feuilleton was the universal theme of conversation. The guileless novelist, who was so completely an alien to worldly life, had suddenly unveiled himself as a purely modern thinker, who ended a philosophic romance with the words of Hölderlin, "Cease not to guard with heaven ly buckler fair innocence, thou guardian of the bold, forsake her not." It had been apparently overlooked previous to this that through his insinuating poetry there ran a vehement demand for freedom, a complete independence of dogmas and conventional fetters. At his new departure, therefore, people were more astonished than they had any reason to be. His is of a mixed origin. From his Teutonic father he has inherited the positive side of his character, the fullness and beauty of his disposition, from his mother, who was a Jewess, a critical vein. For the first time both sides of his nature were revealed to the great public. It must have produced a marked impression on the minds about him that this Fabius Cunctator, who had so long held aloof from the problems of the day, now felt that the moment had come for him to take his position in their ranks, and fight the fight of the times. The romance is a dignified and noble protest against those who would fetter freedom of thought and instruction in our day. It has to back it all polemics against dogmas. All its main personages, with a clear consciousness of their position, are made to live in that atmosphere of freer ideas, which is the vital air of modern times. It is one of those works which possess the intensity of a long repressed, late matured personal experience, and therefore has a vitality to which no awkwardness of form, no lack of form, can be prejudicial. The book, as a first attempt, is wanting in many of the elements of the genuine romance. The hero, as might have been expected, lacks much in resolution, in active manly vigor. It does not concentrate itself in a single, absolutely dominating interest. The all-engulfing erotic element does not permit the idea to stand forth clear and central, as it was conceived by the poet. The decisive turning point of the work seems to be impending where Franz Elias, after the burial of Balder, is thrown into prison on the denunciation of Lorenza. Here Edwin says expressly sad smiley 22, "You desire open war, you yourself demand it, and there shall be no peace until it has been honestly fought out." But the open war does not take place. The entire little band of heroes of the book content themselves with the defensive, and when Edwin has finally completed his epoch-making work, the romance ends. Closely associated with this lack is the undue softness of feeling in those parts which treat of Balder. The absence of that strict observance of proportion and limits which distinguish his novellen is plainly felt in this romance. But how would it be possible that great merits in a work of such extent should not be purchased with some lacks? Not only have the ideal female characters here the same points of excellence as in the novellen, but the poet has also enlarged his sphere in a high degree, even the least ideal figures, Christiane, Moore, Marquard, are incomparable. And what a flood of genuine humanity streams through this romance! What a fund of true, versatile culture it contains! It is not only a courageous book, it is also an edifying one. On certain foul attacks which it drew down upon its author, I will not linger. The denunciations of a couple of insignificant German sheets alone interest me, because one of these abusive articles, which so stated the purport of the book that it was represented as dealing solely with the coarsest sensuality, was brought out in Norway by the Norwegian translator of Goethe's Faust, with an introduction in which all Norwegian fathers of families were warned against allowing the book to cross their thresholds. 23. For a sharp thrust from France, he's had every reason to be prepared. It came not unwritten, for the remarks concerning the literature and intellectual tendency of that country occurring in his romance are quite in the style of the general German sentiment, but the cut might have been given in a more chivalrous and skillful manner than the very ignoble and narrow-minded article by Albert Reville in the Revue des Deux Mondes, which was dictated by national hatred and a love of self-amusement. Freedom of thought was the fundamental idea of the Kinder der Welt. Freedom of moral action is the fundamental idea of the romance Im Paradies, yet not in such a way that this work must be considered an attempt at justification, for if the freedom of thought his advocates may be designated as absolute, the freedom of moral action is only relative. Moreover, Im Paradies is a work of quite a different character than the first romance. Even the fact that the scenes of the early romance are laid in keen, critical Berlin, the second one in merry, pleasure-loving Munich, indicates the difference. While the Kinder der Welt may be called a philosophic romance, Im Paradies is a sort of Roman comic, light, graceful, and full of a raillery blended with earnestness. Its greatest value is in being the psychology of an entire city of importance, and the portrait of the social and art circles of this city. All Munich is embraced in this book, and, as a matter of course, the artist life of this city of artists occupies the main place. The conversations and reflections on art have not the useless and abstract character in the pages of this book that they assume in the ordinary art romance. We feel that it is no theorist but a connoisseur who speaks, and a genuine studio atmosphere is diffused throughout all portions of the book. The entire aesthetics of the author may be condensed into Ingersoll's definition, l'art c'est le nu. So far as the entanglements and composition of the plot are concerned, Im Paradies denotes an undoubted progress. The interest is sustained throughout, and what is more, it continually increases, a commendation that cannot be bestowed on Kinder der Welt. Now and then, however, the means used to forward the plot are applied in rather an unskillful manner. For instance, the entire role played by the dog Homo as Deus ex machina is especially marked in its exaggerations. He reminds us, with his superhuman penetration, of those lions of the sculpture of the Zopf period, with human and majestic countenances, framed in masses which too strongly resemble the bigwigs of real life. Yet in German romance is not the plot, but the delineation of character is the main thing, and in almost all its subordinate figures this book reveals a new side of his talent. Such forms as Angelica, Rosenbusch, Kohl, Schnees, have sportive, manifold life that formerly had been almost entirely excluded from his style. In a word, his mind has gained humor, the humor of mature manhood, one might almost say, of 40 years of age, but a delicate, sagacious, quiet humor which renders complete the gift of the poet and invests its coloring with the true blending. 9. We have run through the circle of ideas and forms in which this poetic soul has found its expression. We have seen how his, at last, in the romance accommodated himself to the thought-agitating modern times, and to which the novelle form was not able to give adequate space. Moreover, I pointed out one novelle which was not less distinguished by its fundamental thought than Der Salamander was by its style. Each time that he has attempted to gain a modern interest for ancient myths, he has been fortunate. The charming little youthful poem, Die Fury, The Fury, is among the best that he has written. In a little drama, Perseus, not included in his collected works, he has given a new interpretation of the Medusa myth. He has felt pity for poor, beautiful Medusa, to whom was allotted the cruel fate of turning everyone into stone, and he informs us that the envy of the goddesses who were jealous of her love for Perseus is alone to blame for this. Her head falls by the hand of her own lover, while she, in order not to harm him through her pernicious gaze, buries her face in the sand. He has transformed the ancient myth into an original and sorrowful Märchen. The story of the centaur is bright, and full of profound thought. We are not astonished when Paradis informs us that this story inspired the favorite fresco of the painter Kohl. The pilgrimage unserer lieben Frau von Milo, which has a picture we almost think we see before our eyes, so vividly is the fresco described, is intimately related as a poem to Der letzte Centaur, The Last Centaur. That sounds almost like The Last of the Mohicans. What does he know of The Last Centaur? How could he possibly introduce him into a regular novelle? It is done with consummate art, and yet in the most natural way in the world. He first, so to speak, brings together two circles, then a third circle, and in the latter he conjures up the centaur. The first circle is the world of the living, the second the world of the dead, the third easily and naturally comprises the world of the supernatural. The story begins, contrary to his custom, in a purely autobiographical way, therefore with the strongest possible elements of reality. The author, late one evening, approaches a wine house, where, in his youth, he was in the habit of meeting every week his dearest friends and comrades, all of whom are now dead, and lets them pass in review before his mind's eye. Finally he enters the wine house, feels weary, and, suddenly it seems to him as though he were summoned to join the old circle, and as the door is opened, lo! His friends all sit together. But not one of them extends a hand to him who is entering, and their faces wear an expression of formality, seriousness, and sorrow. Every now and then they drink long draughts from their wine glasses, while their pale cheeks and dim eyes sparkle and glow for a moment, but directly afterward they sit rigid and silent once more, staring into their glasses. One of them alone is not bowed down by the destiny that has overtaken them, and of which, from a mute agreement, not a word is spoken in the society. It is Genelli, the distinguished painter, whose centaur in the Schickschen Sammlung at Munich is the admiration of all travelers. One of the company remarks that such a Genelli creation looks so lifelike that one is almost inclined to believe that the artist himself was a participator in the scene. And as the master calmly replies, and so he was, we glide imperceptibly from the realm of the dead to the world of fiction. He has seen the centaur with his own eyes, one beautiful summer afternoon, as it came trotting, without thought of evil, into a little Tyrol's village, where Genelli sat over his wineglass. In olden times, the centaur was a country physician by profession, had grown weary during a professional tour across the mountains, had laid himself down to sleep in a glacier cave, was then frozen in, and now, after the lapse of centuries, the ice had melted about him, and he could freely gaze on the changed world with his wondering eyes. It is Sunday, and just church time, when, with his mighty body, a Faranese Hercules above, a superb, heroic battle charger below, with floating mane and long, trailing horse tail, with a spray of roses behind one ear in his thick hair, he trots through the empty streets, only now and then terrifying some old woman, who flees, with shrieks of alarm, from the strange apparition. He sees the church door open, the building full of people, and a marvelously beautiful woman with a child on her arm, painted over the altar. Filled with curiosity, meaning no harm, he trots through the portal, over the stone flags, and approaches the altar. It can easily be comprehended what a hubbub is caused by this monster, newly arisen from hell. The parson shrieks aloud, waves toward the beast whatever consecrated thing he may happen to hold in his hand, and cries apage. Apage. Which the centaur understands because it is Greek. The congregation makes the sign of the cross over and over again, and filled with astonishment, this beast of ancient story then trots out of the door again, and accompanied by all the old women and all the children of the village, who are naturally very much shocked to see the lofty traveller so lightly clad, presses onward to the village inn, where Genelli is sitting on the balcony. The master then informs the centaur that he has awakened to life either a couple of 100 years too late or too early. At the time of the Renaissance he would doubtless have been well received. But at the present day, among this narrow-chested, broad-browed, enervated, unmanned, worn-out race that is called the modern world, Genelli could not venture to make out a very cheering horoscope for him. Wherever you may show yourself, in cities or in villages, the street urchins will run after you and pelt you with rotten apples, the old women will cry murder, and the priest will report you to be the foul fiend himself, etc. And it comes to pass as Genelli has prophesied. While the worthy centaur, with the good nature that belongs to the strong, allows the public to stare at him, to feel his soft, velvety hide, while he, in genial mood, drains glass after glass of wine, and hands back his empty glass over the railing of the arbor to the pretty barmaid, to whom he at once gave his rose. Hatred and envy are lying in ambush to work his destruction. A complete conspiracy has been formed against him. At the head stood, of course, the reverend clergy, who deemed it detrimental to the spiritual welfare of their parishioners to come into closer contact with a certainly unchristian, wholly naked, and no doubt, very immoral beast man. Equally incensed was an Italian who had been exhibiting on the marketplace a stuffed calf with 2 heads and 5 legs. The horseman could be seen gratis. He was alive and drank and talked, and who knew whether he might not even be moved to treat the bystanders to some skillful feats of horsemanship. The calf, on the other hand, was a peaceful genius, and gave no signs of any such extravagant undertakings. The Italian cannot enter into competition. There is a difference, he explains to the parson, between a legalized, natural sport, that is carried on with the full approval of the police, and a monster that is wholly beyond the limits of probability, such a one as has never been known to exist before, who, traveling without passport or license, makes the country unsafe and steals the bread from the mouths of honest 5-legged calves. But the most passionate opponent of the centaur is the little bow-legged village tailor, the bridegroom-elect of the pretty barmaid. The tailor, too, discloses his mind to the parson, and expresses his anxiety lest the new fashion introduced by the unknown should ruin the whole tailor's trade, and, moreover, overthrow all conceptions of decency and good morals. So, while the centaur, in his cheerful mood, is just engaged in carrying the fair Nanny on his back round the courtyard of the inn, and, at the same time, entertaining the bystanders with an exceedingly graceful and peculiar dance, all the conspirators appear with a company of mounted gens d'armes to capture him. Without honoring them with the slightest attention, he continues his dance, and softly pressing the maiden's hands on his breast, he makes a magnificent leap over the heads of the peasants and away he goes. Pistol balls follow him, with sharp reports, without hitting him, and soon he stands free on the next mountain slope. There, moved by the piteous entreaties of the maiden, he allows her to glide gently down to the ground. Greatly as she had been flattered by the chivalrous homage of the stranger, and pitiful as was the figure her own sweetheart displayed beside him, she could not expect a solid support from this mounted foreigner. Her practical nature triumphs, and like a hunted chamois she springs from stone to stone into her tailor's arms. An expression of divine scorn glides over the countenance of the centaur, he is seen to move away, and shortly afterward he has vanished from the eager gaze of those who are staring after him. Here Genelli's voice is hushed, the little circle breaks up, and the poet awakens in the anteroom of the inn. All the qualities which make a poetic work an enjoyment to the reader are combined in this Marchen, an exalted humor, which casts a gentle glow over all the details, the tenderest semitone and the finest clair-obscur, that permits the action of the piece to glide gently from the light of day into a dream of a circle of the dead, and then again allows the twilight of the shadow world to be illumined by a sunbeam from old Hellas. Add to this a profound thought, which is entirely original to its poet. For this sportive tale is in reality a hymn to freedom in art as well as in life, and to freedom as he has conceived it. In his eyes freedom does not consist in a struggle for freedom, as, for instance, in the case of the Norwegian author Henrik Ibsen, but it is the protest of nature against dogmas in the religious sphere, of nature against conventionality in the social and moral sphere. Through nature to freedom. That is his path and that his watchword. Thus the centaur as half human being, half divinity, is to his fancy a beloved symbol. How beautiful is the centaur in his proud strength gained from the remnant of old Grecian blood he has preserved in his veins. What must he not have suffered, the poor centaur, for the remnant of heathenism that has arisen in him, and that, after having been frozen in a few thousand years, has ventured out into the light of day in our age when all the glaciers are beginning to melt away. How much more instructive, how much more sedate and moral, does the whole civilized world about him find his interesting rival, the stuffed calf, with 2 tongues and 5 legs, which are by no means intended for progress, but are conservative legs that with all due propriety keep the place ascribed to them. Such curiosities never exceed the limits of any civil custom, never exhibit themselves without permission from the public authorities and the clergy, and are therefore none the less unusual. They will always remain rivals of the centaur, considered by some as his equal and by others as far outshining him. And is not the poet himself, on his Pegasus in this petty modern social world of ours, the living representative of the last centaur? I have noted down some expressions of opinion concerning his, favorable and unfavorable all mixed together. His, says one, is the woman's doctor, the German woman's doctor, who has thoroughly understood Goethe's saying, Es ist ihr Uigwe und ich so Torsen für QSW, that he is no poet for men, Prince Bismarck has rightly felt. On the contrary, says another, Paul, his is very masculine. He is pronounced weak by some because he is pleasing, because a finished grace has lent its impress to his creations. People do not realize how much strength is requisite in order to have this exquisite charm. What is his, says a third. The denizen of a small town, who has so long played hide and seek with Berlin, with the social life of the world, with politics, that he has estranged himself from our present, and only feels at home among the troubadours in Provence. I always sent out something of the Provençal and of the provincialist in his writings. This his remarks are forth, in spite of his 50 years and the maturity of his authorship, has the weakness to wish to persuade us throughout that he is an immoral, lascivious poet. But no man believes him. That is his punishment. I have never in my life been so greatly envied, once said a lady, an old friend of his youth, in my presence, as I was today, in one of our higher schools for young ladies, which I was visiting, when the rumor was circulated that I was about to pass the evening in a circle where I would meet him. The little damsels, Backfisch, unanimously commissioned me to carry to him their enthusiastic greetings. How gladly would they one and all have thrown themselves into his arms. He is and always will be the idolized author of young maidens. One can define Paul, he's said, a critic, as the Mendelssohn Bartholdy of German poetry. He appears like Mendelssohn when compared to the great masters. His nature, like that of Mendelssohn, is a German lyric, sensitive temperament, permeated with the most refined Southern culture. Both men lack the grand pathos, the energetic power, the storm of the dramatic element, but both have natural dignity in earnestness, charming amiability and pleasing grace in jest. They are thoroughly cultured in regard to form, they are virtuosos in execution. 1. One's movements, step by step to measure, mars all one's chances. Who dares not follow one's own pleasure, sich gehen zu lassen, not far advances. Ph. 2. Gesammelt Werk, 4. 135, 3, Ibid, v 199. 4. Kinder der Welt, 2. 162, 5, Kinder der Welt, 3. 210, 242, 256. 6. Kinder der Welt, 3. 109, 7. Kinder der Welt, I3, Gesammelt Werk, 6. 206, 8. Gesammelt Werk, 3. 300, 9. Kinder der Welt, 2. 47, 10. Gesammelt Werk, v 201. On page 175 the word Vornehm is used by her. 11. Gesammelt Werk, 8. 44, 246, 321. 12. Kinder der Welt, 2. 355 That you are the best, deepest, purest, noblest of women, poor, brave, freeborn breast, bow well it has preserved its patent of nobility. Kinder der Welt, 3. 309, 13, Im Paradies, 3. 6, 14, Gesammelt Werk, v 197. 15, Gesammelt Werk, 9. 73, 16, Gesammelt Werk, 8. 168, 17, Gesammelt Werk, 6. 71, I have been sold once in my life. How mankind will now blame me if I give myself as a free will offering in order to suppress the anguish of that disgrace. 18. Gesammelt Werk, 6. 40, 19. Gesammelt Werk, 6. 5, 20. His Undkets, Novellen Scots des Auslands, BD 8. 21. His Undkets, Deutsche Novellen Scots, BDIS 19. 22. Kinder der Welt, 2. 265, 23. Did not a critic of this sort take it upon himself to get up a warning in the same style, against Goethe's Faust? The purport of this immoral work he wrote, is the following: a physician, Dr. Med, already pretty well advanced in years, is weary of study, and hankers after carnal pleasures. Finally he signs a bond with the devil. The latter leads him through divers low diversions, which, for instance, consist in making half-drunk students still more drunk, to a burgher's daughter, a young maiden, whom Faust, the doctor, at once attempts to seduce. A couple of rendezvous at the house of an old procuress prepare the way for this. As the seduction, however, cannot be brought about speedily enough, the devil gives Faust a jewel case to present to the young maiden. Wholly powerless to resist this gift, that is to say, not even seduced, simply purchased, Gretchen yields to Faust, and in order to be all the more undisturbed with her lover she doses her old mother with a narcotic, which kills the old woman. Then, after being the cause of her brother's death, she destroys her child, the fruit of her shame. In prison she employs herself in singing obscene songs. That her lover left her in the lurch we cannot wonder when we consider his religious principles. He is, as the scene in which his Donna questions him about his faith clearly proves, no Christian. Indeed, he does not even seem to believe in a God, although he endeavors to grasp at all sorts of empty subterfuges to conceal his absolute unbelief. As this wicked book, notwithstanding all this, finds, as we hear to our astonishment, many readers, indeed, even lady readers, and is in constant demand at the circulating libraries in our city, we beg of all fathers of families to watch over the spiritual welfare of those belonging to them, to whom such profligate reading is all the more dangerous because its immoral teachings are veiled in a polished, insinuating form. Hans Christian Andersen. Hans Christian Andersen. 1. 1869. He who possesses talent should also possess courage. He must dare trust his inspiration. He must be convinced that the fancy which flashes through his brain is a healthy one, that the form which comes natural to him, even if it be a new one, has a right to assert its claims. He must have gained the hardihood to expose himself to the charge of being affected, or on the wrong path, before he can yield to his instinct and follow it wherever it may imperiously lead. When Armand Carrel, a young journalist at the time, was censured by the editor of the paper for which he wrote, who, pointing to a passage in the young man's article, remarked, "That is not the way people write," he replied, "I do not write as people write, but as I myself write, and this is the universal formula of a gifted nature. It countenances neither fugitive rubbish, nor arbitrary invention, but with entire self-consciousness it expresses the right of talent, when neither traditional form nor existing material suffices to meet the peculiar requirements of its nature, to choose new material, to create new forms, until it finds a soil of equality to give nurture to all of its forces and gently and freely develop them." Such a soil the poet Hans Christian Andersen found in the nursery story. In his stories we meet with beginnings like this. Anyone might have supposed that something very extraordinary had happened in the duck pond. There was such a commotion. All the ducks, some swimming, some standing in the pond with their heads downward, suddenly jumped on land, leaving the traces of their feet in the wet clay, and sending forth a loud, startled cry or like the following, "Now, then, let us begin." When we are at the end of the story, we shall know more than we know now, but to begin. Once upon a time there was a wicked sprite, indeed, he was the most mischievous of all sprites. The construction, the position of the words in individual sentences, the entire arrangement, is at variance with the simplest rules of syntax. This is not the way people write. That is true, but it is the way they speak. To grown people? No, but to children, and why should it not be proper to commit the words to writing in the same order in which they are spoken to children? In such a case the usual form is simply exchanged for another, not the rules of abstract written language, but the power of comprehension of the child is here the determining factor. There is method in this disorder, as there is method in the grammatical blunder of the child when it makes use of a regular imperfect for an irregular verb. To replace the accepted written language with the free, unrestrained language of familiar conversation, to exchange the more rigid form of expression of grown people for such as a child uses and understands, becomes the true goal of the author as soon as he embraces the resolution to tell nursery stories for children. He has the bold intention to employ oral speech in a printed work. He will not write but speak, and he will gladly write as a school child writes, if he can thus avoid speaking as a book speaks. The written word is poor and insufficient. The oral has a host of allies in the expression of the mouth that imitates the object to which the discourse relates, in the movement of the hand that describes it, in the length or shortness of the tone of the voice, in its sharp or gentle, grave or droll character, in the entire play of the features, and in the whole bearing. The nearer to a state of nature the being addressed, the greater aids to comprehension are these auxiliaries. Whoever tells a story to a child, involuntarily accompanies the narrative with many gestures and grimaces, for the child sees the story quite as much as it hears it, paying heed, almost in the same way as the dog, rather to the tender or irritated intonation, than to whether the words express friendliness or wrath. Whoever, therefore, addresses himself in writing to a child must have at his command the changeful cadence, the sudden pauses, the descriptive gesticulations, the awe-inspiring mien, the smile which betrays the happy turn of affairs, the jest, the caress, and the appeal to rouse the flagging attention. All these he must endeavor to weave into his diction, and as he cannot directly sing, paint, or dance the occurrences to the child, he must imprison within his prose the song, the picture, and the pantomimic movements, that they may lie there like forces in bonds, and rise up in their might as soon as the book is opened. In the first place, no circumlocution. Everything must be spoken fresh from the lips of the narrator, more than spoken, growled, buzzed, and blown as from a trumpet. There came a soldier marching along the high road, 1, 2. 1, 2. And the carved trumpeters blew, trataratra. There is the little boy. Trataratra. Listen how it is drumming on the burdock leaves, rum-dum-dum. Rum-dum-dum, said the father snail. At one time he begins, as in the daisy with a now you shall hear, which at once arrests the attention, and again he jests after the fashion of a child, so the soldier cut the witch's head off. there she lay. We can hear the laughter of the child that follows this brief, not very sympathetic, yet extremely clear presentation of the destruction of an impostor. Often he breaks into a sentimental tone, as for instance, the sun shone on the flax, and the rain clouds moistened it, and this was just as good for it as it is for little children when they are washed, and afterward get a kiss from their mother. They become much prettier, and so did the flax. That at this passage a pause should be made in the narrative, in order to give the child the kiss mentioned in the text, is something to which every mother will agree, and which seems to be a matter of course. The kiss is really given in the book. This regard for the young reader may be carried still farther, inasmuch as the poet, by virtue of his ready sympathy, so wholly identifies himself with the child and enters so fully into the sphere of its conceptions, into its mode of contemplation, indeed, into the range of its purely bodily vision, that a sentence like the following may readily flow from his pen. The biggest leaf here in the country is certainly the burdock leaf. Put one in front of your waist, and it is just like an apron, and if you lay it upon your head, it is almost as good as an umbrella, for it is quite remarkably large. These are words which a child, and every child, can understand. Happy, indeed, is Andersen. What author has such a public as he? What is, in comparison, the success of a man of science, especially of one who writes within a limited territory for a public that neither reads nor values him, and who is read by 4 or 5 rivals and opponents? A poet is, generally speaking, more favorably situated. But although it is a piece of good fortune to be read by men, and although it is an enviable lot to know that the leaves of our books are turned by dainty fingers which have employed silken threads as bookmarks, nevertheless no one can boast of so fresh and eager a circle of readers as Andersen is sure of finding. His stories are numbered among the books which we have deciphered syllable by syllable, and which we still read today. There are some among them whose letters even now seem to us larger, whose words appear to have more value than all others, because we first made their acquaintance letter by letter and word by word. And what a delight it must have been for Andersen to see in his dreams this swarm of children's faces by the thousands about his lamp, this throng of blooming, rosy-cheeked little curlipates, as in the clouds of a Catholic altar-piece, flaxen-haired Danish boys, tender English babies, black-eyed Hindu maidens, rich and poor, spelling, reading, listening, in all lands, in all tongues, now healthy and merry, weary from sport, now sickly, pale, with transparent skin, after one of the numberless illnesses with which the children of this earth are visited, and to see them eagerly stretch forth this confusion of white and swarthy little hands after each new leaf that is ready. Such devout believers, such an attentive, such an indefatigable public, none other has. None other either has such a reverend one, for even old age is not so reverend and sacred as childhood. In considering this public we can conjure up a whole series of peaceful and idyllic scenes. Yonder someone is reading aloud while the children are listening devoutly, or a little one is sitting absorbed in its reading, with both elbows resting on the table, while its mother, in passing by, pauses that she too may read over the child's shoulder. Does it not bring its own reward to write for such a circle of auditors? Is there, indeed, one that has a more unspotted and ready fancy? There is none, and it is only needful to study the imagination of the audience, in order to become acquainted with that of the author. The starting point for this art is the child's play that makes everything out of everything. In conformity with this, the sportive mood of the artist transforms playthings into natural creations, into supernatural beings, into heroes, and, vice versa, uses everything natural and everything supernatural, heroes, sprites, and fairies, for playthings, that is to say, for artistic means which through each artistic combination are remodeled and freshly stamped. The nerve and sinew of this art is the imagination of the child, which invests everything with a soul, and endows everything with personality. Thus, a piece of household furniture is as readily animated with life as a plant, a flower as well as a bird or a cat, and the animal in the same manner as the doll, the portrait, the cloud, the sunbeam, the wind, and the seasons. Even the leapfrog, made of the breastbone of a goose, becomes thus for the child a living whole, a thinking being endowed with a will. The prototype of such poesy is the dream of a child, in which the childish conceptions shift more rapidly and with still bolder transformations than in play. Therefore, the poet, as in Little Ida's flowers Ole shut I little Tuck the elder tree mother, likes to seek refuge in dreams as in an arsenal. Therefore, it is, when he busies his fancy with childish dreams, such as fill and trouble the mind of childhood, there often come to him his wittiest inspirations, as, for instance, when little Hjalmar hears in his dream the lamentation of the crooked letters that had tumbled down in his copybook. "See, this is how you should hold yourselves," said the copy. "Look, sloping in this way, with a powerful swing." "Oh, we should be very glad to do that," replied Hjalmar's letters, "but we cannot, we are too weakly." "Then you must take medicine," said Ole Shut Eye. "Oh no," cried they, and they immediately stood up so gracefully that it was beautiful to behold. This is the way a child dreams, and this is the way a poet depicts to us the dream of a child. The soul of this poetry, however, is neither the dream nor the play. It is a peculiar, ever childlike, yet at the same time a more than childlike faculty, not only for putting one thing in the place of another, thus, for making constant exchange, or for causing one thing to live in another, thus for animating all things, but also a faculty for being swiftly and readily reminded by one thing of another, for regaining one thing in another, for generalizing, for molding an image into a symbol, for exalting a dream into a myth, and, through an artistic process, for transforming single fictitious traits into a focus for the whole of life. Such a fancy does not penetrate far into the innermost recesses of things. It occupies itself with trifles, it sees ugly faults, not great ones, it strikes, but not deeply, it wounds, but not dangerously, it flutters around like a winged butterfly from spot to spot, lingering about the most dissimilar places, and, like a wise insect, it spins its delicate web from many starting points, until it is united in one complete whole. What it produces is neither a picture of the soul nor a direct human representation, but it is a work that with all its artistic perfection was already indicated by the unlovely and confusing arabesques in the foot journey to Omega. Now while the nursery story, through its contents, reminds us of the ancient myths, the elder tree mother the Snow Queen, of the folklore tale, on whose foundation it constructs itself at times, of proverbs and fables of antiquity, indeed, sometimes of the parables of the New Testament, the buckwheat is punished as well as the fig tree, while it is continually united by an idea. It may, so far as its form is concerned, be compared with the fantastic Pompeian decorative paintings, in which peculiarly conventional plants, animated flowers, doves, peacocks, and human forms are entwined together and blend into one another. A form that for anyone else would be a circuitous route to the goal, a hindrance and a disguise, becomes for Andersen a mask behind which alone he feels truly free, truly happy and secure. His childlike genius, like the well-known child forms of antiquity, plays with the mask, elicits laughter, awakens delight and terror. Thus the nursery story's mode of expression, which with all its frankness is masked, becomes the natural, indeed, the classic cadence of his voice, that but very rarely becomes overstrained or out of tune. The only disturbing occurrence is that now and then a draught of whey is obtained instead of the pure milk of the nursery story, that the tone occasionally becomes too sentimental and sickly sweet, poor John the poor bird poor Thumbling, which, however, is rarely the case in materials taken from folklore tales, as the tinderbox Little Claus and Big Claus etc., where the naive joviality, freshness, and roughness of the narrative, which announces crimes and murders without the slightest sympathetic or tearful phrase, stand Andersen in good stead, and invest his figures with increased sturdiness. Less classic, on the other hand, is the tone of the lyric effusions interwoven with some of the nursery stories, in which the poet, in a stirring, pathetic prose gives a bird's-eye view of some great period of history, the thorny path of honor, the swan's nest. In these stories there seems to me to be a certain wild flight of fancy, a certain forced inspiration in the prevailing tone, wholly disproportionate to the not very significant thought of the contents, for thought and diction are like a pair of lovers. Thought may be somewhat larger, somewhat loftier, than diction, even as the man is taller than the woman. In the opposite case there is something unlovely in the relation. With the few exceptions just indicated, the narrative style of Andersen's nursery stories is a model of its kind. Let us, in order to know them thoroughly, watch the poet at his work. Let us, by studying his manner of procedure, gain a deeper comprehension of the result. There is one instance wherein his method may be clearly followed, and that is when he remodels anything. We do not need, in such a case, merely to observe and to praise in vague generalities. By making comparison with a different mode of narrative, we can sharply and definitely declare, point for point, what he has omitted, what he has rendered prominent, and thus see his individual production grow up under our eyes. One day, in turning over the leaves of Don Manuel's Count Lucanor, Andersen became charmed by the homely wisdom of the old Spanish story, with the delicate flavor of the Middle Ages pervading it, and he lingered over Chapter 7, which treats of how a king was served by 3 rogues. Count Lucanor spoke one day with Patronio, his counselor, and said to him, "There is a man who has come to me and addressed me on a very important subject. He gives me to understand that it would conduce in the highest degree to my advantage. But he says that no man in the world, however highly I may esteem him, must be allowed to know anything about it, and he so earnestly enjoins upon me to keep the secret that he even assures me all my possessions and my life itself will be imperiled if I reveal it to anyone. And as I know that nothing can come to your knowledge that you cannot determine whether it be meant for a blessing or with deceitful intent, I beg of you to tell me how this matter strikes you." "Sir Count," replied Patronio, "in order that you may be able to comprehend what should, in my opinion, be done in this matter, I beg of you to hearken unto how a king was served by 3 rogues, who sought his presence." The Count asked what it was that took place. This introduction resembles a program. We first learn the bold question to which the story following is to be the answer, and we feel that the story owes its existence solely to the question. We are not permitted to draw for ourselves from the narrative the moral that it seems to us to contain. It must be directed with a violent effort to the question concerning the amount of confidence that is due people who are shrouded in mystery. Such a method of telling a story is the practical, not the poetic one. It places undue limits on the pleasure the reader takes in discovering the hidden moral for himself. True, the fancy is gratified to find its work made easy, for it does not really desire to exert itself, but neither does it like to have its easy activity anticipated. Like old people who are permitted to keep up a semblance of work, it does not wish to be reminded that its work is mere play. "Nature pleases when it resembles art," says Kant, "art, when it resembles nature." Why? Because the veiled purpose gives pleasure. But no matter, let us read further in the book. "Sir Count," said Patronio, "there once came 3 rogues to a king and stated that they were most superior masters in the manufacture of cloth, and that they especially understood how to weave a certain stuff which was visible to everyone who was actually the son of the father whom all the world supposed to be his, but which was invisible to him who was not the son of his supposed father." This pleased the king greatly, for he thought that with the aid of this fabric he could learn which men in his kingdom were the sons of those who were legally accredited to be their fathers, and which were not, and that in this way he could adjust many things in his kingdom, for the Moors do not inherit from their fathers if they be not truly their children. So he gave orders to have the men conducted to his palace in which they could work. The beginning is delightful, there is humor in the story, but Andersen thinks that if it is to be rendered available for Denmark, another pretext must be chosen, one better adapted to children, and to the well-known northern innocence. And, besides, this king in the story is merely like a figure on the chessboard. Why was it that the rogues came to him? What sort of character does he possess? Is he fond of show? Is he vain? He does not stand out distinctly before the reader's eye. It would be better if he were an absolute fool of a king. He ought in some way to be characterized, to be stamped by a word, a phrase. And they told him that, in order to be sure they were not deceiving him, he might lock them up in the palace until the fabric was finished, and this pleased the king vastly. They now receive gifts of gold, silver, and silk, spread abroad the tidings that the weaving has begun, and through their bold indication of pattern and colors cause the king's messengers to declare the fabric admirable, and thus succeed in obtaining a visit from the king, who, as he sees nothing, is overcome by a deathly terror, for he believes that he cannot be the son of the king whom he has considered his father. He therefore praises the fabric beyond measure, and every one follows his example, until one day on the occasion of a great festival he puts on the invisible garment, he rides through the city, and it was well for him that it was summer. No one could see the fabric, although every one feared to confess his inability to do so, lest he should be ruined and dishonored. Thus this secret was preserved, and no one dared reveal it, until a Negro who tended the king's horse, and had nothing to lose, went to the king and affirmed the truth. Who bids you keep a secret from a faithful friend, will cheat you too as surely as he has a chance. The moral to this neat little story is most ludicrous and at the same time but poorly indicated. Andersen forgets the moral, puts aside, with a sparing hand, the clumsy precept which causes the story to deviate from the point which is its true center, and then tells, with dramatic vivacity, in the form of a dialogue, his admirable story about the vain emperor, of whom it was said in the city, "The emperor is in the wardrobe." He brings the narrative quite home to us. There is nothing whose existence people are afraid to deny for fear of passing for a bastard, but there is much concerning which people dare not speak the truth, through cowardice, through fear of acting otherwise than all the world, through anxiety lest they should appear stupid. And this story is eternally new and it never ends. It has its grave side, but just because of its endlessness it has also its humorous side. "But he has nothing on," said the whole people at length. That touched the emperor, for it seemed to him that they were right, but he thought within himself, "I must go through with the procession." And so he held himself a little higher, and the chamberlains held on tighter than ever, and carried the train which did not exist at all. It was Andersen who made the narrative comic. But we can enter still more closely into relation with Andersen's method of storytelling. We have seen him place before us in a new form a foreign tale. We can now also see how he remodels his own attempts. In the year 1830 Andersen published in a volume of poetry, The Dead Man, a folklore tale from Funin, the same which he remolded later under the tide of the traveling companion. The narrative, in its original form, is aristocratic and dignified. It begins in the following way: about a mile from Beaugency may be found, on the field in the vicinity of Elvegard, a hawthorn so remarkable for its size that it can even be seen from the coast of Jutland. Here there are pretty, rural descriptions of nature. Here may be detected the masterly hand of a skillful author. The first night he quartered on a haystack in the field, and slept there like a Persian prince in his resplendent chamber. A Persian prince. This is an idea quite foreign to little children. Suppose we put in its place, the first night he slept on a haystack, out in the fields, for there was no other bed for him, but it seemed to him so nice and comfortable that even a king need not wish for a better. This is intelligible. The moon hung, like an Argentine lamp, from the vaulted ceiling, and burned with a perpetual flame. Is not the tone a more familiar one when we say, the moon, like a large lamp, hung high up in the blue ceiling, and he had no fear of its setting fire to his curtains? The story of the doll's comedy is rewritten. It is sufficient when we know that the piece treats of a king and a queen, Ahasuerus, Esther, Mordecai, who were named in the original, are two learned names for children. If we hit upon a lifelike stroke, we hold fast to it. The queen threw herself on her knees, took off her beautiful crown, and, holding it in her hand, cried, "Take this from me, but do rub, with healing ointment, my husband and his courtiers." Such a passage is one of those in which the nursery story tone penetrates the polished form, one of those in which the style that says thou to the reader thrusts aside the one that says you. In illustration, a whole swarm of comparisons throng upon us. From the host our travellers learned that they were in the realm of the King of Hearts, an excellent ruler, and nearly related to the King of Diamonds, Silvio, who is sufficiently well known through Carlo Gozzi's dramatic folklore tale, The Three Pomegranates. The princess is compared with Turandot, and of John it is said, it would seem as though he had recently read Werther and Siegwart, he could only love and die. A shrill discord for the nursery tale style. The words are not those of the child's treasury of language, the tone is elegant, and the illustrations are abstract. John spake, but he knew not himself what he was saying, for the princess bestowed on him so blessed a smile, and graciously extended her white hand for him to kiss. His lips burned, an electric current ran through him, he could enjoy nothing of the refreshments the pages offered him, he saw only the beautiful vision of his dreams. Let us once hearken to this in the style so familiar to us all. She looked wonderfully fair and lovely when she offered her hand to John, and he loved her more than ever. How could she be a wicked witch, as all the people asserted? He accompanied her into the hall, and the little pages offered them gingerbread nuts and sweetmeats. But the old king was so unhappy, he could eat nothing, and, besides, gingerbread nuts were too hard for him. In his youth, Andersen, who then took Museus for his model, had not advanced far enough to understand how to mingle jest and earnest in his diction. They were always at variance, scarcely was utterance given to a sentiment before the disturbing parody made its appearance. John says a few words, in which he expresses his love, and the author adds, "Oh, it was so touching to hear." The poor young man, who was at other times so natural, so amiable, now spoke quite like one of Cloran's books. But then, what will not love do? On this point, with this pedantic frivolity, Andersen still persisted in 1830, but 5 years later the transformation process is at an end. His talent has shed its skin, his courage has grown, he dares speak his own language. The determining element in this mode of speech was from the outset the childlike. In order to be understood by such youthful readers as those to whom he addressed himself, he was obliged to use the simplest possible words, to return to the simplest possible conceptions, to avoid everything abstract, to supply the place of indirect with direct language, but in thus seeking simplicity, he finds poetic beauty, and in attaining the childlike he proves that this childlike spirit is essential to true poetry, for that form of expression which is naive and adapted to the general comprehension is more poetic than that which reminds the reader of industry, of history, of literature. The concrete fact is at once more lifelike and more transparent than that which is presented as proof of a proposition, and the language which proceeds directly from the lips is more characteristic than the pale paraphrase with a that. 2. To linger over this language, to become absorbed in its word treasury, its syntax, its intonation, is no proof of a petty spirit, and does not take place merely through love of the vocables or the idiom. True, language is but the surface of a work of poetic fancy, but if the finger be placed upon the skin, we may feel the throbbing pulse which indicates the heartbeats of the inner being. Genius is like a clock. The visible index is guided by the invisible spring. Genius is like a tangled skein, inextricable and knotted, as it may seem, it is nevertheless inseparably one in its inner coherence. If we but get hold of the outer end of the thread, we may slowly and cautiously endeavor to unravel even the most tangled skein from its coil. It is not harmed by the effort. 2. If we hold fast to the clue, we shall comprehend how the childlike in diction and sphere of conception, the true-hearted manner with which the most improbable things are announced, is just what invests the nursery story with its poetic worth. For what renders a literary production significant, what gives it circulation in space and lasting value in time, is the force with which it is able to present that which is propagated through space and which endures through time. It preserves itself by means of the vigor with which, in a clear and polished way, it renders perceptible the constant. Those writings which support tendencies or emotions whose horizon is limited in time or space, those which revolve about purely local circumstances or are the result of a prevailing taste, whose nourishment and whose image are found in these circumstances, will vanish with the fashion that has called them forth. A street song, a newspaper article, a festival oration, reflect a prevailing mood which for perhaps a week has superficially occupied the population of the city, and therefore have themselves a duration of about equal length. Or, to mount to a higher level, suppose there suddenly arises in a country some subordinate proclivity, as, for instance, the fancy for playing private comedies, which became an epidemic in Germany in the time of Wilhelm Meister or in Denmark between 1820 and 1830. Such a tendency in itself is not wholly devoid of significance, but psychologically considered it is thoroughly superficial and does not affect the deeper life of the soul. If it be made an object of satire, as it was in Denmark, by Rosenkilde's The Dramatic Tailor, or in Sir Burchett and His Family by Henrik Hertz, those works which, without representing the epidemic from a higher point of view, merely imitate and render it laughable, will be just as short-lived as it was. Let us now take a step higher. Let us turn to the works which mirror the psychological condition of an entire race, an entire period. The good-natured drinking song poetry of the past century, and the poetry written for political occasions, are such literary productions. They are historic documents, but their life and their poetic value are in direct ratio to the depth at which they approach universal humanity, the constant in the current of history. With greater and more marked significance in this gradual ascent stand forth these works, in which a people has seen itself portrayed for a half or for a whole century, or during an entire historic period, and has recognized the likeness. Such works must of necessity depict a spiritual condition of considerable duration, which, just because it is so enduring, must have its geologic seat in the deeper strata of the soul, as otherwise it would much sooner be washed away by the waves of time. These works incorporate the ideal personality of an epoch, that is to say, the personality which floats before the people of that time as its reflection and model. It is this personality which artists and poets chisel, paint, and describe, and for which musicians and poets create. In Grecian antiquity it was the supple athlete and the eagerly questioning youth who was athirst for knowledge. During the Middle Ages it was the knight and the monk, under Louis XIV the courtier, in the beginning of the 19th century it was Faust. The works which represent such forms give expression to the intellectual condition of an entire epoch. But the most important of them express still more. They mirror and embody at the same time the character of an entire people, of an entire race, an entire civilization, inasmuch as they reach the most profound, most elementary stratum of the individual human soul and of society, which concentrates and represents them in its little world. In this way, with the aid of a few names, the history of an entire literature could be written, by simply writing the history of its ideal personalities. Danish literature, during the first half of the 19th century, is placed, for instance, between the two types, Alinsklægger's Aladdin and Frater Taciturnus in Kierkegaard's Stages in the Path of Life. The former is its starting point, the latter its perfection and conclusion. Now, since the worth of these personalities, as before stated, depends upon how deeply they have their growth in the character of the people, or in human nature, it will readily be recognized that such a personality, for instance, as that of Aladdin, in order that it may be comprehended in its peculiar beauty, must be compared with the ideal personality which from the beginning of the period beamed upon us from the fancy of the Danish people. We find this personality by bringing together a large number of the oldest mythic and heroic characterizations of the people. If I were to cite a single name, I would choose that of Ulf the Bashful. 3. In virtues as well as in faults he is a colossus of a Danish hero. It can readily be perceived how great a degree of resemblance all of Alinsklægger's best characters, his calm Thor, his nonchalant Helge, his indolent Aladdin, bear to this hero, and it will be seen during the contemplation how deeply Aladdin is rooted in the character of the people, while at the same time he is the expression of the ideal of an epoch whose duration was about 50 years. It could just as easily be rendered perceptible how Frater Tacitunus is one variety of the Faust type. Sometimes, therefore, it is possible to show how ideal personalities extend through the most diverse countries and peoples, over an entire continent, leaving behind them their indelible stamp in a whole group of literary works which resemble one another as impressions of one and the same intellectual form, impressions of one and the same gigantic seal, with wafers of the most varied colors. Thus the personality that becomes most prominent in Danish literature, as Johann, the betrayer, in Kierkegaard's Either, or, is derived from Byron's heroes, from Jean-Paul's Rouquayrol, from Chateaubriand's René, from Goethe's Werther, and is at the same time represented in Lermontot's Pet Corin, the hero of our time. The usual billows and storms of time will not suffice to overthrow such a personality. It was the revolution of 1848 that first succeeded in setting it aside. Extremes meet. For the same reason that a universal spiritual malady which exercises a powerful influence over humanity will spread simultaneously through the whole of Europe, and, because of its profundity, will cause the works that were first created as its portraits to live as its monuments. For the same reason, too, those works attain general European fame and become long-lived that reflect that which is most elementary in human nature, childlike fancy and childlike emotion, and consequently summon up facts which everyone has experienced. All children lock up kingdoms with a key. They depict the life which existed in the first period of the human soul, and thus reach that intellectual stratum which lies the deepest with all peoples and in all lands. This is the simple explanation of the fact that Andersen alone of all the Danish writers has attained a European, indeed, more than a European, circulation. No other explanation has reached my ears, unless it be the one that would have his renown due to his having journeyed about and provided for his own fame. Ah, if journeys would accomplish such results, the traveling stipends for artists of all kinds that must of necessity be awarded each year would in the course of time provide Denmark with a rich bloom of European celebrities, as they have already furnished poet after poet. To be sure, the poets correspond with the way in which they are made. But even the remaining, less malicious explanations that may be brought forward, as, for instance, that Andersen alone among the greater Danish authors has written in prose, and is therefore the only one whose works can be translated without effort into other languages, or that his genre is so popular, or that he is so great a genius, state either too little or too much. There is more than one genius in Danish literature who is greater than Andersen. There are many who with respect to their endowments are by no means inferior to him, but there is none whose creations are so elementary. Herberg, as well as Andersen, possessed the courage to remodel a form of art, the vaudeville, in accordance with his own peculiarities. But he did not have the good fortune to find any one art form in which he could reveal his entire talent, combine all his gifts, as Andersen was able to do in the nursery story, nor to find materials in which interests of time and locality are of such enduring importance. His best vaudeville, the inseparable ones, De Wadskilelage, would only be understood where there exists, as in the Scandinavian countries, a temperance society for happiness, Ibsen's expression for long betrothals, at which this vaudeville aims its shafts. But as the possessor of talent should also possess courage, so the possessor of genius should also possess good fortune, and Andersen has lacked neither good fortune nor courage. The elementary quality in Andersen's poetry ensured him a circle of readers among the cultivated people of all lands. It was still more effectual in securing him one among the uncultivated people. That which is childlike is in its very essence of a popular nature, and a wide circulation corresponds with an extension downward. Because of the deep and grievous but most natural division of society into grades of culture, the influence of good literature is confined almost exclusively to one class. If in Denmark a series of literary productions like Ingeman's romances make an exception, it is chiefly because of qualities which remove them from the cultivated classes through lack of truth to nature in the character delineations and in the historic coloring. With Ingeman's romances it is the same as with Grundtvig's theories. If one would defend them, it could not be done by proving their truth, but by practically laying stress on their outward usefulness, the advantage they have been to the Danish cause, to the interests of enlightenment and piety, etc. Ingeman's romances stand, moreover, in noteworthy relation to Andersen's nursery stories. The latter are read by the younger, the former by the older children. The nursery story harmonizes with the luxuriant imagination and the warm sympathy of the child, and the somewhat older maiden, the romance, with the fantastic desire for action of the child and especially of the somewhat older boy, with his growing taste for deeds of chivalry, with his conceit, his love of pleasing and daring. Romances are written for grown people, but the healthy mind of the nation has slowly dropped them until they have found their natural public in the age between 10 and 12 years. Truth is something relative. At 12 years of age these books seem just as full of truth, as at 20 they seem full of innocent lies. But they must be read before the 12th year be gone, for at 12.5 it is already too late for those who are a trifle advanced in intellectual development. With the nursery story the reverse is the case. Written in the beginning for children and constantly read by them, they speedily rose to the notice of grown people and were by them declared to be true children of genius. It was a lucky stroke that made Andersen the poet of children. After long fumbling, after unsuccessful efforts, which must necessarily throw a false and ironic light on the self-consciousness of a poet whose pride based its justification mainly on the expectancy of a future which he felt slumbering within his soul, after wandering about for long years, Andersen, a genuine offspring of a Linsklæger, strayed into a Linsklæger's footsteps, and one evening found himself in front of a little insignificant yet mysterious door, the door of the nursery story. He touched it, it yielded, and he saw, burning in the obscurity within, the little tinder box that became his Aladdin's lamp. He struck fire with it, and the spirits of the lamp, the dogs with eyes as large as teacups, as mill wheels, as the round tower in Copenhagen, stood before him and brought him the 3 giant chests, containing all the copper, silver, and gold treasure stores of the nursery story. The first story had sprung into existence, and the tinderbox drew all the others onward in its train. Happy is he who has found his tinderbox. Now in what sense is the child Andersen's ideal form? There comes to every land a certain epoch in which its literature seems suddenly to discover what has long remained unobserved in society. Thus in literature are discovered by degrees the burgher, in Denmark by Holberg, the student, the peasant, etc. In the time of Plato, woman was not yet discovered, one might almost say not yet invented. The child was discovered at different periods in the literatures of different countries, in England, for instance, much earlier than in France. Andersen is the discoverer of the child in Denmark. Yet here, as everywhere else, the discovery does not take place without presuppositions and stipulations, and here, as everywhere in Danish literature, it is a Linsklæger to whom thanks are due for the first impetus, the fundamental discovery which prepares the way for that of almost every later poet. The installation of the child in its natural poetic rights is only one of the many phenomena of the ascension to the throne of Nineteenth, whose originator in Danish literature is a Linsklæger. The 18th century, whose strength lies in its critical understanding, whose enemy is its imagination, in which it sees but the ally and bondman of antiquated tradition, whose queen is its logic, whose king is Voltaire, the object of whose poetry and science in the abstract is the enlightened and social human being, sends the child, which is neither abstract, nor social, nor enlightened, from the parlor into exile in the remote nursery, where it may listen to nursery tales, traditions, and robber stories, to its heart's content, provided it take good care to have forgotten all this worthless trash when it becomes a grown person. In the society of the 19th century, I do not draw the boundary line sharply on the frontiers, the reaction takes place. The individual, personal human being takes the place of the social human being. Consciousness alone had previously been valued, now the unconscious is worshipped. Schelling's philosophy of nature breaks the spell of Fitte's ego system. War is carried on against the unfruitful intellectual reflection. The folklore tale and the nursery story are restored to their rights. The nursery and its occupants are brought into honorable esteem once more, at times even into too great favor. In all lands the folklore is collected, and in most countries poets begin to remold it. The sentimental German authors of the transition period, Kotzebue and Iffland, bring children on the stage, in view of touching the audience. Even a Linsklæger introduces children into his works and is, therefore, obliged to endure the censure of Herberg. So far as society is concerned, silence has been enforced by Rousseau with his pedagogic declamations and theories. Such attention as was never known before, is bestowed on the child and above all on the childlike nature, and the enthusiasm for the education of children, camp, is gradually supplanted by the enthusiasm for the child's state of nature. See Rousseau's tendency, as displayed even in Gotz von Berlichingen's conversation with his little son. There is but a step from the child to the animal. The animal is a child that will never be anything else than a child. The same tendency to make life a social life, which thrust aside the child, also banished the animal. The same thirst for simplicity, for nature, for all that is innocent and unconscious which led poetry to the child, led it also to the animal, and from the animal to all nature. Rousseau, who champions the cause of the child, champions at the same time the cause of the animal, and first and foremost, as his alpha and omega, his praeterea censeo, the cause of nature. He studies botany, writes to Lin, expresses to him his admiration and affection. The scientific contemplation of nature determines the social, which in its turn determines the poetic. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, through his exquisite story Paul and Virginia, introduces descriptions of nature into French prose, and, what is particularly noteworthy, simultaneously with his discovery of the landscape he introduces, as his hero and heroine, two children. Alexander von Humboldt takes Paul and Virginia with him on his journey to the tropical regions, admiringly reads the book aloud to his traveling companions in the midst of the nature which it describes, and refers with gratitude to what he owes to Saint-Pierre. Humboldt influences Oersted, who in his turn profoundly influences Andersen. The sympathetic contemplation of nature operates on the scientific, which in its turn operates on the poetic. Chateaubriand, in his highly colored brilliant manner, depicts a nature closely related to the one which Saint-Pierre has received in his peaceful, nature-worshipping soul. Stephens, in his celebrated lectures, first introduces to Denmark the natural system of nature. About the year 1831, at the period, therefore, when Andersen's nursery stories originated, there is founded in England, the land which took the lead in bringing forward the child in literature, the first society for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Branches are established in France and Germany, where societies spring up in Munich, Dresden, Berlin and Leipzig. Kierkegaard in his Ungton, Eller, either, or, turns the establishment of these societies into ridicule. He sees in it but a phenomenon of the tendency to form associations, which in his eyes is a proof of the lamentable condition of individual personality. If we return now to Denmark, we will observe that the national landscape painting, with its literal imitation of nature, takes its decisive upward soaring flight at precisely the time when nursery stories are devised. Skofgård paints the lake in which the ugly duckling went splashing about, and at the same time, as by a miracle, the large city becomes too small for the citizen of Copenhagen. He finds it wearisome to gaze the whole summer long on its paving stones, its many houses and roofs. He longs to see a larger bit of the sky. He repairs to the country, lays out gardens, learns to distinguish barley from rye, becomes a rustic for the summer months. One and the same idea, the recovered idea of nature, extends its influence through all the spheres of life, just as the water of an upland stream flowing downward is distributed through a series of different basins. Could an idea produce a more singular effect, or a more suggestive one for contemplation? During the past century there has been nothing similar. We may, as has been wittily remarked, rummage through Voltaire's Henriade without finding a single blade of grass. There is no fodder for the horses in it. We may turn over the leaves of Baghison's poems, without stumbling on a single description of nature, used even as an accessory. What a leap from this poetry to such poetry as that of Christian Winther, in which the human figures are merely used as accessories and the landscape is almost universally the main point of interest, and how far removed was the world, even in his day, from so much as dreaming of a poetry like that of Andersen, in which animals and plants fill the place of man, indeed, almost make man superfluous, for, now what is there in plants, in animals, in the child, so attractive to Andersen? He loves the child because his affectionate heart draws him to the little ones, the weak and helpless ones, of whom it is allowable to speak with compassion, with tender sympathy, and because when he devotes such sentiments to a hero, as in Only a Fiddler, he is derided for it. Compare with Kierkegaard's criticism, 5. But when he dedicates them to a child, he finds the natural resting place for his mood. It is owing to his genuine democratic feeling for the lowly and neglected that Andersen, himself a child of the people, continually introduces into his nursery stories, as Dickens, in his novels, forms from the poorer classes of society, simple folk yet endowed with the true nobility of the soul. As examples of this may be mentioned the washerwoman in Little Tuck and in Good for Nothing, the old maiden from a window in Vartu, the watchman and his wife in The Old Street Lamp, the poor apprentice boy in Under the Willow Tree, and the poor tutor in Everything in its Right Place. The poor are as defenseless as the child. Furthermore, Andersen loves the child, because he is able to portray it, not so much in the direct psychologic way of the romance, he is by no means a direct psychologist, as indirectly, by transporting himself with a bound into the child's world, and he acts as though no other course were possible. Rarely, therefore, has charge been more unjust than that of Kierkegaard when he accused Andersen of being unable to depict children, but when Kierkegaard, who, moreover, as a literary critic combines extraordinary merits with great lacks, especially in point of historic survey, takes occasion, in making this criticism, to remark that in Andersen's romances the child is always described through another. What he says is true. It is no longer true, however, the moment Andersen, in the nursery story, puts himself in the place of the child and ceases to recognize another. He seldom introduces the child into his nursery stories as taking part in the action and conversation. He does it most frequently in the charming little collection A Picture Book Without Pictures, where more than anywhere else he permits the child to speak with the entire simplicity of its nature. In such brief, naive child utterances as those cited in it there is much pleasure and entertainment. Every one can recall anecdotes of a similar character. I remember once taking a little girl to a place of amusement, in order to hear the Tyrol's alpine singers. She listened very attentively to their songs. Afterward, when we were walking in the garden in front of the pavilion, we met some of the singers in their costumes. The little maiden clung timidly to me, and asked in astonishment, "Are they allowed to go about free?" Andersen has no equal in the narration of anecdotes of this kind. 6. In his nursery stories we find sundry illustrations of the fact, as in the charming words of the child in the old house when it gives the man the pewter soldiers that he might not be so very, very lonely, and a few kind answers in little Ida's flowers. Yet his child forms are comparatively rare. The most noteworthy ones are Little Hjalmar, Little Tuk, Kay and Godard, the unhappy, vain Karen in the red shoes, a dismal but well-written story, the little girl with the matches and the little girl in a great sorrow, finally Ib and Christine, the children in Under the Willow Tree. Besides these real children there are some ideal ones, the little fairy-like Thumbling and the little wild robber maiden, undoubtedly Andersen's freshest child creation, the masterly portrayal of whose wild nature forms a most felicitous contrast to the many good, fair-haired and tame children of fiction. We see her before us as she really is, fantastic and true, her and her reindeer, whose neck she tickles every evening with her sharp knife. We have seen how sympathy with child nature led to sympathy with the animal which is doubly a child, and to sympathy with the plants, the clouds, the winds, which are doubly nature. What attracts Andersen to the impersonal being is the impersonal element in his own nature. What leads him to the wholly unconscious is merely the direct consequence of his sympathy. The child, young though it may be, is born old. Each child is a whole generation older than its father. A civilization of ages has stamped its inherited impress on the little 4-year-old child of the metropolis. How many conflicts, how many endeavors, how many sorrows have refined the countenance of such a child, making the features sensitive and precocious. It is different with animals. Look at the swan, the hen, the cat. They eat, sleep, live, and dream undisturbed, as in ages gone by. The child already begins to display evil instincts. We, who are seeking what is unconscious, what is naive, are glad to descend the ladder that leads to the regions where there is no more guilt, no more crime, where responsibility, repentance, restless striving and passion cease, where nothing of an evil nature exists except through a substitution of which we are but partially conscious, and which, therefore, robs our sympathy of half its sting. An author like Andersen, who has so great a repugnance to beholding what is cruel and coarse in its nakedness, who is so deeply impressed by anything of the kind that he dare not relate it, but recoils 100 times in his works from some wanton or outrageous deed with the maidenly expression, "We cannot bear to think of it." Such an author feels content and at home in a world where everything that appears like egotism, violence, coarseness, vileness, and persecution, can only be called so in a figurative way. It is highly characteristic that almost all the animals which appear in Andersen's nursery stories are tame animals, domestic animals. This is, in the first place, a symptom of the same gentle and idyllic tendency which results in making almost all Andersen's children so well behaved. It is, furthermore, a proof of his fidelity to nature, in consequence of which he is so reluctant to describe anything with which he is not thoroughly familiar. It is, finally, an interesting phenomenon with reference to the use he makes of the animals, for domestic animals are no longer the pure product of nature, they remind us, through ideal association, of much that is human, and, moreover, through long intercourse with humanity and long education they have acquired something human, which in a high degree supports and furthers the effort to personify them. These cats and hens, these ducks and turkeys, these storks and swans, these mice and that unmentionable insect with maiden's blood in its body offer many props to the nursery story. They hold direct intercourse with human beings. All that they lack is articulate speech, and there are human beings with articulate speech who are unworthy of it, and do not deserve their speech. Let us, therefore, give the animals the power of speech, and harbor them in our midst. On the almost exclusive limitation to the domestic animal, a double characteristic of this nursery story depends. First of all, the significant result that Andersen's animals, whatever else they may be, are never beastly, never brutal. Their sole faults are that they are stupid, shallow, and old fogyish. Andersen does not depict the animal in the human being, but the human in the animal. In the second place, there is a certain freshness of tone about them, a certain fullness of feeling, certain strong and bold, enthusiastic, and vigorous outbursts which are never found in the quarters of the domestic animal. Many beautiful, many humorous and entertaining things are spoken of in these stories, but a companion piece to the fable of the wolf and the dog, the wolf who observed the traces of the chain on the neck of the dog and preferred his own freedom to the protection afforded the house dog, will not be found in them. The wild nightingale, in whom poetry is personified, is a tame and loyal bird. I have seen tears in the emperor's eyes, that is the real treasure to me, it says. An emperor's tears have a peculiar power. Take even the swan, that noble, royal bird in the masterly story, the ugly duckling which for the sarcasm of its cat and its hen alone cannot be sufficiently admired. How does it end? Alas! As a domestic animal. This is one of the points where it becomes difficult to pardon the great author. O poet! We feel tempted to exclaim, since it was in your power to grasp such a thought, to conceive and execute such a poem, how could you, with your inspiration, your pride, have the heart to permit the swan to end thus? Let him die if needs must be. That would be tragic and great. Let him spread his wings and impetuously soar through the air, rejoicing in his beauty and his strength. Let him sink down on the bosom of some solitary and beautiful forest lake. That is free and delightful. Anything would be better than this conclusion. Into the garden came little children, who threw bread and comb into the water. And they ran to their father and mother, and bread and cake were thrown into the water, and they all said, "The new one is the most beautiful of all." So young and handsome, and the old swans bowed their heads before him. Let them bow, but let us not forget that there is something which is worth more than the recognition of all the old swans and geese and ducks, worth more than receiving breadcrumbs and cake as a garden bird, the power of silently gliding over the waters, and free flight. Andersen prefers the bird to the four-footed animal. More birds than mammals find place with him, for the bird is gentler than the four-footed beast, is nearer to the plant. The nightingale is his emblem, the swan his ideal, the stork his declared favorite. It is natural that the stork, that remarkable bird which brings children into the world, the stork, that droll, long-legged, wandering, beloved, yearningly expected and joyfully greeted bird, should become his idolized symbol and frontispiece. Yet plants are preferred by him to birds. Of all organic beings, plants are those which appear most frequently in the nursery story. For in the vegetable world alone are peace and harmony found to reign. Plants, too, resemble a child, but a child who is perpetually asleep. There is no unrest in this domain, no action, no sorrow, and no care. Here life is a calm, regular growth, and death but a painless fading away. Here the easily excited, lively poetic sympathy suffers less than anywhere else. Here there is nothing to jar and assail the delicate nerves of the poet. Here he is at home, here he paints his Arabian Nights entertainments beneath a burdock leaf. Every grade of emotion may be experienced in the realm of plants, melancholy at the sight of the felled trunk, fullness of strength at the sight of the swelling buds, anxiety at the fragrance of the strong jasmine. Many thoughts may flit through our brain as we follow the history of the development of the flax, or the brief honor of the fir tree on Christmas evening, but we feel as absolutely free as though we were dealing with comedy, for the image is so fleeting that it vanishes the moment we attempt to render it permanent. Sympathy and agitation gently touch our minds, but they do not ruffle us, they neither rouse nor oppress us. A poem about a plant sets free twofold the sympathy to which it lays claim, once because we know that the poem is pure fiction, and again because we know the plant to be merely a symbol. Nowhere has the poet with greater delicacy invested plants with speech than in the fir tree Little Ida's flowers and in the Snow Queen. In the last named story, every flower tells its own tale. Let us listen to what the tiger lily says, "Hearest thou not the drum? Bum, bum." Those are the only two tones. Always bum, bum. Hark to the plaintive song of the old women, to the call of the priests. The Hindu woman in her long robe stands upon the funeral pile, the flames rise around her and her dead husband, but the Hindu woman thinks on the living one in the surrounding circle, on him whose eyes burn hotter than the flames, on him, the fire of whose eyes pierces her heart more than the flames which soon will burn her body to ashes. Can the heart's flame die in the flame of the funeral pile? I do not understand that at all, said little Godard. That is my story, said the tiger lily. Yet a step farther, and the fancy of the poet appropriates all inanimate objects, colonizes and annexes everything, large and small, an old house and an old clothes press, the shepherdess and the chimney sweep, the top and the ball, the darning needle and the false collar, and the great dough men with bitter almonds for their hearts. After it has grasped the physiognomy of the inanimate, his fancy identifies itself with the formless all, sails with the moon across the sky, whistles and tells stories like the wind, looks on the snow, on sleep, night, death, and the dream as persons. The determining element in this poetic mind was, then, sympathy with all that is childlike, and, through the representation of such deep-seated, elementary, and constant spiritual conditions as those of the child, the productions of this imagination are raised above the waves of time, spread beyond the boundaries of their native land and become the common property of the divers classes of society. The time when genius was looked upon as a meteor fallen from the skies, has long since passed away. Now it is known that genius, as all else that comes from nature, has its antecedents and its conditions, that it holds relations of general dependence with its epoch, is an organ for the ideas of the age. Sympathy for the child is only a phenomenon of the sympathy of the 19th century for whatever is naive. Love of the unconscious is a phenomenon of the love of nature. In society, in science, in poetry and in art, nature and the child had become objects of veneration. In the realms of poetry, art, science, and society, there takes place a reciprocal action. If there arise, therefore, a poet whose affections are attracted to the child, whose fancy is allured by the animal, by plants, and by nature, he dares follow his impulses, he gains courage to give utterance to his talent, because 100,000 mute voices about him strengthen him in his calling, because the tide he believes himself to be stemming, rocks him gently as it bears him onward to his goal. Thus it will be seen we can study the poet's art by studying the ideas which are his inspiration. To contemplate these in their origin and their ramifications, in their abstract essence and their concrete power, is, therefore, no superfluous act, when it becomes our task to make a study of individual poetic fancies. For the bare idea cannot make poetry, but neither can the poet make poetry without the idea and without the surroundings which give it its impetus. About the fortunate poet there gathers a multitude who, in a less felicitous way, are working in his own vein, and about this multitude the people swarm as mute but interested fellow laborers. For genius is like a burning reflector, which collects and unites the scattered rays of light. It never stands alone. It is merely the noblest tree in the forest, the highest ear in the sheaf, and it is first recognized in its real significance and in its true attitude when it is seen in its rightful place. 3. It does not suffice to indicate the quarter of the globe in which a genius dwells. We cannot travel through Denmark with a map of Europe for our guide. In the first place, it is necessary to see the locality more accurately described, and, even then, we no more know a genius because we happen to be familiar with his relations and surroundings than we know a city because we have walked around its walls. For though a genius may be partially, he cannot be exhaustively, explained by the period in which he lives. What is transmitted to him he combines under a new law, a product himself, he brings forth products which he alone of the whole world is able to bring forth. We need only exert our powers of observation a little, or hearken perhaps to the opinion of a foreigner, to feel how much there is that is national, local, and individual in Andersen's nursery stories. I was once talking with a young Frenchman about Denmark. "I am very well acquainted with your country," said he. "I know that your king is named Christian, that your greatest author is an unrecognized genius whose name is our Schmidt, that our Plague is your fatherland's most valiant warrior, whom no battlefield ever saw retreat, and that our Bill is the Gameter of Denmark. I know that you have a body of learned men who are distinguished for their scientific independence and free investigations, and I know our Holst, whom you call the Tertors of Dannebrog." Seeing that he had oriented himself pretty well, I interrupted him with the question, "Have you read Andersen's nursery stories?" "Have I read them?" cried he, in reply. "Why, I have read no other Danish book." "What do you think of them?" asked I. "Un peu trop enfantine," was the answer, and I am convinced that if Andersen's nursery stories were submitted to a French child 5 years old, he, too, would find them un peu trop enfantine. I have stated that the childlike element in Andersen is universally intelligible. This is true, but it is not the whole truth. This childlike tone has a decidedly Teutonic impress. It is best understood in England and in Germany, less well in any of the Latin nations, least of all by the French. In fact, Andersen is very little known and read in France. England is the only land in which romances and semi-romances are devoted to the portrayal of the spiritual life of little children. Dickens's Paul Dombey and David Copperfield, Miss Wetherell's The Wide, Wide World, George Eliot's The Mill on the Floss, and English child nature is unique of its kind. It is only needful to open the first illustrated French book for children that comes to hand to observe the difference. The English child and the French child are as dissimilar as the acorn and the beech nut. Moreover, Andersen could never gain firm foothold in France for the reason that the field is already occupied, having been taken possession of long since by La Fontaine. There are two kinds of knived. One is that of the heart, the other that of the understanding. The former is frank, free, simple, and touching. The latter has a distorted appearance, is jocose, full of ready wit, and subtile. The one evokes tears, the other a smile. The former has its beauty, the latter its charm. The former characterizes the good child, the latter the enfant terrible, and Andersen is the poet of the former, La Fontaine of the latter knived. The latter form of knived is that expression of precocity which utters the appropriate word without exactly knowing what it says, and which has, therefore, the appearance of a cloak. The other knived is that of innocence which takes it for granted that its Garden of Eden is the whole world, and consequently puts the whole world to shame without being aware that it is doing so, and at the same time with so appropriate a choice of words that it assumes the appearance of a mask. If we compare Andersen's nursery stories with the fables of La Fontaine, we shall find a fundamental difference in the contemplation of life exhibited, and thus become acquainted with the limits of the northern mode of viewing life, for every attempt at definition is in itself a limitation. One of the most marked traits in La Fontaine's and the Gallic mode of contemplating life is the war against illusion. The humorous play in La Fontaine's Nineteenth is dependent on the fact that, harmless as this Nineteenth is, good-natured and gentle as it always shows itself to be, it now and then gives undoubted evidence that it is not altogether foolish, that it will not allow itself to be duped, that it knows very well how to estimate and value all the stupidity and hypocrisy, all the preaching and all the empty phrases with which humanity permits itself, as by common consent, to be led by the nose or by the heart. With a smile it passes by all the earnestness at whose core is corruption and hollowness, all the greatness which at bottom is but audacity, all the respectability whose essence is a lie. Thus it puts everything in its right place, which is the title of one of Andersen's most popular tales. The keynote of its earnestness is poetic enthusiasm, and its keen wit has a sting which is carefully concealed. French satire is a rapier with a provisional button. In Tartuffe, Candide and Figaro it effected a revolution before the revolution. Laughter is the oldest Marseillaise of France. The most marked trait in Andersen's mode of viewing life is that which gives the ascendancy to the heart, and this trait is genuinely Danish. Full of feeling itself, this method of contemplation takes every opportunity to exalt the beauty and significance of the emotions. It overleaps the will, the whole destiny of the flax, in the story of its life, comes from without, does combat with the critique of the pure reason as with something pernicious, the work of the devil, the witch's mirror, replaces pedantic science with the most admirable and witty side thrusts, the belles-lettres from the sky, describes the senses as a tempter, or passes them over as unmentionable things, pursues and denounces hard-heartedness, glorifies and commends goodness of heart, violently dethrones coarseness and narrowness, exalts innocence and decorum, and thus puts everything in its right place. The keynote of its earnestness is the ethic-religious feeling coupled with the hatred felt by geniality for narrowness, and its humorous satire is capricious, calm, in thorough harmony with the idyllic spirit of the poet. Its satire has only the sting of a gnat, but it stings in the tenderest places. Which of the modes of contemplation is the best? Such a question is not worthy of an answer. I love the beech, but I love the birch as well. Only because they please me, not in view of casting the balance in favor of either of these modes. I quote the following lines of Georg here: my eyes with tears have often been bedewed, when hearts I've seen all bruised and maltreated, by hounds of understanding, pursued. Within the breast one little word is seated, yet wisely is its utterance subdued, for hearts that beat too high will be defeated. As different as these modes of contemplating life are the poetic endowments of the two authors. La Fontaine writes clear, elegant, highly melodious verse, whose poetry is a light enthusiasm and a gentle melancholy. Andersen writes a grotesque, irregular prose, full of harmless mannerisms, and whose poetry is a luxuriant, gushing, rapturous conceit. It is this fantastic element which makes Andersen so foreign to the French people, whose rather grey poetry wholly lacks the bright-hued floral splendour found among the northern people, and attaining its highest beauty in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, a splendour which may be detected throughout Andersen's nursery stories, and which imparts to them their finest perfume. And as the fantastic caprice of this element is Norse-Danish, its idyllic keynote is purely Danish. No wonder that the earliest and most original of these nursery stories were written during the reign of Friedrich VI, and bear the stamp of his day. We recognize this monarch in all the fatherly, patriarchal old kings represented in them. We find the spirit of the age in the complete lack of social, to say nothing of political satire, that we detect in them. No wonder, too, that Thorwaldsen could never weary of hearing these stories read aloud as he counted his numbers in the game of Lotto, for his Danish temperament was naive, and his art, with all its greatness, was as idyllic as the art which produced these poetic creations. A genius, born in an age whose every influence opposes his development, is either hopelessly crushed or goes to ruin like any inferior talent. An Andersen born in Denmark in 1705, instead of 1805, would have been a most unfortunate and thoroughly insignificant individual, perhaps even a maniac. A genius born at a period when everything unites to come to its aid, produces classic, genial creations. Now, this first harmony between a poet and his era, in a measure also, his country, corresponds to a second one between the individual faculties of genius, and to a third one between genius and its peculiar type of art. The nature of genius is an organically connected whole. Its weakness in one direction is the condition of its strength in another. The development of this faculty causes that one to be checked in its growth, and it is impossible to alter any single particular without disturbing the entire machinery. We may wish that one quality or another was different than it is, but we can readily comprehend that any decided change is out of the question. We may wish our poet had stronger personality, a more manly temperament, and more mental equilibrium, but we have no difficulty in understanding that the lack of defined personality, and the incompleteness of the character whose acquaintance we make in the story of my life stand in the most intimate relationship with the nature of his endowments. A less receptive mind would not be so susceptible to poetic impressions. A harder one would not unite so much flexibility with its more rigid attitude. One more susceptible to criticism and philosophy would not be so naive. Since, then, the moral attributes are requisite to the intellectual, so, too, they are mutually contingent one upon the other. An overflowing lyric sentiment, an exalted sensibility, cannot exist with the experience and method of a man of the world, for experience chills and hardens. A lightly vaulting fancy that hops and soars like a bird, does not admit of being united with the logically measured crescendo and decrescendo of dramatic action. An observation by no means inclined to be cold-blooded cannot possibly penetrate psychologically to the heart of things. A childlike, easily quivering hand cannot dissect a villain. If, Therefore, we place genius of this kind face to face with sundry defined and well-known types of art. We can determine beforehand precisely what its relations with each of them will be. The romance is a species of poetic creation which demands of the mind that would accomplish anything remarkable in it, not only imagination and sentiment, but the keen understanding, and the cool, calm power of observation of the man of the world. That is the reason why it is not altogether suited to Andersen, although it is not wholly remote from his talent. In the entire scenery, the background of nature, the picturesque effect of the costumes, he is successful, but where psychological insight is concerned, traces of his weakness may be detected. He will take part for and against his characters. His men are not manly enough, his women not sufficiently feminine. I know no poet whose mind is more devoid of sexual distinctions, whose talent is less of a nature to betray a defined sex, than Andersen's. Therefore his strength lies in portraying children, in whom the conscious sense of sex is not yet prominent. The whole secret lies in the fact that he is exclusively what he is, not a man of learning, not a thinker, not a standard-bearer, not a champion, as many of our great writers have been, but simply a poet. A poet is a man who is at the same time a woman. Andersen sees most forcibly in man and in woman that which is elementary, that which is common to humanity, rather than that which is peculiar and interesting. I have not forgotten how well he has described the deep feeling of a mother in the story of a mother, or how tenderly he has told the story of the spiritual life of a woman in The Little Sea Maid. I simply recognize the fact that what he has represented is not the complicated spiritual conditions of life and of romance, but the element of life. He rings changes on single, pure tones, which amid the confused harmonies and disharmonies of life, appear neither so pure nor so distinct as in his books. Upon entering into the service of the nursery story, all sentiments undergo a process of simplification, purification, and transformation. The character of man is farthest removed from the comprehension of the poet of childhood, and I can only recall a single passage in his stories in which a delicate psychological characteristic of a feminine soul may be encountered. Even this appears so innocently that we feel inclined to ask if it did not write itself. It occurs in the story of the new porcelain figures, the shepherdess and the chimney sweep. "Have you really courage to go forth with me into the wide world?" asked the chimney sweep, tenderly. "Have you considered how large it is, and that we can never come back here again?" "I have," said she. And the chimney sweep gazed fixedly upon her, and then he said, "My way lies up the chimney. Have you really courage to go with me through the stove, and to creep through all the flues?" And he led her towards the door of the stove. "It looks quite black," said she, but still she went with him and on through all the intricacies of the interior, and through the flues, where a pitchy darkness reigned. After long troublesome ascent they reached the top of the chimney and seated themselves on its edge. The heaven and all its stars were above them, and all the roofs of the town below them. They could see far around, far away into the world. The poor shepherdess had never pictured it to herself thus, She leaned her little head on her sweep, and wept so bitterly that all the gilding of her girdle came off. "Oh, this is too much," said she, "I cannot bear it. This world is too large. Oh, were I but again on the little table under the looking-glass. I shall never be happy till I am there again. I have followed you into the wide world, now, if you really love me, you may follow me home again." A more profound, more mercilessly true, more self-evident analysis of a certain kind of feminine enthusiasm and its energy when it undertakes to act boldly without regard to consequences, and without looking backwards, can be found, I think, in the works of no other Danish writer. What delicacy of presentation, the momentary resolute enthusiasm, the heroic conquering of the first horror, the endurance, bravery, firmness, until the moment which requires courage, when the firmness is shattered, and the yearning for the little table under the looking-glass is awakened. Many a voluminous romance would have been exalted by such a page, and we find in it a compensation for the fact that Andersen is no master in the province of the romance. The drama is a species of poetic production that requires the faculty for differentiating an idea and distributing it among many characters. It requires an understanding of conscious action, a logic power to guide this, an eye to the situation, a passion for becoming absorbed and overwhelmed in the inexhaustible study of individual, many-sided characters. Therefore it is that the drama is still farther removed from the genius of Andersen than the romance, and that his lack of capacity for the dramatic style increases with mathematical exactness in the same ratio as each variety of dramatic art is removed from the nursery story, and consequently from his gifts. He naturally succeeds best with the nursery story comedy, although, to be sure, it possesses little more of comedy than the name. It is a mixed species, and if it were put to the test of the Spanish story, it would be recognized as a bastard. In the comedy of special situations he is happy with respect to the poetic execution of single scenes, the King's Dream, but singularly unfortunate in the execution of the idea as a whole, the Pearl of Good Fortune. The comedy proper is not poorly suited to his gifts. Certain of his nursery stories are, indeed, veritable Holberg comedies. The Happy Family is a Holberg character comedy, and it is quite true possesses a decided Holberg plot. In stories of this kind character delineation comes easier to him than in the grave drama, for in them he walks directly in the footsteps of Holberg, so strikingly does his talent accord in a single direction with that of this early northern dramatist. Andersen is, as I have already remarked, no direct psychologist. He is rather a biologist than an especially well-informed student of human nature. His predilection is for describing man through animals or plants, and seeing him develop from the rudiments of his nature. All art contains an answer to the question, what is man? Inquire of Andersen how he defines man, and he will reply, man is a swan hatched in the duck-yard of nature. To a person who takes an interest in psychological investigations, who, without being able to grasp a complex character, possesses a refined development of observation for single qualities, for characteristic peculiarities, animals, especially those with which we are familiar, afford great relief. We are usually accustomed to credit each animal with an individual attribute, or at all events, with a limited group of attributes. The snail is slow, the nightingale is the unpretending singer with the glorious voice, the butterfly is the fair inconstant one. There is nothing then to prevent the poet who possesses the gifts needed to represent these striking little traits, from following in the footsteps of Holberg, the man who wrote Den Wiegelsinded, the fickle one, as Andersen did in The New Lying in Room. He betrays here, moreover, one of his many points of similarity with Dickens, whose comic characterizations are frequently limited to a few traits repeated ad infinitum. In the epopee, which belongs in our day to the impossible forms of poetry and which demands all the qualities that Andersen lacks, he can merely find play for certain petty fancies, as for instance, when he characterizes the spirit of China, in his Ahasuerus in a droll lyric episode, or when he permits the twittering swallows, exactly as in a nursery story, to describe the festal hall of Attila. In his descriptions of travel very naturally a large number of his best qualities come to light. Like his favorite, the migratory bird, he is in his element when he travels. He observes with the eye of a painter, and he describes like an enthusiast. Yet even here two faults are apparent. One is that his lyric tendency at times runs away with him, so that he chants a hymn of praise instead of giving a description, or exaggerates instead of painting. See, for instance, the gushing and untrue description of ragats and fafas. The other, that the underlying, personal, egotistical element of his nature, giving evidence that his innermost personality lacks reserve, occasionally obtrudes itself in a most disturbing manner. The latter tendency characterizes with especially marked force the style of his autobiography. The criticism that can with justice be made on his story of my life is not so much that the author is throughout occupied with his own private affairs, for that is quite natural in such a work, it is that his personality is scarcely ever occupied with anything greater than itself, is never absorbed in an idea, is never entirely free from the ego. The revolution of 1848 in this book affects us as though we heard someone sneeze. We are astonished to be reminded by the sound that there is a world outside of the author. In lyric poetry Andersen has met with foreign success, even Chamisso has translated some of his songs, yet I am always loath to see him lay aside his bright-colored, realistic prose dress, that is so true to nature, in order to veil himself in the more uniform mantle of verse. His prose has fancy, unrestrained sentiment, rhythm, and melody. Why, then, cross the brook to find water? His poems, too, are frequently distinguished by a peaceful and childlike spirit, a warm and gentle sentiment. We see that the result of his attempts in the different regions of poetry proceeds quite directly, like the unknown X in mathematics, from the nature of his talents on one side, and the nature of the kind of poetic creation he has chosen on the other. Thus the nursery story remains his sole individual creation, and for it he requires no patent, since no one is likely to rob him of it. In Andersen's day it was a common thing to attempt to classify all kinds of poetic creations with their varieties in an aesthetic system, according to the method of Hegel, and Hegel's Danish disciple, Herberg, projected a complicated system in which the rank of the comedy, the tragedy, the romance, the nursery story, etc., was definitely fixed, while to Herberg's own art form an especially high rank was accorded. It is, however, in a certain measure pedantic to speak of general classes of art. Every creative artist thoroughly individualizes his own species of art. The form which he has used, no other has it in his power to use. So it is with the nursery story, whose theory Andersen made no attempt to describe, whose place in the system there has been no effort to establish, and which I, for one, should take good care not to define. There is, indeed, something very curious about aesthetic systematic classification. It impresses one very much in the same way as division of rank in the state. The more one broods over it, the more heretical one becomes. Perhaps this arises from the fact that to think is in the main synonymous with becoming a heretic. Yet like every natural type, Andersen's nursery story has its individual character, and his theories are comprised in the laws it obeys, whose boundaries it may not overstep without bringing to light a monster. Everything in the world has its law, even that species of poetry which transcends the laws of nature. Andersen somewhere remarks that he has made attempts in pretty much every radiation of the nursery story. This remark is striking and good. His nursery stories form a complete whole, a web with manifold radiations, that seems to address the beholder in the words of the spider's web in Aladdin: see how the threads can become entwined in the delicate net. If it will not seem too much like bringing the dust of the schoolroom into the parlor, I should like to call the reader's attention to a celebrated scientific work in Adolf Zeising's Aesthetic Investigations, in which can be found a complete series of aesthetic contrasts, in all their different phases: the beautiful, the comic, the tragic, the humorous, the touching, etc., arranged in one great star, just as Andersen has planned in respect to his nursery stories. The form of fancy and the method of narration in the nursery story admit the treatment of the most heterogeneous materials in the most varied tones. Within its province may be found sublime narratives, as the Bell, profound and wise stories, as the Shadow, fantastically bizarre, as the Elfin Mound, merry, almost wanton ones, as the Swineherd or the Leapfrog, humorous ones, as the Princess on the Pea, good humor, the False Collar, the Lovers, also stories with a tinge of melancholy, as the Constant Tin Soldier, deeply pathetic poetic creations, as the Story of a Mother, oppressively dismal, as the Red Shoes. Touching fancies, as the Little Sea Maid, and those of mingled dignity and playfulness, as the Snow Queen. Here we encounter an anecdote like a great sorrow which resembles a smile through tears, and an inspiration like the muse of the coming age, in which we feel the pinion strokes of history, the heart throbs and pulse beats of the active, stirring life of the present, as violent as in a fever, and yet as healthy as in a happy moment of enthusiastic inspiration. 7. In short, we find everything that lies between the epigram and the hymn. Is there, then, a boundary line which limits the nursery story, a law which binds it? If so, where does it lie? The law of the nursery story lies in the nature of the nursery story, and its nature is dependent on that of poetry. If, at the first moment, it would seem that nothing is prohibited, a species of poetic creation which can permit a princess to feel a pea through 20 mattresses and 20 eider-down beds, it is but a semblance. The nursery story, which unites unbridled freedom of invention with the restraint its central idea impresses upon it, must steer between two rocks, between the luxuriance of style that lacks ideas, and dry allegory. It must strike the medium course between too great fullness and too great meagerness. This, Andersen most frequently succeeds in doing, and yet not always. Those of his stories that are based on materials derived from folklore, as the Flying Trunk, or those that may be classed with the fairy tale proper, as Thumbling, do not attract grown people as they do children, because the story in such instances conceals no thought. In his Garden of Paradise everything preceding the entrance to the garden is masterly, but the Fairy of Paradise herself seems to me to be invested with little, if any, beauty or charm. The opposite extreme is when we see the barren intention, the dry precept, through the web of poetic creation. This fault, as might be expected in our reflecting and conscious age, is one of more frequent occurrence. We feel it keenly because the nursery story is the realm of the unconscious. Not only are unconscious beings and objects the leaders of speech in it, but what triumphs and is glorified in the nursery story is this very element of unconsciousness. And the nursery story is right, for the unconscious element is our capital and the source of our strength. The reason why the traveling companion could receive aid from the dead man was because he had entirely forgotten that he had formerly helped this same dead man, and even simple Hans gains the princess and half the kingdom, because with all his folly he is so exceedingly naive. Even stupidity has its genial side and its good luck, with the poor intermediate beings, the Neoidine natures alone. The nursery story knows not what to do. Let us consider some instances of sins against the unconscious. In the beautiful story of the Snow Queen, a most disturbing influence is exercised by the scene where the Snow Queen requests little Kay to make figures with the ice puzzle for the understanding, and he is unable to represent the word eternity. There is also clumsy and poetic bluntness in the neighboring families whenever the Sparrow's family mention the rose by the abstract, and for a sparrow rather unnatural, term, the beautiful. It would have been understood, without this hint, that the roses were the representatives of the beautiful in the narrative. And in encountering this abstract word in the nursery story we recoil as though we had come into contact with a slimy frog. This tendency to allegory in narratives for children appears most frequently, as might be expected, in the form of instruction and moralizing, in some of the nursery stories. As in the buckwheat, the pedagogic element plays an exaggerated role. In others, as the flax, we feel too strongly at the conclusion, as in Jean Paul, the tendency to exhibit, in season and out of season, the doctrine of immortality. Toward the end of the latter story, a few little, somewhat insipid beings are created who announce that the song is never done. In some cases, finally, the tendency is more personal. A whole series of stories, the duckling, the nightingale, the neighboring families, the daisy, the snail, and the rose tree, pen and inkstand, the old street lamp, allude to the poet's life and the poet's lot, and in single cases we see traces, a rare exception with Andersen, of invention being dragged in forcibly in order to bring out the tendency. What sense and what conformity to nature is there, for instance, in the fact that the street lamp can only let others see the beautiful and symbolic sights that had been interwoven with its experience when it is provided with a wax candle, and that its faculties are useless when provided with an ordinary light? It is quite incomprehensible until we conceive it to be an allegory on a poet's supposed need of prosperity in order to accomplish anything. And so genius must run after cupboard lore, wrote Kierkegaard on the occasion of the appearance of Only a Fiddler. Still more infelicitous is the scene where the street lamp, in its melted down condition, in its other life, finds its way to a poet and thus fulfills its destiny. So strongly as this the tendency has rarely shown itself. The first duty of the nursery story is to be poetic, its second to preserve the marvelous element. Therefore, it is first of all necessary that the order of the legendary world be sacred to it. What in the language of legendary lore is regarded as a fixed rule, must be respected by the nursery story, however unimportant it may be in relation to the laws and rules of the real world. Thus it is quite inappropriate for the nursery story, as in Andersen's The Dryad, to part its heroine from her tree, to let her make a symbolic journey to Paris, to go to the Balmobile, etc., for it is not more impossible for all the kings of the earth to place the smallest leaf on a nettle than it is for legendary lore to tear a dryad away from its tree. But in the second place, it lies in the nature of the nursery story form that its outline can frame nothing that, in order to obtain its poetic rights, requires a profound psychological description, an earnest development, such as would be adapted either to the nature of the drama or the romance. A woman like Marie Grubb, a sketch of whose interesting life Andersen gives us in the story of Chicken Greth, is too much of a character for it to be possible for the author of the nursery story to describe or interpret. When he attempts to do so, we feel a disproportion between the object and the form. 8. There is less occasion, however, to marvel at these few blemishes than at the fact that they so very rarely occur. I have only called attention to them because it is interesting to become acquainted with the boundary lines by observing how they have been overstepped, and because it seemed to me more important to ascertain how the Pegasus of the nursery story, notwithstanding all its freedom to race and fly through the circle, has its firm tether in the center. Its beauty, its strength, its power of flight, and its grace, we do not see by observing its limits, but by following its many and bold movements within its circle. Upon this fact we will in conclusion cast a glance. The nursery story field lies before us like a large, rich flowery plain. Let us freely stroll about this, let us cross it in all directions, now plucking a flower here, now there, rejoicing in its coloring, its beauty, its tout ensemble. These brief little poetic creations stand in the same relation to the poetry of greater compass as little flowers to the trees of the forest. Whoever on a beautiful day in spring takes a walk in a forest by the seaside in order to view the beeches in their youthful splendor, with their brown velvety buds encased in light green silk, and after gazing aloft for a while bends his eyes downward to the earth, will find that the carpet of the forest is as beautiful as its ceiling of tree-tops. Here grow in lowly state many-colored anemones, white and dark red mayflowers, yellow stars of Bethlehem, and saxifrage, starwort, buttercups and dandelions. Near together are the buds, the full-blown flowers, and those which already bear seed, the virgin and the fecundated plants, the flowers without fragrance and those with pleasant perfume, the poisonous, and the useful, the healing weed. Frequently the plant which takes the humblest place in the system, as the flowerless fern, is the most beautiful to the eye. Flowers which seem to be complex prove on closer scrutiny to consist of very few leaves, and plants whose bloom seems to be one flower, bear on their top a wealth of blossoms only united by the stalk. So, too, it is with the nursery stories. Those which in respect to their worth seem the most insignificant, as the leapfrog often contain a whole life philosophy in a nutshell, and those which appear to be a single whole, as the galoshes of fortune are often composed of a loosely united cluster of blossoms. Some are in the bud, as the drop of water, others are about bursting the seed, as the Jewish girl or the stone of the wise men. Some consist of but a single point, as the princess on the pea, others have grand, noble form, as the story of a mother, a tale that is a special favorite in India, and that resembles that tropical flower, the kala, which in its sublime simplicity consists of but a single leaf. I open the book at random, and my eye falls on the elfin mound. What life and what humor! In the kitchen there was a great quantity of frogs among the dishes, adders' skins, with little children's fingers inside, salad of mushroom seed, wet mice snouts and hemlock, rusty nails and church window glass were among the delicacies and kickshaws. Does anyone think that the children are forgotten here? By no means. The old elfin king had his golden crown polished with powdered slate pencil. It was the pencil of the head scholar, and to obtain this one is very difficult for the elfin king. Does anyone think there is nothing here for grown people? A still greater mistake. Oh, how I long to see the old northern elf. His sons, people say, are coarse, blustering fellows. They went with open throats, for they disdained the cold. What a banquet! The skeleton horse is among the invited guests. Does anyone think that Andersen would forget the character of the guests at a festal gathering? The elfin maidens were now to dance, simple as well as stamping dances. Confound it! Their legs grew so long, one did not know which was the beginning nor which was the end, one could not distinguish legs from arms, all was twirling about in the air like sawdust, and they went whizzing round to such a degree that the skeleton horse grew quite sick, and was obliged to leave the table. Andersen is acquainted with the nervous system of the skeleton horse, and is mindful of his weak stomach. He has the genuine gift for creating supernatural beings, in modern times so rare. How deeply symbolical and how natural it is, for instance, that the little sea maid, when her fish tail shriveled up and became the prettiest pair of white feet a little girl could have, should feel as though she were treading on pointed needles and sharp knives at every step she took. How many poor women tread on sharp knives at every step they take, in order to be near him whom they love, and are yet far from being the most unhappy of women. What a splendidly drawn band is that multitude of sprites in the Snow Queen! What a superb symbol the witch's mirror, and how thoroughly the author has comprehended this queen herself, who, sitting in the midst of the desert snow field, had imbibed all its cold beauty. This woman is to a certain degree related to Night, one of Andersen's peculiarly characteristic creations. It is not Thorwaldsen's mild, sleep-bringing Night, not Carsten's venerable, motherly Night, it is black, gloomy, sleepless, and awful Night. Out in the snow sat a woman in long black garments, and she said, "Death has been with you in your room. I saw him hasten away with your child. He strides faster than the wind, and never brings back what he has taken away." "Only tell me which way he has gone," said the mother. "Tell me the way, and I will find him." "I know him," said the woman in the black garments, "but before I tell you, you must sing me all the songs that you have sung to your child." "I love those songs, I have heard them before. I am Night, and I saw your tears when you sang them." "I will sing them all, said the mother. "But do not detain me, that I may overtake him, and find my child." But Night sat dumb and still. Then the mother wrung her hands, and sang, and wept. And there were many songs, but yet more tears. Then the mother journeys onward, weeps out her eyes in order that for this price she may be borne to the opposite shore, and in the great hot house of death gives her long black hair to an old grey-haired woman in exchange for the old woman's white hair. We meet with a countless multitude of fanciful creations, little elf-like divinities, such as Ole Shut-eye, the Sandman, or the goblins with the red caps, and the northern dryad, the elder tree mother. We feel Andersen's strength when we compare it with the weakness of the contemporary Danish poets in this respect. What pale forms are not Heilberg's Pomona, Astraea, or Fata Morgana? Andersen invests even a shadow with a body. What says the shadow? What does it say to its master? "I, as you know well, have from a child followed in your footsteps." This is true. We have grown up together from childhood. This is not less true, and when after his call he takes his leave, he says, "Farewell. Here is my card, I live on the sunny side of the street, and am always at home in rainy weather." 9. Andersen is familiar with the shadow's pangs of yearning, its customs, and its delights. "I ran about the streets in the moonlight, I made myself long up the walls, it tickles the back so delightfully." The story of the shadow, which by no means reminds us of Chamisso, is a little world in itself. I do not hesitate to pronounce it one of the greatest master novels in Danish literature. It is the epopee of all shadows, of all people who are feeble imitations, of all those characters that lack originality and individuality, all those who imagine that through mere emancipation from their prototypes they can attain independence, personality, and true, genuine, human existence. It is also one of the few stories in which the poet, in spite of his tender-hearted optimism, has ventured to allow a hideous truth to stand forth in its entire nakedness. The shadow resolves, in order to insure himself against all revelations concerning his past, to take the man's life. Poor shadow! That is the man, said the princess. He is very unfortunate. It would be a real work of charity to deliver him from the little life he has, and when I think properly over the matter, I am of opinion that it will be necessary to do away with him in all stillness. It is certainly hard, said the shadow, for he was a faithful servant, and then he gave a sort of a sigh. You are a noble character, said the princess. This story is one of those in which the transition from the natural to the supernatural can most readily be observed. The shadow worked its way up so as to become its own master until it seems quite natural that it should at last make itself free. We close the book, and open it again at another place. Here we meet with the leapfrog. A brief and comprehensive treatise on life. The main characters are a flea, a grasshopper and a leapfrog, made of the breastbone of a goose. The king's daughter is the prize for the highest jumper. Pay heed, all of you, says the muse of the nursery story. Spring with understanding. It is of no use to jump so high that no one can see you, for then the rabble will insist that it would have been as well not to have jumped at all. Only look at all the greatest minds, thinkers, poets, and men of science. For the multitude it is the same as though they had not jumped at all. They reap no harvest of reward, a body is needed for that. Neither is it of any use to spring high and well, for those who spring right into the face of the powers that be. In this way, forsooth, a person would never make a career. No, take the leapfrog for a model. He is almost apoplectic. First of all, he has the appearance of one that cannot jump at all, and many motions he certainly cannot make either. Nevertheless, he makes, with the instinct of stupidity, with the dexterity of indolence, a little side jump, into the lap of the princess. Take example from this, he has shown that he has understanding. What a pearl of a nursery story! And what a faculty for making psychological use of animals! It cannot be denied that the reader is at times inclined to cherish a doubt as to what this fancy of permitting animals to speak can signify. It is one thing whether we readers feel that it strikes home to us, and then whether the character of the animal is really hit, the animal that has not one human quality. Meanwhile, we can readily comprehend that it is impossible to speak of animals, even in a purely scientific way, without attributing to them qualities with which we are familiar through our own nature. How, for instance, could we avoid painting the wolf as cruel? Andersen's skill only consists in producing a poetic, a striking seeming conformity between the animal and its human attributes. How true it is when the cat says to little Rudy, "Come out upon the roof with me, little Rudy." It is all nonsense to fancy one must fall down. You won't fall unless you are afraid. Come, set one of your paws here, the other there, and take care of yourself with the rest of your paws. Keep a sharp lookout, and be active in your limbs. If there be a hole, spring over it, and keep a firm footing as I do. How natural it is when the old snail says, "You need not be in a hurry, but you always hurry so," and the little one is beginning just the same way. Has he not been creeping up that stalk these 3 days? My head quite aches when I look up at him. What finer description of a lying-in room than the story of the hatching of the young duckling? What more probable than that the sparrows, when they want to abuse their neighbors, should call them those thick-headed roses? 10. One story I have reserved until the end. I will now search for it is, as it were, the crown of Andersen's work. It is the story of the bell in which the poet of Nineteenth and nature has reached the pinnacle of his poetic muse. We have seen his talent for describing in a natural way that which is superhuman, and that which is below the human. In this story he stands face to face with nature herself. It treats of the invisible bell which the children, who had just been confirmed, went out into the wood to seek, young people in whose breasts yearning for the invisible, alluring, and wondrous voices of nature was still fresh. The king of the country had vowed that he who could discover whence the sounds proceeded should have the title of universal bell-ringer, even if it were not really a bell. Many persons now went to the wood, for the sake of getting the place, but one only returned with a sort of explanation, for nobody went far enough, that one not farther than the others. However, he said that the sound proceeded from a very large owl, in a hollow tree, a sort of learned owl, that continually knocked its head against the branches. So now he got the place of universal bell-ringer and wrote yearly a short treatise on the owl, but everybody was just as wise as before. The children who had been confirmed go out this year also, and they hold each other by the hand, for, as yet, they had none of them any high office. But soon they begin to grow weary, one by one, and some of them return to town, one for one reason, another for another pretext. An entire class of them linger by a small bell in an idyllic little house, without considering, as the few constant ones, that so small a bell could not possibly cause so enticing a play of tones, but that it must give very different tones from those that could move a human breast in such a manner, and with their small hope, their small yearning, they betake themselves to rest near their small discovery, the small bell, the small idyllic joy. I fancy the reader must have met some of these children after they were grown up. Finally but two remain, a king's son and a poor little boy in wooden shoes, and with so short a jacket that one could see what long wrists he had. On the way they parted, for one wished to seek the bell on the right, the other on the left. The king's son sought the bell in the road that lay on the side where the heart is placed, the poor boy sought it in the opposite direction. We follow the king's son, and we read admiringly of the mystic splendor with which the poet has invested the region, in altering and exchanging the natural coloring of the flowers. But on he went, without being disheartened, deeper and deeper into the wood, where the most wonderful flowers were growing. There stood white lilies with blood-red stamens, sky-blue tulips, which shone as they moved in the winds, and the apple trees, the apples of which looked exactly like large soap bubbles, so only think how the trees must have sparkled in the sunshine. The sun goes down. The king's son begins to fear that he will be surprised by night. He climbs upon a rock in order to see the sun once more before it disappears in the horizon. Listen to the poet's song of praise. And he seized hold of the creeping plants, and the roots of trees, climbed up the moist stones where the water snakes were writhing, and the toads were croaking, and he gained the summit before the sun had quite gone down. How magnificent was the night from this height! The sea, the great, the glorious sea, that dashed its long waves against the coast, was stretched out before him. And yonder, where sea and sky meet, stood the sun, like a large, shining altar, all melted together in the most glowing colors. And the wood and the sea sang a song of rejoicing, and his heart sang with the rest. All nature was a vast, holy church, in which the trees and buoyant clouds were the pillars, flowers and grass the velvet carpeting, and heaven itself the large cupola. The red colors above faded away as the sun vanished, but 1,000,000 stars were lighted, 1,000,000 diamond lamps shone, and the king's son spread out his arms toward heaven, and wood, and sea, when at the same moment, coming by a path to the right, appeared, in his wooden shoes and short-sleeved jacket, the poor boy who had been confirmed with him. He had followed his own path, and had reached the spot just as soon as the son of the king had done. They ran toward each other, and stood together, hand in hand, in the vast church of nature and of poetry, while over them sounded the invisible, holy bell. Blessed spirits floated around them, and lifted up their voices in a rejoicing hallelujah. Genius is the wealthy king's son, its attentive follower the poor boy, but art and science, although they may have parted on their way, meet in their enthusiasm, and their devotion to the divine, universal soul of nature. 1. The quotations are from Houghton, Mifflin and Company's edition of Anderson's works. 2. Compare such passages as the following. It was just as though someone were sitting there practicing a tune which he could not get hold of, always the same tune. I will get it, though he says, no doubt, but nevertheless, he does not get it, let him play as long as he will. The great white snails, which the grand people in old times used to have made into fricassees, and when they had eaten them, they would say, how good that is, for they had the idea that it tasted delicious. These snails lived on burdock leaves. 3. Ulf the Bashful, according to tradition, is the son of a Danish king. His father had been a powerful warrior in his day, but has become old and feeble. The son causes the father the most profound solicitude. No one has ever heard him speak. He has never been willing to learn the use of weapons, and he moves through life in phlegmatic indifference, taking no interest in anything about him. But when the kings of Saxony refused to pay the old father the accustomed tribute, mock at him, and challenge him to single combat, and the father wrings his hands in despair and cries, "Would that I had a son!" Ulf, for the first time, finds voice, and summons both kings to a holmgang, duel, with him. Great haste is now made to bring weapons to him, but no harness is large enough for his broad breast. If he did but make the slightest movement, whichever one is tried on him is rent asunder. Finally he is forced to content himself with a harness that bears the marks of many blows. It is the same with every sword that is placed in his hand. They all snap like glass whenever he makes trial of them on a tree. Then the king has the ancient sword Scrap, once wielded by his father, brought forth from the giant warrior's grave, and bids Ulf lay hold of it, but not to test it before the fight. Thus armed, Ulf presents himself before the two foreign kings, on an island in the Ida. The blind old king sits on the river bank and with throbbing heart anxiously hearkens to the clashing of the swords. If his son fall, he will plunge into the waves and die. Suddenly Ulf aimed a blow with his sword at one of the Saxon kings, and cut him in two right across the body. "That tone I know," said the king, "that was Scrap's ring." And Ulf gave another blow, and cut the other king through lengthwise, so that he fell in two halves to the ground. "That was Scrap's ring again," cried the blind king. And when the old king died, Ulf ascended the throne and became a powerful and much feared ruler. 4. The fables of the past century, for instance, Lessing's fables, are merely ethic. 5. G. Brands, S. Kierkegaard's Ein literarisches Charakterlied. Leipzig, 1879. 6. The following composition was recently written in Copenhagen by a little maiden of 10 years on the theme, An Unexpected Joy. There dwelt in Copenhagen a man and his wife who were very happy. All went well with them, and they were extremely fond of each other, but they felt very sorry because they had no children. They waited a long time, still they got none. At last the husband went away on a long journey and was gone 10 years. When the time was at an end, he returned home, entered his house, and was happy indeed to find 5 little children in the nursery, some playing, some in the cradle. This was an unexpected joy. This composition, however, is an example of the kind of knife which Andersen never uses. The point would attract a French storyteller, but, like everything else that alludes to sex, it leaves Andersen perfectly cold. 7. There is not a single Danish poet, who, to such a degree as Andersen, has scorned to produce effect through the romance of the past, even in the nursery story, which from the beginning has been handled by the Romantic school of Germany in a manner that can be compared with the style of the Middle Ages. He is always solely and entirely in the present. He, as well as Ørsted, dares to sacrifice the interesting element in his enthusiasm for King John and his time, and he heartily joins with Ovid in exclaiming, Prisca Juventalios. Ego me nunc denignatum gratula. Hic moribus aptum is. Ars. Amat. 121. 8. Her life was used later as the historic foundation for the brilliant romance Fru Marie Grubb by J.P. Jacobson. 9. Here, as everywhere, the poet has his faithful allies in language, in the play of words, which dance forward under his pen as soon as he places it on paper. We see, for instance, what a swarm there is in the old street lamp or the snowman. We see how he avails himself of the sound language of animals, for instance. "Quack," said the little toad, and that means the same as when men say alack. 10. Compare, for the Sarche of antithesis, the method and form of the speech of the glove, the neckerchief, the flask, in Herberg's Christmas pastimes and New Year's farces. Furthermore, Alfred de Musset's Le Mail Blanc and Tynes Viet Opinions philosophiques d'un chat in his work, Voyage Auxiliary Pyrenees. John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill. 1879. One day in July, 1870, as I was pacing the floor of my room in Paris, with a book in my hand, I heard a modest knock at the door. The clockmaker, thought I, for it was the appointed time when, once each week, on the stroke of the hour, an assistant of the clockmaker was in the habit of making his appearance to wind up all the clocks of the little Hotel Garni. I opened the door. Without there stood a tall, thin, elderly man, in a rather long black frock coat buttoned about the waist. "Walk in," said I, and resumed my book without bestowing further scrutiny upon him. But the man stood still, raised his hat, and questioningly mentioned my name. "That is my name," I replied, and before I could ask any question in return, I heard uttered in a subdued voice, the words, "I am Mr. Mill." Had the gentleman introduced himself as the King of Portugal, I could scarcely have been more astonished, and I do not know what he could have said that for the moment would have given me greater pleasure. My feeling was the same that a corporal of the Young Guards, under the First Empire, might have experienced, had the great Napoleon, during one of his rounds in the camp, paid him the honor to notice his existence by giving his ear a pull. I had attempted to make Stuart Mill known in my fatherland, and on this account he had repeatedly written to me, besides sending numerous pamphlets and newspapers, likely to be of interest to me, both to Copenhagen and to Paris, so he knew my address, and as he was passing through Paris, where, strange to relate, he did not possess a single acquaintance, he did not hesitate to traverse the long distance from the Windsor Hotel to the Rue Mazarin to honor his young correspondent with a visit. As he mentioned his name to me, I recalled at once his portrait. It gave, however, as little idea of the expression of his countenance and the hue of his skin, as of the way in which he walked and stood. Although 64 years of age, his complexion was as pure and fresh as that of a child. He had the smooth, childlike skin and the rosy cheeks that are scarcely ever seen in elderly men of the continent, but that not seldom may be observed in the white-haired gentlemen who take their noonday horseback rides in Hyde Park. His eyes were bright, and of a deep, dark blue, his nose slender and curved, his brow high and arched, with a strongly marked protuberance over the left eye, He looked as though the labor of thought might have forced its organs to extend in order to make more room. The face, with its large and marked features, was full of simplicity, but was not calm. It was, indeed, continually distorted by a nervous twitching, which seemed to betray the restless, tremulous life of the soul. In conversation, he had difficulty in finding words, and sometimes stammered at the beginning of a sentence. Seated comfortably in my room, with his fresh, superb physiognomy, and his powerful brow, he looked like a younger and more vigorous man than he really was. When I accompanied him on the street later, however, I observed that his walk, in spite of its rapidity, was rather halting, and that, notwithstanding his slender form, age had left its impress on his bearing. His dress made him seem older than he was. The old-fashioned coat he wore proved how indifferent he was to his external appearance. He was clad in black, and a crape band was wound in many irregular folds about his hat. Although she had been long dead, he still wore mourning for his wife. No further signs of negligence were visible. A quiet nobility and a perfect self-control pervaded his presence. Even to one who had not read his works it would have been very evident that it was one of the kings of thought that had taken his seat in the red velvet armchair near the fireplace, whose mantel clock my unfounded suspicion led me to suppose he had come to wind up. He spoke first of all of his wife, whose grave in Eminent he had just left. He had purchased a house in that city, where she had died, and always passed half of the year there. Already in his introduction to her essay on the enfranchisement of women, which was the foundation of his own book on the subjection of women, he had given public utterance to his enthusiastic admiration for the deceased. He had there said, the loss of the authoress was one that, even from a purely intellectual point of view, could never be repaired. He had declared that he would rather see the essay remain unacknowledged, than that it should be read with the idea that even the faintest image could be found in it of a mind and heart which, in their union of the rarest, and what are deemed the most conflicting, excellences, were unparalleled. Indeed, he had called the highest poetry, philosophy, oratory, or art trivial by the side of her, and had ended with the prophecy, that if mankind continued to improve, its spiritual history for ages to come would be nothing but the progressive working out of her thoughts and realization of her conceptions. In this tone, too, he spoke of her in my room. We may well suppose that the man who could thus express himself was no great portrait painter, and we may doubt the objective tendency of his judgment. We cannot, however, accuse him of viewing marriage as a mere contract, a charge frequently brought against him on account of his ultra-rationalistic standpoint on the woman question. Great poets, like Dante and Petrarch, have erected over the women who were fantastically beloved by them a fantastic monument, but I do not know that ever a poet gave such true and such warm expression to his loving veneration of a female character as Mill, in the words in which his opinion of her worth and her enduring significance to him was couched. The inscription he had cast on her tombstone in Eminent is no evidence of an artistic talent for the lapidary style. It has too many and too eulogistic words. How energetic and beautiful, though, is the sentence with which it ends. Were there even a few hearts and intellects like hers, this earth would already become the hoped-for heaven. I asked Mill if his wife had ever written anything else than the essay edited by him. No, he answered, but all through my writings you will find her ideas. The best passages in my books are by her. In your system of logic too? I asked once more. No, he replied, half apologetically, my logic was written before I was married. I could not avoid thinking that the contributions of Mrs. Mill to the inductive logic, even in the opposite case, could scarcely have been very considerable. A little thinking and reasoning would, under all circumstances, have fallen to the lot of Mill himself. The tone of reverential submissiveness apparent in his conversation was, however, peculiar to the temperament of the great thinker. His nature was endowed with a decided inclination to serve not a cause alone, but its personal incarnation, and thus he was led to worship one after the other, two individuals, who, rare and significant though they may have been, were by no means his superiors, his father and his wife. To his father, and to Bentham, he looked up in his early youth, to his wife all the rest of his life. No one who has read Mill's autobiography will have forgotten the gloomy description he gives of the desperate state of languor which ushered in his manhood. It was a long and painful crisis, during which his nature reacted against the excessive development of his faculties caused by his abnormal education. Instead of admiring the perfect intellectual organization which enabled him to come forth uninjured from the overfreighted and dangerous school of his father, English mediocrity was fond of pronouncing him, because of this hothouse culture, an abnormal being who was by no means fitted to be a teacher and an example. In the incredibly large and varied store of information imparted to him when he was a mere boy, the proof of the unnaturalness of his teachings and the inhumanity of Stuart Mill was found. What could be expected from a reading machine that had studied Greek at 3 years of age, and at 13 had gone through a course of political economy? The crisis which followed this overloading has been no less misinterpreted than was the encyclopedic education of the boy. Its symptoms were total indifference to all objects that previously had seemed to the young man worth desiring, and an unbroken state of joylessness, during which he asked himself whether the complete realization of all his ideas, and the achievement of the reforms for which he had been eager, would cause him genuine satisfaction, and found himself compelled to answer the question in the negative. Philosophers have discovered in this crisis nature's contradiction of Mill's utilitarian theory, inasmuch as, according to his own confession, the realization of the greatest possible happiness for the greatest possible number would have failed to make him happy. Theologians have found in it the stealthy approach of that secret melancholy, that deep-seated despair, which is always experienced by unbelievers, even when they themselves are not aware of it. Still, it is scarcely evidence against utilitarianism that morality alone is not sufficient for happiness, and it would be poor testimony, indeed, in behalf of the indispensability of dogmatic belief that a highly gifted and eminently critical youth of 20 years of age, who, moreover, both earlier and later managed to make his way cheerfully through the world without dogmatic belief, passed one whole winter in a state of profound aversion to action, overwhelmed with that sense of the misery of existence, with which every speculative mind is compelled to contend, and which almost every one is forced to conquer at least once in a lifetime. Among highly developed men there are but few who have not known this self-abandonment. With some it is of short duration, with others it becomes chronic. The exterior cause, as well as the weapons to be used against it, alone differ. Every one has his armor against discontent, one the impulse to work, another ambition, another family life, another frivolity, but through the meshes of his coat of mail weariness of life will occasionally find its way. With Stuart Mill this armor was manifestly the certainty of being in harmony with the mind of another person whom he esteemed more highly than himself. We must not overlook his own utterance that if he had, during the sorrowful crisis, loved anyone sufficiently to making confiding his griefs a necessity, he should not have been in the condition he was. Had Mill at that time been acquainted with his future wife, the crisis would certainly not have assumed such an acute character. She would have helped him to conquer his profound dejection more surely than dogmas and moral systems. This is very obvious from the pertinent words with which he has described his condition. I was thus, as I said to myself, stranded at the commencement of my voyage, with a well-equipped ship and a rudder, but no sail. The sail of this ship, which bore so rich and precious a freight, was and always remained his enthusiastic tendency to bow in profound submission before a chosen idol. At that period the influence of his father was markedly on the wane, that of his wife had not yet begun, consequently he stood still. So much, at least, was made very plain in my first conversation with Mill, that the gain of this woman friend was the greatest boon of his life. Only in one of the passages that he has written about her has he succeeded in giving an exact idea of the peculiar nature of her character, and that is where he compares her to Shelley. A female Shelley, so she stood before him in his youth. Later, even Shelley, who was so early snatched away, seemed to him a child in thought and intellectual maturity in comparison with what she became. He states many times, in very decided terms, what he owes to her, the perception of the region of ultimate aims, that is, the final consequences of theory, and of that of the nearest means, that is, of the immediately useful and practically attainable. The original endowment which he himself acknowledges, was now directed to the fusion of these extremes, to finding the medium course in political and moral truths. Nevertheless, it does not seem to me probable that Mrs. Mill inspired her husband with any direct new thought. The essential significance to him must, I think, be sought in two other points. In the first place, she strengthened his mental courage, and it is the boldness rather than the novelty of thought that gives its character to such classic works, as On Liberty. Many times, even during our first conversation, he returned with regret to the lack of courage that everywhere withholds writers from supporting new ideas. He said, "There are writers of the first rank, such as Georg Sand, whose actual originality consists in courage. I leave out of consideration, he added, her indescribably beautiful style, whose music can only be compared with the pleasing sounds of a symphony. The very confidence that a sense of harmony with the thought of another arouses, had enabled the wife of Stuart Mill to promote in him the courage he so extolled in George Sand. In the second place, through her female universality, Mrs. Mill prevented her husband from running into any prejudice whatsoever. She confirmed in his mind a certain skepticism that led him to keep open amid the ice of doctrine one spot that would never freeze, and in thus inclining him to be skeptical, she became the cause of his progress. While the majority of so-called freethinkers have almost always purchased relative free thought in one point with double obduracy in other respects, Mill was continually on his guard against conventional prejudice. Indeed, until the day of his death he carried on a sharp warfare against it, ferreting it out in its stronghold with the utmost intrepidity, in order to denounce and annihilate it. Finally, there can be no doubt that Mrs. Mill was largely responsible for the active part her husband took in advocating the elevation of women's social position. I felt interested to learn whether he had ever replied to his assailants on the woman question. He had given them no answer, nor did he purpose to pay any heed to them. Why, said he, forever keep repeating the same thing? Not one of them has produced anything of value. I touched upon the opposition of several physicians, whose objections were based on the necessities of nature to which a woman is subjected. He spoke harshly and positively against the prejudices of physicians in general. Long and tenderly he lingered, on the contrary, on the pleasure women took in performing the duties of the medical profession, and of the decided vocation they not unfrequently manifested for it. He mentioned Miss Garrett, who had recently taken a medical degree in Paris, and praised her as the first woman who had had the courage to make such an attempt. In a letter to me, he had once designated the woman question as in his eyes the most important of all political questions of the present day. At all events, it was one of those which during the last years of his life personally occupied him the most. He did not hesitate, either in his written or in his spoken words, to use the strongest expressions in order to place in the right light his conception of the unnaturalness of women's state of dependence. Indeed, he had not been afraid to challenge universal laughter through his vehement assertion, that, as we had never seen woman in freedom, we did know nothing whatever until now of her nature, as though Raphael's Sistine Madonna, Shakespeare's Young Maidens, all the literature about women, in fact, had taught us nothing of the feminine character. On this point he was almost fanatical. He, who in all the relations between man and woman was refinement and delicacy itself, allowed himself to be positively insulting in his expressions when an opinion differing from his own on his favorite topic was uttered in his presence. One day I chanced to be visiting a celebrated French savant when the mail brought him a letter from Stuart Mill. It was an answer to a communication in which the Frenchman had expressed the opinion that the change in the social status of women, demanded in Mill's essay on the subjection of women, might turn out well in England, where it would harmonize with the character of the race, but that in France, where the talents and tastes of the women were so contrary to it, there could be no possibility of success. Mill's pithy reply, which was handed to me with a smile, read as follows: I see in your remarks that contempt for women which is so prevalent in France. All that I can say on the subject is, that the French women pay this contempt back with interest to the men of France. The peculiarity of Mill's standpoint in this emancipation question was, that it was based solely and entirely on a Socratic ignorance. He refused to see in the accumulated experience of ages any proof in regard to the boundaries of the so long enthralled feminine mind, and insisted that a priori we knew nothing at all about women. He proceeded from no doctrinal view of especial feminine faculties, resting content with the simple proposition that man had no right to deny woman any occupation to which she felt attracted, and he declared everything like guardianship to be utterly useless as well as unjust, since free competition would of itself exclude woman from every occupation for which she was incapacitated, or in which man decidedly surpassed her. He has repelled many people by immediately deducing the final logical consequences of his theory the first time the question was brought forward, and by advocating the immediate participation of women in the affairs of government, but, as an Englishman, he had a too matter-of-fact mind not to limit the practical agitation to a single point. I remember asking him why, in utter disregard of what appeared to me the first requisite of all, social emancipation, every effort in England and America was concentrated on political suffrage, which was so much more difficult to attain. He replied, because when that is gained, all the rest will follow. He rose to take his leave, and having been informed that I meditated a trip to London, he asked me if I would make it with him. Fearing to intrude, I declined, and received an invitation to visit him in England. I had at that time just read Mill's masterly work on the philosophy of William Hamilton, was very full of it, and my mind was burdened with 1,000 philosophic questions aroused by it. I was, therefore, greatly rejoiced that so rare an opportunity offered itself to discuss my doubts with the author himself, and a week later I rang the bell at the garden gate in front of Mill's country seat in Blackheath Park, near London, that little wicket gate before which I have never stood without a feeling of joyous expectation, and which I have never closed behind me without a sense of having been intellectually enriched. My university education in Copenhagen had been an abstract metaphysical one. The professors of philosophy of the institution were men who, although mutually opposed to one another and supposed to be advocates of diametrically opposite standpoints, in all essentials bore the impress of the same school. They had begun their career as theologians, and had later become Hegelians, some influenced by the left flank of the Hegel school, others by the right. They had finally, together with all the rest of the world at that time, become emancipated from Hegel, which, however, must be so interpreted as to admit of Hegel's still remaining first and last in their mental sphere. The methods of Hegel, employed now more naively, now in a more sophistic way, were preached from a cathedra, devoted to the worship of the Absolute, the subjective objective, his works were cited, his few witticisms repeated, and a wearisome, never-ending controversy against his supposed errors was carried on, from which we students gathered that they were almost all founded on his undervaluation of the real, especially in his faulty discernment of the natural sciences. We were taught, however, to consider his errors more precious than the truths of other thinkers, since truth could only be attained, as was shown by the example of our worthy professors, by creeping through the loophole of some error of Hegel. The University of Copenhagen, notwithstanding its otherwise by no means too friendly sentiments towards Germany, held it as an incontestable fact that modern philosophy was a German, as ancient philosophy had been a Grecian science. The existence of English empiricism and of French positivism was not recognized at the university. Of English philosophy, in especial, we only heard as of a system that had long since been overthrown, and whose death blow had been dealt to it by Kant. It had only been possible for me, by a vigorous effort of the will, to tear myself free, as best I could, from the bonds of the school prevailing in Denmark, and at the period when I met Stuart Mill I was still wavering between the speculative and the positive tendency. I made no secret to Mill of my state of uncertainty. "So, then, you are very familiar with Hegel," said he. "Do you understand German?" "To be sure I do, I read it almost as readily as I do my mother tongue." "I do not understand the German language," he said, in reply, "and have never read a line of German literature in the original. In fact, I know so little German that when I have been in Germany, I have had difficulty in finding my way at railroad stations and elsewhere." "Have you made the acquaintance of the German philosophers through translations?" "Kant I have read in a translation, of Hegel not a syllable either in a translation or in the original. I know him only through reviews and refutations, best of all through a concise presentation of his views by the only Hegelian in England, Sterling." "And what impressions have you received of Hegel?" "That the writings in which Hegel has attempted to apply his principles may perhaps contain some good things, but that everything purely metaphysical in what he has written is sheer nonsense." I was startled, and suggested that I supposed this remark was to be taken cum grano salis. "No, every word is meant to be understood literally," replied he. Then he dwelt on the outlines of the system, on the first preliminaries, the theory of being that is identified with nothing, and exclaimed, "What would you expect from a whole that begins with such sophistry?" "Have you really read Hegel?" "Certainly, I have read most of his writings." Mill, with a highly incredulous air, "And you have understood him?" "I think so, at least, in all the principal features of his works." He, with almost naive astonishment, "But is there actually anything to understand?" I did what I could to reply to this singular and rather diffusive question, and Mill, by no means convinced, yet as though he entered into my thought, said, "I understand very well the reverence, or the gratitude, you cherish for Hegel. We are always grateful to those who have taught us to think. Never have I felt so keenly, as during this conversation, how thoroughly Mill was a man cast in one mold, a genuine Englishman, willful and obstinate, equipped with a singularly iron will, and absolutely devoid of any flexible critical power of appropriation. What took the deepest hold of me, however, was the impression of the ignorance in which the most noteworthy men of different countries, even of the few lands most closely akin to their own, are of their mutual merits, and that in this second half of our 19th century, it seemed to me one could do much good by simply studying, confronting, and understanding these great minds that fail to understand one another. I endeavored to bring into play against the principles of empirical philosophy the mode of contemplation I owed to my university training. To my astonishment, all the arguments I brought forward, and on whose effect upon Mill I had counted much, had long been familiar to him. Those, said he, are the old German arguments. He traced them all back to Kant, and had his answers to them ready. It would not be in place in these pages to treat of the real significance of the controversy between the two modern schools, a problem which, in Germany, by almost all thinkers, is solved from the Teutonic point of view. As a matter of course, Stuart Mill would not admit that David Hume had been refuted by Kant, an opinion which I now thoroughly share with him, and which I believe will be universally prevalent when the Kant worship begins to be somewhat on the decline. I already find a trace of this change of conception in Germany in Father Paulson's admirable work on Kant's theory of knowledge. At that time, to be sure, I had a presentiment that there must be some way of reconciling the rationalistic and the empiric theory of knowledge, but I did not yet know Herbert Spencer's simple solution of the problem. Mill spoke briefly but decidedly against all attempts at mediation, and concluded, with the mingling of modesty and decision that was peculiar to him, in the following words, which have remained fixed in my memory: I believe that we must choose between the theories. In the same spirit he expressed himself concerning the various modern philosophers, whose thought was nearly related to his own. He recommended me to become acquainted with Herbert Spencer, yet would not advise me, he said, to study Spencer's later works. He thought that in these Spencer had deviated from the good method. On the other hand, he urgently commended to me Spencer's Principles of Psychology and the two chief works of his, in my estimation, far less intellectual contemporary Bain, The Senses and the Intellect and the Emotions and the Will. He presented me with a copy of the Analysis of the Human Mind by his much revered father, the edition prepared and supplied with notes by himself and Bain, extolling the book to me as the main work of the English school in this century, and I having expressed to him my admiration of his critique of Hamilton's philosophy, he sent me the book the very next day. Almost of itself the conversation fell on Taine's recently issued volume, De l'intelligence, in which Mill is so zealously investigated, profited by, and refuted, and in which the English tendency has perhaps placed its most enduring monument in French philosophy. Mill praised Taine, called his book one of the most profound and important works of modern France, and said about the same things to me regarding it that I found repeated later in his review of it, Fortnightly Review, July, 1870. As a whole, he liked the book, but he had the same kind of objections to offer against the last chapters as against the later works of Herbert Spencer. We must, according to his conviction, most decidedly choose once for all, between the conditional knowledge of empiricism and the absolute certainty of intuition, and Taine, in the last volume of his work, had attempted to establish axioms which, not being derived from experience, had validity for the whole universe, independent of the boundaries of our experience. Mill, himself, thought, as is well known, that even the propositions of algebra and of geometry, whose empiric origin he endeavored to establish, could only be sure of a limited dominion. He extolled to me the little book Essays by a Barrister, from which he himself quoted a few sentences. The barrister finds it quite conceivable that our multiplication table, as well as our Euclid, may be utterly valueless in another solar system. The question is, he says, whether our certainty of the truth of the multiplication table arises from experience or from a transcendental conviction, excited by experience, but anterior to and formative of it. To illustrate the former of these views he presents a few striking examples. There is a world in which, whenever two pairs of things are either placed in proximity or are contemplated together, a fifth thing is immediately created, and brought within the contemplation of the mind engaged in putting two and two together. This is surely neither inconceivable, for we can readily conceive the result by thinking of common puzzle tricks, nor can it be said to be beyond the power of omnipotence. Yet, in such a world, surely 2 and 2 may be 5, that is, the result to the mind of contemplating two twos would be to count 5. This shows that it is not inconceivable that 2 and 2 might make 5, but, on the other hand, it is perfectly easy to see why in this world we are absolutely certain that 2 and 2 make 4. There is probably not an instant of our lives in which we are not experiencing the fact. We see it whenever we count 4 books, 4 tables or chairs, 4 men in the street, or the 4 comers of a paving stone, and we feel more sure of it than of the rising of the sun tomorrow, because our experience upon the subject is so much wider, and applies to such an infinitely greater number of cases. Nor is it true that every one who has once been brought to see it is equally sure of it. A boy who has just learned the multiplication table is pretty sure that twice 2 are 4, but is often extremely doubtful whether or not 7 times 9 are 63. If his teacher told him that twice 2 made 5, his certainty would be greatly impaired. It would be possible to put a case of a world in which 2 straight lines should be universally supposed to include a space. Imagine a man, who had never had any experience of straight lines through the medium of any sense whatever, suddenly placed upon a railway, stretching out on a perfectly straight line to an indefinite distance in each direction. He would see the rails, which would be the first straight lines he ever saw, apparently meeting, or at least tending to meet, at each horizon, and he would thus infer in the absence of all other experience that they actually did enclose a space, when produced far enough. Experience alone could undeceive him. A world in which every object was round with the exception of a straight, inaccessible railway, would be a world in which everyone would believe that two straight lines enclosed a space. In his conversation, Mr. Mill expressed his adherence to these humorous sophistries, which have been so keenly criticized by Spencer, and he added, if we possessed the sense of sight without the sense of touch, we would have no doubt that two or more bodies might exist in the same place, so completely is every so-called a priori axiom dependent on the character of our organs and experiences. For our conversation turned one day on the then existing circumstances in Rome. I compared the religious condition of Rome with that of France. I reminded Stuart Mill of the phenomenon observed by both of us in Paris of the beau monde congregating in a church, and added, in your dissertations and discussions, you have written some words which you will scarcely now defend. You say, so far as the upper ranks are concerned, France may as properly be called a Buddhistic as a Catholic country. The latter is not more true than the former. Would you still maintain this? He answered, it was at that time more true than now. In our day a new reaction has taken place, the possibility of which I could not conceive. In my youth I did not believe that man could retrograde, now I know it. A portion of the blame for this retrogression he ascribed to the French university philosophy. He spoke with a deprecation which was not to be wondered at, coming from his lips, of Cousin and his school. But in spite of all he concluded, I cling to my old conviction that the history of France in modern times is the history of all Europe. This view, which is reflected in all the works of Stuart Mill, is, in my judgment, a one-sidedness which can easily be accounted for by his ignorance of the German language and literature, and his undervaluation of the English situation, in which he, as a matter of course, was well able to detect the evils. He had visited France when he was very young. He told me he had passed his 15th year there, and had during that time learned all the French now at his command. As the French language was the only foreign tongue he spoke fluently and frequently, even though not without a strong English accent, and as through his whole life he had exerted himself to introduce French ideas into England, and to impart to his countrymen a love for the French national spirit, France necessarily represented to him Europe almost as though he were a native-born Frenchman. Among all the Frenchmen whom Mill knew, Armand Carrel was, I believe, the one whom he held in the highest esteem. The essay he has written about this young French journalist is perhaps the most beautiful and the most overflowing with sentiment of anything he has written. In his great admiration for Armand Carrel, I find a partial explanation of his vehement antipathy to Sainte-Beuve. He could never forgive Sainte-Beuve for the fact that he, who had once been a collaborator of the National and a friend of Carrel, had become friendly to the Empire, and allowed himself to be elected senator. And yet this isolated fact was scarcely sufficient to warrant the hard words Mill dropped concerning Sainte-Beuve in my presence. Sainte-Beuve was distasteful to him for the same reason that Carrel so greatly pleased him. He had not thoroughly studied him, his Port Royal for instance, he had never read, but a mind with such keenness and such firmly rooted principles as Mill's, was naturally repelled by the pliant and undulating temperament of Sainte-Beuve. Stuart Mill was a man of almost metallic character, rigid, angular, and immovable. The spirit of Sainte-Beuve, on the contrary, was like a lake, broad, tender, elastic, and of great circumference, yet moving altogether in little ripples of an undefined and varying size. Therefore Stuart Mill was, as it were, created to be an authority. His tone was that of one accustomed to command, and even when his demeanor was the boldest, he seemed, through the very conciseness and confidence with which he substantiated his results, to repulse every contradiction. Sainte-Beuve, on the contrary, never closed a subject entirely and without reservation. He was never quite Catholic, nor quite romantic, nor quite imperial, nor quite a naturalist. One thing alone he was absolutely and entirely, Sainte-Beuve, in other words, the critic with feminine sympathy and ever-lurking skepticism. He was of the tiger race, yet was no tiger. He attached himself thoroughly to no one and to nothing, but he rubbed against everything, and the inevitable friction produced sparks. Mill's repugnance to him was like the antipathy of the dog for the cat. It was impossible for Sainte-Beuve to write simply. He could not pronounce a verdict without making it dependent on a whole system of subordinate conditions. He could not utter ever so brief a eulogy without spicing it with all kinds of malice. The greatest critic of France, after the death of Sainte-Beuve, once said to me, "A laudatory sentence from Sainte-Beuve is a veritable nest of leeches." Now, take in comparison the character of the mind and the whole style of Stuart Mill, his thoughts always on a grand scale, embracing the universal, allowing the individual to slip from notice, his diction unadorned, without artistic finish, naked as a landscape, whose sole beauty is the simplicity and power of the position of the land. On one of the last days of my stay in London, the conversation with Stuart Mill turned on the relation between literature and theatre in England and in France. He expressed the opinion, so common in our day, that the French who in the 17th century appropriated Spanish, in the 18th century English, and in the 19th century German ideas, in reality possess no other literary originality than that which lay in the form. Stuart Mill, whose mind was pretty much devoid of a sense of the purely aesthetic, and who cared more for the idea in art than for art itself as art, apparently did not realize that the poetic and artistic originality of the French would remain unaffected even by this undue limitation of its inventive genius, for where form and contents are inseparable, originality in form is identical with originality in general. Without permitting myself to touch on this point of view in my conversation with Mill, I merely replied, that one characteristic commonly held up as a reproach to the French, their so-called superficiality, was most highly useful to them when they imitated, for their imitation is but a semblance. With a strong tendency to be influenced by everything foreign, the French unite an almost total lack of capacity to form an objective impression of the foreign. Consequently, the national stamp is always plainly recognizable beneath the thin coating of foreign gloss. By way of example, I mentioned Victor Hugo, as an imitator of Shakespeare, and Alfred de Musset, as an imitator of Byron. However, I added, I will heartily admit the superiority of English poetry to the French if you will reward me by conceding the superiority of French dramatic art over the English. I had the previous evening attended the performance at the Adelphi Theatre, of Molière's Le Malade Imaginaire under the title of The Robust Invalid, and having very often seen the play in Paris, I had a fine opportunity to compare the English mode of acting with the French. The invalid and the servant girl were allowed all manner of coarse exaggerations. They bawled aloud in the roughest conceivable way, even had the audacity to end the second act with a can-can, and this while English prudery demanded that the scene with the syringe, and all expressions supposed to violate decency, should be omitted. Yes, said Mill, the theatre with us has fallen into decay. So far as the comedy is concerned, this may be accounted for by the fact that English nature is so devoid of form, and so untheatrical, and because our gestures are so stiff and so rare, while the French, even in their daily lives, always demean themselves like actors, yet in the direction of tragedy we can show some great names. Who knows, though, but that in our day reading may supplant theatre-going and compensate for it. He led the conversation from the theatre to English authors, and discussed with warmth two men as totally different from himself as Dickens and Carlyle. Thoroughly matter-of-fact as he was himself, he could appreciate as well as anyone the poet with the great, warm heart, and the historian with the gushing, visionary imagination. Dickens was at that time just deceased. A few days previous to our conversation I had stood on the spot in Westminster Abbey where his body had but recently been laid to rest. His grave was still covered with living roses, while heavy, cold stone monuments covered the surrounding graves. It had the effect of a symbol. I communicated my impression to Mill, who expressed deep regret that he had not known Dickens personally, and had only learned through others of his amiability in private intercourse. The last words we exchanged concerned the directly impending Franco-German war, to which Mill looked forward with gloomy misgivings. He considered it a misfortune for all humanity, for the entire European civilization. I gazed long into his deep, blue eyes, before I could prevail upon myself to bid him a final farewell. It was my earnest desire to imprint upon my mind this so earnest and so stem, yet at the same time so bold, countenance, with all its youthful freshness. I wished to render it impossible to me to forget the peculiar greatness stamped on the man's form and on his every word. It is of considerable importance in grasping the character of an author to learn in what relation the impression of his human disposition stands to that of his disposition as an author. I have never known a great man in whom these two impressions were so thoroughly harmonious as in Mill. I have never discovered any quality in him as an author that I have not rediscovered in my personal intercourse with him, and I have found his different characteristics in both spheres exalted above and subordinated to one another in precisely the same order and manner. There are authors in whose writings some definite quality, for instance, philanthropy, or wit, or dignity, plays a more prominent role than in their lives, others whose writings display not a trace of those qualities, such as humor or free humanity, which render them amiable in their private lives. Most authors are far inferior to their books. In Stuart Mill no such inequality existed, for he was the very incarnation of truthfulness. There occurs in Mill's autobiography a situation which affords an opportunity of measuring the degree of this truthfulness. I have in mind his position when he, the social reformer, who was so far removed from all demagogism, at a meeting of electors, comprised chiefly of the working class, was asked if he had written and made public the statement that the working classes of England were, as a rule, liars. He answered at once, and briefly, "I did." Scarcely, he adds, were these two words out of my mouth, when vehement applause resounded through the whole meeting. It was evident that the working people were so accustomed to expect equivocation and evasion from those who sought their suffrages, that when they found, instead of that, a direct avowal of what was likely to be disagreeable to them, instead of being affronted, they concluded at once that this was a person whom they could trust. Mill gives the most modest interpretation of the proceeding, but the reader surmises what a halo of truthfulness must at that moment have hovered about him whose accusation of pervading falsehood was met with storms of applause from men spoiled by the flatteries of demagogues. In daily life, too, Mill bore that invisible nimbus of exalted love of truth. His whole being radiated with purity of character. It is needful to look back to the most sublime philosophic characters of antiquity, to Marcus Aurelius and his peers, if peers he has, to find a parallel to Mill. He was equally true and equally great, whether he addressed his maturely considered thought in some renowned work to a circle of readers spread over the whole globe, or whether, in his own home, without any assumption of superiority, he dropped an accidental remark to a chance visitor. Ernest Renan. Ernest Renan. 1880. It was not my intention to call on Renan during my stay in Paris from April to September, 1870, for I have always had an absolute horror of robbing celebrated men of their time under pretext of paying tribute to them. When, however, Tyne, Renan's most intimate friend, repeatedly urged me to look up his friend, the philologist, I gathered up my courage, and one day, provided with a letter of introduction from Tyne, found myself on the third floor of a house in Rue de Vance, where Renan lived. His surroundings were exceedingly simple. Since he had been deprived of the chair of Hebrew in the Collège de France, he was without any fixed income, and his first popular publication was the only one of his books that had been at all remunerative. Judging from his works and portrait, I had imagined Renan to be a refined reproduction of Jules Simon, philanthropic, gentle, with his head slightly inclined to one side. I found him decided, terse, and bold in his utterances, firm in his convictions, with somewhat of the modesty of the savant, but still more of the confidence and air of superiority of the man of the world. Renan was at the time 47 years of age. He was sitting at his writing table when I entered his room, a little, broad-shouldered man, with a slight stoop, and a large, heavy head. His features were coarsely molded, his complexion poor. He had blue eyes that displayed a wondrous power of penetration, and a mouth that, even in repose, was eloquent and indicative of shrewdness. His far from beautiful yet unquestionably attractive face, with its expression of lofty understanding and excessive industry, was framed in a mass of long brown hair that over the temples gradually shaded into white. In looking at him I was reminded of one of his own sentences, La science est roturière. In early youth I had been repelled by the works of Renan, who is by no means the author for youth. Moreover, his Life of Jesus, the first of his writings that fell into my hands, is perhaps his weakest work. The trace of sentimentality, the occasional appearance of unction, that last remnant of a priestly education, all that to a young person must seem either unduly effeminate, or lacking in genuineness, prevented me from arriving at a correct estimation of his literary qualities. That first impression had later been lost. The noble collection, Etudes d'histoire religieuse, had opened my eyes to the almost feminine delicacy of feeling that could only seem unmanly to very youthful and inexperienced minds, and I found it quite natural that he who had justly been called the most gentle of the bold should be unable to speak without melancholy of his exceptional position. The worst penalty a man who has fought his way to a life of reflection is compelled to pay for the independent stand he has taken, is to see himself excluded from the great religious family to which belong the best souls on earth, and regarded by the very beings with whom he would most gladly live in spiritual harmony, as a corrupt man. One must be very sure of one's position not to be shaken when women and children clasp their hands and cry, "Oh, believe as we do." I had, however, erred in my supposition that any reminder of this elegiac tone would ring through Renan's everyday mode of expression. The main characteristic of his conversation was a thorough intellectual freedom, the magnificent repose of a genial child of the world. The nerve and sinew of his words was an unbounded contempt for the majority and for the masses, such as I had never before encountered in anyone who displayed neither misanthropy nor bitterness. The first time I saw him he led the conversation to human stupidity. He said, evidently in view of inspiring his younger fellow laborer with tranquility of mind for the coming storms of life, "Most men are not human beings at all, but apes," but he said it without anger. The words of Jésus occurred to my mind, "L'homme prise avec tolérance." Traces of this calm contempt may be found in the prefaces to his works. Many years later it received poetic expression in his translation of Shakespeare's Tempest, but in his essay on La menace he has plainly defined it. He says, "There is found in La menace quite too much anger and not sufficient contempt." The literary consequences of this fault are very serious. Anger leads to declamation, bluntness, often coarse insults, while contempt, on the contrary, almost always produces a refined and dignified style. Anger bears within itself a need of being shed. Contempt is a subtle, penetrating delight which does not require the sympathy of others. It is discreet and all-sufficient to itself. Renan's manner of speaking has a certain upward soaring flight, a certain sprightly and redundant grace, without which no one ever gains the praise in Paris accorded to Renan, that in social intercourse and conversation he was charmant. Of the solemnity which his style often displays there was not a trace in its oral form. There was nothing priest-like about him, and he was wholly devoid of the pathos of a martyr of free thought. It was his wont to introduce a turn in the discourse with his favorite expression, diable, and he was so far removed from striking the bitter and elegiac tone, that his equanimity had rather a touch of Olympian cheerfulness. Whoever knew anything of the childishly odious attacks with which he was daily assailed from the orthodox ranks, and whoever, like myself, had observed in Vuillot's journalistic circles how opinions wavered between whether the right punishment for his heresy was hanging or shooting, could not but feel interested to inquire of Renan if he had not suffered a great deal for his convictions. "I," was the answer, "not the least. I hold no intercourse with Catholics. I am only acquainted with one of them. We have one in the Academic des Inscriptions and we are very good friends. The sermons preached against me I do not hear, the pamphlets written against me I do not read. What possible harm could they do me?" According to Renan's opinion, the devout Catholics of France constitute about 1/5 of the population, and he thought they were far more fanatical than the Orthodox Catholics of other places, because Catholicism in Spain and Italy is viewed almost as a matter of custom, while in France it is stimulated by intelligent opposition. I found Renan, in June, 1870, very much exhilarated by the events in Rome. "A statue should be erected to Pius IX, said he. He is an extraordinary man. Since Luther no one has rendered such great service to religious freedom as he. He has advanced the cause about 300 years. Without him Catholicism might very well have remained unchanged for 300 years, shut up in a closed room with its spider's web and its thick dust. Now we are airing the room, and every one can see for himself that it is empty, and that nothing lies concealed within it." He had entertained a fear that during the negotiations concerning the infallibility of the Pope, even at the last moment, some compromise or other would be effected, through which everything would practically remain in the former channels, but this possibility had just vanished, and it could readily be foreseen that the bishops would shun no consequence, not even the result anticipated by Renan, which was, that a dismemberment would take place within Catholicism similar to that existing in Protestantism. It has been proved that the policy of the Catholic Church was wiser than its opponents at the first moment supposed. The division that took place was neither deep nor important, and there is not the slightest prospect of a dismemberment that can in any way be compared with the nature of the sects of Protestantism. Renan, who thought chiefly of France, hoped that time might open the eyes of the French bourgeoisie, which had thrown itself completely into the arms of the Church since the February Revolution, and was watching with profound anxiety the position so inimical to civilization assumed by the papal power. In his interesting novel Ladislaus Bolsky, Victor Cherbuliez has turned into mild ridicule certain pet theories of Renan, by putting into the mouth of the good-natured yet thoroughly unpractical mentor of the hero, Renan's doctrine concerning the delicate nature of truth, and the consequent necessity of approaching it with the utmost deliberation and caution. George Richard it believes with Renan, that everything depends on some shade of meaning, that truth is not simply white or black, but is one shade of these colors, and he is wrecked because we cannot act in shades, but must act totally or not at all. In fact, Richard it aims at an actual realization of the idea expressed by Renan in one of many passages on the subject, as follows: "We might as well attempt to hit a winged insect with a club, as to grasp the truth in a moral science with the coarse claws of syllogism." Logic cannot grasp delicate shades of meaning, yet truths that are of a moral nature depend solely and entirely upon these shades. It is, therefore, of no avail to pounce on truth with the clumsy violence of a wild boar, for fleet and nimble truth will escape the ruthless attack, and all the pains taken to capture it will be in vain. Whoever is familiar with Renan's literary activity knows how closely he adheres to this thought when he writes. How different is the fate of his beloved shades of meaning when he speaks. While Taine, whose writings are filled with such bold utterances, is ever moderate and subdued in conversation, only allowing himself to be guided by the strictest considerations of justice and fairness, Renan, when he speaks, goes to extremes, and is by no means the knight of the delicate shades of thought. In one point alone were the two men equally decided in their expressions. This was when the discourse turned on that spiritualistic philosophy of France which strove to gain strength in its tender alliance with the Church, that system of philosophy which originally won the hearts of fathers of families, by bearing on its shield dogmas and virtue, and that in the place of discoveries of new truths, promised to furnish the entire land with good morals as the fruits of its scientific research. It had at that time control of all the professorships of France. In Sorbonne it was represented by Janet and Caro. Janet, the more refined, more elegant spirit, endeavored to understand his opponents and set them right, while Caro, a specimen of genuine mediocrity, won the applause of the audiences he addressed, by flinging out his arms and vigorously beating his broad chest, and by his appeals to the freedom of the will. To Renan, who, nevertheless, has treated of Cousin as an orator and an author in so elegant an essay, the entire eclectic philosophy was orally mere official soup children's pap product of mediocrity, calculated for mediocrity. Indeed, so obstinate was he on this point, that he, the advocate of fine shadings, could never be persuaded that spiritualism was not absolutely false. For Taine, on the other hand, he cherished an admiration that was almost passionate. Taine, c'est l'homme du vrai, l'amour de la vérité même. In spite of the strikingly apparent difference of their natures, Taine's style has the strength of a fountain. Renan's style flows as much like a stream as does the verse of Lamartine. Renan declared himself to be in accord with his friend on all essentials. And when one day I led the conversation to the so frequently discussed question, namely, how much justice there was in the universal tendency to bewail the intellectual decadence of France, Renan immediately referred to Taine. "Decadence, what do you mean by that?" he exclaimed. "Everything is relative. Is not Tyne, for instance, of vastly more importance than Cousin and Villemain put together? There is yet much intellect in France. Several times he repeated the words, Il y a beaucoup d'esprit en France. In common with nearly all cultivated Frenchmen, Renan was a reverential admirer of George Sand. This remarkable woman had been able to extend her dominion over the younger generation of France, without being in the least untrue to her youthful ideals. An idealist like Renan, she had won through her idealism; a naturalist like Tyne, through the mysterious endowments that testified of her nearness to nature; the younger Dumas, to whom we might believe the heroes and heroines of George Sand, concerning whom his dramas often make bitter criticisms, would be especially odious, was perhaps the one among the post-romantic authors who stood personally nearest to her. The enthusiasm of Dumas for George Sand was, upon the whole, only a consequence of his literary susceptibility. The enthusiasm of Renan was of a deeper character. As strong as must necessarily be his hatred for Béranger, in whom he sees the personification of all that is frivolous and prosaic in the French national character, and whose narrow dieu des bons gens is a thorn in the eye of the follower of Herder, the pantheistic thinker and dreamer. Quite as lively must naturally be his sympathy for the authoress of Lelia Spiridion and so many other dreamily enthusiastic writings. Notwithstanding his wide range of vision, Renan is not without national limitations in his literary sympathies. In a conversation about England, he had nothing whatever that was good to say of Dickens. He was not even inclined to be fair. The pretentious style of Dickens, said he, makes the same impression on me as the style of a provincial newspaper. His well-known unjust article on Feuerbach fills us with less astonishment, when we learn in how marked a degree the defects of Dickens caused him to overlook the merits. It is the same morbidly developed taste for a classic and well-tempered mode of expression which gives Renan an antipathy to the humorous peculiarities in the style of Dickens and to the passionate form of Feuerbach's style. The genial mannerism of the English seemed to him provincial. The violence of the German appeared to him to savor of a tobacco-like aftertaste of the pedantry of German student atheism. In the spring of 1870 Renan was on the point of making a trip to Spitzbergen, in company with Prince Napoleon. Shortly before starting he was discussing politics with me one day. You can become thoroughly acquainted with the Emperor, said he, through his writings. He is a journalist on the throne, a publicist who takes pains to inquire into popular opinion. Since his whole power depends upon the latter, he has occasion to employ more art, notwithstanding his inferiority, than Bismarck, who can afford to disregard everything. Until now he has been merely physically, not intellectually, enfeebled, but he has been extremely cautious, extremement courtly, and he entertains a profound distrust of himself hitherto unknown to him. Renan's estimate of Napoleon was very similar to that expressed by Sainte-Beuve, in the well-known fragment on the life of Caesar. Olivier, whom he had known for a long time, he criticized severely. He and the Emperor are admirably suited to each other, said he. They have the same kind of ambitious mysticism. They are, as it were, allied through their chimeras. As early as the year 1851 Olivia had often said to Renan, "As soon as I am at the helm, as soon as I become premier, when I, with my simple political principles, urged the necessity of obligatory education, a thought I constantly had occasion to advocate, and which was everywhere treated as an absurdity or as a long since abandoned whim, Renan was, in my estimation, so paradoxical that I could scarcely believe him to be in earnest." His arguments, however, are interesting, especially because similar ones were continually presented at that time by the most prominent men of France, although perhaps in a different form. Renan maintained, first of all, that enforced education was tyranny. "I have myself," said he, "a little child that is in feeble health. How despotic it would be to take that child from me in order to educate it." I replied that there would be exceptions made by the law. "Then no one would send children to school," he answered. "You do not know our French peasants. They would gain nothing from such legislation. Let them till the soil and pay their taxes, or give them a musket in their hand, and a knapsack on their back, and they are the best soldiers in the world. But what is well adapted to one race does not always suit another. France is not like Scotland or the Scandinavian countries. Puritanic and Teutonic customs cannot take root in our soil. France is not a religious country, and every attempt to make it so would prove abortive. Ours is a land that produces two things, what is great and what is fine, do grand it do fin. Respectable mediocrity will never thrive here." These two words express the ideal needs of the population. As for the rest, there is but one thing they want, and that is to amuse themselves, to experience through pleasure that they are living. And finally, believe me, it is my firm conviction that elementary education is a downright evil. What is a human being that can read and write? I mean a human being that can do nothing but read and write. An animal, a stupid and conceited animal. Give human beings an education of from 15 to 20 years duration, if you can, otherwise, nothing. Anything less, so far from making them any wiser, only destroys their natural amiability, their instinct, their innate sound reason, and renders them positively unendurable. Is there anything worse than to be governed by a seminarist? The sole reason why we are forced to occupy ourselves with this question is because this mass of street boys, états de gamins, gained the upper hand and wrung from us the right of universal suffrage. No, let us agree that culture is only a good in the case of highly cultivated people, and that the half-cultivated are to be regarded as useless, arrogant apes. I spoke of decentralization, of elevating the condition of the provincial cities, Lyons, for instance. Lyons, he burst out, in absolute earnest, why, it would never occur to anyone to transform the metropolitan cities of the provinces into intellectual focuses, for they would at once come under the control of the bishops. No, he added with droll conviction, in such cities nothing but absurdities will ever be accomplished. After such utterances from the man of all others in France who fought most vigorously for a reform in the higher schools and universities, it is perhaps easier to understand why it was that the indifference of the liberals in that country went hand in hand with the zeal of the Catholic priesthood, whenever there arose a question of remedying that ignorance of the lower classes which later proved so dangerous for the outer and inner security of the land. Old Philet Chazels, who was really no chauvinist, made himself very merry one evening in May, 1870, over my faith in the efficacious power of compulsory education. He called it my Revalenta Arabica, and facetiously declared that I hoped through it to make the human race happy through all eternity. He asked me, too, if I did not think the peasants made sufficiently good fathers of families and good soldiers, without the aid of the schoolmaster. The war soon taught these men that the soldier who can read and write has a power in his hands never before adequately appreciated. It was, indeed, remarkable to see how ideas we are apt to ascribe wholly to the Catholic priesthood, as, for instance, this idea of the absolute harmfulness of imperfect knowledge, had gradually gained such authority in a land saturated with Catholicism that, with a slight alteration of form, they even swayed the opponents of the Catholic faith. Another equally interesting application of the Renan theory, that what was good in Germany or in the North was not necessarily suitable for France, I heard one day at Renan's country villa in Sevres when he himself was absent. The conversation fell on French convenience marriages. A lady, closely allied to Renan, a German-born lady, who was thoroughly imbued with his ideas, defended the French custom of founding marriages on an agreement between the suitor and the parents, and of permitting the wedding to take place after a few obbligato visits. This manner of forming a matrimonial alliance, said she, would not exist without very good reasons. Although brought up in France, I who am German by birth did not marry in this way. As often as it was proposed to me to take a suitor into consideration, I declared that I would not see him. The mere fact that he came as a suitor sufficed to make him odious in my eyes. I was acquainted with my husband several years before our marriage. Who can offer any protest against the French custom, however, that has seen, as I have in the case of so many of our friends, and she mentioned one and another, who were introduced but 1 week before their wedding day, and yet whose union proved so happy and satisfactory to both parties. While I was viewing these words, partly as a subterfuge employed to escape passing judgment on the relations of near friends, partly as a symptom of the French characteristic desire to represent every national peculiarity, however unfortunate it may be, as an unalterable quality of the race, a gentleman who was present, one of the most unprejudiced of French authors, laid his hand on the head of his little daughter, a child of 2 years old, and said, "Do you think it would be right for me to give my little girl to the first man that might appear on the scene, and without appealing to us, her parents, manage to steal away her heart? Remember how great is the inexperience of a young girl, and do not forget the conditions of the actual world, nor what scoundrels there are abroad, nor what a past, what diseases, what bestial appetites a young man may have, which a father's eye may detect, but whose existence the innocent mind of a young maiden neither can nor should deem possible. The world is an enemy. Should not I with all my might defend my little daughter against this enemy? If, some day 15 years hence, suitors for her hand announce themselves, we parents, if we are then living, will act as follows: we will discard those who cannot suitably be taken into consideration, either because of their social position, or because of moral or physical weaknesses. We will make a choice selection, and from this permit the young girl to choose as she pleases. To account for this mode of contemplation, the secluded education of young girls in convents, or in boarding schools, should be borne in mind. Viewed in this light, even when consideration is taken of the greater ardor and sensuality of the Latin races, the conclusion arrived at is perhaps not unreasonable. I was in London when the Franco-German War broke out, and being so fortunate as to have intercourse with some wholly unbiased men of great political insight, I foresaw sooner than my French acquaintances all the disasters the war must inevitably bring upon France. On my return to Paris, I found the people full of hope and confidence. Indeed, there was, as is well known, a manifestation of arrogance that could not but affect every stranger unpleasantly. This arrogance, however, was by no means shared by men of science. As yet there had been no battle, but already the news of the suicide of Provost Paradol in North America had filled with the most painful forebodings everyone who knew him and was aware how thoroughly posted he was in the preparations and resources of France. The terrible event occurred immediately after an attack of fever, yet no one doubted that Paradol had laid hands on himself with a full consciousness of what he was doing, and with a plain design. That he had not merely sent in his resignation was because, so it would seem, he was altogether too proud to admit that he had in any way been in error. He was not even willing to make such an admission in an argument, and now he had been guilty of a triple error: believing in the justice of the constitutional tendency of the emperor, seeking the post of ambassador to Washington, and finally not giving up his post at once, when the odious comedy of universal suffrage in May had shown what the constitutional temper of the emperor indicated. The declaration of war, in his eyes identical with the downfall of France, caused him to prefer death to a position in which he could not consistently remain, and from which he was unable to withdraw without a humiliation far worse to him than death. This solitary pistol shot, resounding across the ocean as the signal of many 100,000 terrible volleys, deeply affected the friends and companions of Provost Paradol's youth. Taine, who had been making a brief trip to Germany, where he went to collect materials for an essay on Schiller, which had been interrupted by the war, was profoundly moved by the thought of the impending crisis. "I have just come from Germany," said he, "and have conversed with so many industrious and excellent men. When I consider how much trouble it costs to bring a human child into the world, to tend it, bring it up, educate it, establish it in life, when I, furthermore, consider how many struggles and hardships this child must itself undergo in order to gain preparation for life, and then reflect that all this must now be cast into a ditch as a mass of bloody flesh, I can do nothing but mourn. With 2 regents of the nature of Louis Philippe, we might have succeeded in escaping the war. With 2 chieftains like Bismarck and Louis Napoleon, it became a necessity. He was at that time the first Frenchman whom I heard take into consideration the possibility of German superiority. Then came a series of shocks in the first tidings of great defeats, only varied by false rumors of victory directly after the battle at Weissenberg. Dejected and sorrowful was the prevailing mood in the city in those days, when the proclamations at the street-comers told of armies put to rout and lost battles. But more fearful still was the mood on that 6th of August, when the first half of the day was passed in the mad intoxication of triumph over victory, the last half in mortified despondency. How great would have been the humiliation had there been the slightest foreboding of the Battle of Worth, whose fate was at the same moment sealed. When, early in the morning, the news of great victories spread through the city, all Paris covered itself with banners, the citizens walked the streets with little flags in their hats, all the horses had little flags on their heads. I sat in front of a café, opposite the Hôtel de Ville, gazing at the houses about the public square that were decked with hundreds of small flags, when suddenly there appeared, at the window of a house near me, a hand that hastily drew in the flag there floating in the breeze. Never shall I forget that hand, or that act. Trifling as was the occurrence, it startled me, for there was something so sorrowful about the movement of the hand, something in its appearance testifying so plainly of disappointment, that the thought immediately flashed through my mind, the news of victory must be false. Soon hands were seen at all the surrounding windows, the flags quickly disappeared, and in quarter of an hour the whole banner decoration seemed as though it had been blown away by the wind. A proclamation from the government had declared that nothing at all was reported that day from the scene of war, and that the police were on the track of the promulgators of false news, in order to punish them severely. The promulgators of false news. As though the hungering imaginations and the languishing yearning of the great city were not the only guilty ones. About a week later, on the 12th of August, I met Renan. He had returned from the far north before the appointed time. I have never seen him so deeply moved. He was desperate. This trivial word is the only appropriate one. He was beside himself with exasperation. Never, said he, was an unhappy people so governed by imbeciles as we are. One might have supposed that the emperor had had an attack of insanity. But the fact is, he is surrounded by the most contemptible flatterers. I know officers of high rank, who were well aware that the Prussian cannons far surpassed our much lauded mitrailleuses, but who dared not tell him so, because he had taken an active part in the preparation of these machine guns himself, had done a little drawing on the design, which is expressed in official language by the statement that he is the inventor of the mitrailleuse. Never was there so great a lack of brains, si peu de tête, in an imperial ministry. He was himself sensible of it. I am acquainted with a person to whom he said so, and yet he undertook a war with such a ministry. Was ever such folly known? Is it not heartrending? As a people, we are vanquished for a long time to come. And to think that all that we men of science have been striving to build up for the past 50 years, sympathy between nations, mutual understanding, fruitful cooperation, is overthrown with one blow. How such a war destroys the love of truth! What lies, what calumnies, will not for the next 50 years be eagerly believed by one people of the other, and separate them from one another for immeasurable time? What a delay of European progress! We cannot raise up again in 100 years what these people have torn down in a day. No one could have been more grieved at the rupture between the two great neighbors than Renan, who had so long stood in France as the representative of German culture. Nor could anyone have spoken with greater gratitude than he, of German thought. One of his favorite remarks was, "There is nothing that can hold so much as a German head." He seemed to have little liking for the Germans personally, but he spoke with respect of their noble intelligence. To the South German, however, in every other respect than in a capacity for the affairs of government, he ascribed a far higher endowment than to the North German, an opinion shared by the majority of cultivated Frenchmen. In speaking of his journey, Renan said, "We were in Bergen when the first ambiguous tidings of the threatened war reached us from France. None of us could deem it possible. The prince and I looked at each other. He who possesses so rare and so keen an intellect merely said, 'It cannot be,' and gave orders to continue our journey. We sailed to Tromsø. When we reached that place 2 dispatches awaited the prince, one from his secretary in Paris, and another from Émile Ollivier with these words, 'Guerre inevitable.' We held a brief council, but so irrational did the affair appear to us, since Leopold von Hohenzollern had withdrawn his candidacy, so impossible did it seem that this pretext could incite all Europe, and especially all Germany, against us, and, finally, so great was our desire to sail to Spitzbergen and see the great icebergs that we resolved to depart the next morning. We went to bed. My room was situated next to that of the prince's adjutant. Early in the morning I heard the valet awaken the adjutant with a dispatch. I rose, we went on board, the ship set sail, and you may fancy my astonishment when I saw that we were taking a southward course. The prince sat in despair, staring fixedly before him. The first words he uttered were, "Voilà la dernière folie, il n'en feront pas d'autres." He was a true prophet, this will be their last folly. I myself, added Renan, was of the same opinion. I knew how badly we were prepared, but who could have dreamed that the crisis would come so soon? Do not say that we may yet be victorious. We will never be victorious again. We have never, under this emperor, conquered, in a definite way, any tribes whose subjugation could serve as a happy omen, when Prussia was in question. The Arabs are the poorest tacticians in the world. More than once he broke out with the words, "Was such a thing ever heard of before? Poor Prince! Poor France!" He was so vehement that he exhausted himself in imprecations on all the leading men, according to his words, at this time uttered with little regard to shades of meaning, they were all weak-minded creatures, or villains. "What is this Palikao?" he cried. "A thief, a pronounced thief, to whom our best houses are closed, and does not everyone know that one of his colleagues is a criminal, a murderer, who has only escaped capital punishment by flight? And in the hands of such men lies our fate." I saw tears in his eyes, and I bade him adieu. I have never seen him since that day. He quickly regained his composure and the control of his grief, but in that sorrowful outburst Renan was another man than when he wrote, "The savant is a spectator in the universe." He knows that the world belongs to him only as an object for study, and even if he could reform it, he would perhaps find it so curious an object that he would lose all desire to do so. It is scarcely likely that Renan was altogether in earnest when he uttered these audacious and aristocratic words, but even if he was, the emotions he experienced in the year 1870 would have inclined him to repudiate them. It is difficult to estimate how demoralizing an influence, during the Second Empire, life under the dominion and pressure of the fait accompli exercised on the French savant. A tendency to quietism and fatalism, to the approval of everything that had once been accomplished, characterized beyond all else French moral science under Napoleon III. Traces of its influence could be observed everywhere in social life and in conversation. Entire freedom from enthusiasm was looked upon as almost equivalent to culture and ripe scholarship. A young foreigner had daily opportunity to marvel over the reserve and the passiveness of even the best of these people, as soon as there arose any question of a practical reform. And I remember well coming home one evening in May, 1870, very much out of humor, and writing in my notebook, "There was once another France." Once, indeed, there had been a wide-awake, enthusiastic, poetic France, keenly alive to the needs of humanity. It seems as though such a France must gradually arise from the debasement, which, even if it brought with it no other good, at least has given all aspiring souls a new impetus toward the truth. With changeful emotions Renan has watched the development of Republican France. Although the Republicans almost immediately restored to him his professorship, their demeanor toward him, as well as toward the other friends of Prince Napoleon, was rather cool and reserved. Thoroughly aristocratic in his views as he is, he gave the Democrats to understand in his Caliban how exceedingly little he esteemed them, yet in a letter written shortly afterward to a German friend, in explanation of his speech on entering the French Academy, he said, "What now, if, while your statesmen are absorbed in this thankless task of chastising and trampling underfoot, the French peasant, with his rude understanding, his unvarnished politics, his labor, and his savings, should happily found an order-loving and enduring republic? Would it not be droll? He is patriot and philosopher enough to become friendly, in the course of time, to any form of government which satisfied the majority of his fellow countrymen, and corresponded to their intellectual standpoint." Renan, as it is well known, is a native of Brittany, and has all the peculiarities of his race. The Bretons, in modern French literature, are distinguished by a common trait. Like Chateaubriand and Lamennais, Renan hates the commonplace, the easygoing, frivolous tone, and although a victim of doubt, he has the most ardent need of a faith and an ideal. For his narrow fatherland he cherishes a most profound attachment. In a hopeful moment he has even apostrophized his race with the words, "O simple clan of farmers and seamen, to whom, in an extinguished land, I owe the strength to preserve my soul alive." We must not place too literal an interpretation on this outburst of feeling. No one realized more profoundly than Renan how far from being extinguished was that France of which he wrote to Strauss, that it was essential to Europe as a lasting protest against pedantry and dogmatism. But the remark is characteristic of the at once obstinate and restless, enthusiastic and skeptical child of Brittany. If he renounce his faith in any one particular, as he here lost faith in France, it is only to add here elsewhere with all the warmer enthusiasm to an ideal. In religion, too, he has a Brittany in which he believes. Isis Tegna, Isis Tegna. 1878 Literary fame in the Scandinavian countries is for the most part a matter of mere local importance. Works written in languages which are spoken by a few million people only, and which in no portion of the world are studied or read as polite languages, are likely to have every chance of European and American renown against them. As a general thing, but few poetic productions are translated into other tongues, and, indeed, to a work that appeals to the sense of beauty, above all to a metrical work, the outer form of language is what the enamel is to the teeth, it invests it at the same time with durability and brilliancy. Nevertheless, it is a well-known fact that certain northern authors have succeeded in finding more recognition in foreign countries than at home. They represent, as it were, to the entire reading world, the poetic life of their fatherland, and their names are blended in the public consciousness with the name of their native land. Such fame has been attained by but one of the poets of Sweden, Isis Tegner. He is not the greatest among those who have contributed to the poetry of the Swedish language. Before him and after him another greater poet produced in this tongue creations superior to his in clearness of style and fidelity to life. With Bellman and Runeberg, however, he must be classed, and, while inferior to them in poetic fancy, he may be said to surpass both in intellectual vigor. 3 times in the course of history, the Swedish people has succeeded in combining the classic and the popular in its poetry. The first time was when Bellman, during the reign of Gustavus III, selected his types from life among the people and in the inns of Stockholm, and sang the songs of Fredman to a zither accompaniment, with a mimic display of masterly skill. The second time was when Tegner, 50 years later, turned back to the heroic life of the ancient North, found in an old saga materials for a romance cycle, and gave Sweden a picture of Viking life and Viking love in the North, as his contemporaries conceived it. Finally, this combination of the classic and the popular occurred about a generation ago, when, 40 years after Finland had been torn from her old mother country, the greatest of Finland's sons, inspired by recollections of his childhood, depicted the honorable struggle of his fatherland against Russian supremacy, and thereby the national characteristics of the Finnish people, in a more realistic style than anyone else had yet ventured to employ. Runeberg, in his soul-stirring bivouac poetry, has compressed into the smallest limits war idyls and tragedies of the battlefield. Neither in a drama nor in an epic poem, therefore, has one of these three Swedish poets found the possibility of presenting to the world the best fruits of his genius. All three, however widely they may otherwise differ, have triumphed in the same species of art, one that is lyric in form, and whose contents compose an epic cycle of short poems. The first of these poets has produced burlesque dithyrambs, the second, Old Norse heroic lays, the third, anecdotes of modern warfare, but each one has arranged his choicest poems in a connected series, and these three groups of songs alone invest Swedish poetry with cosmopolitan rank. The most celebrated of these three cycles is the Fridtjof saga, and when Tegner is mentioned outside of Sweden, it is exclusively as its author. This work has become the national poem of the Swedish people, and translations into all European tongues, among others, 18 different German, and 22 different English translations, have spread it broadcast over the earth. Sweden has not been lacking in gratitude to the man to whom she owes so much. Such noble and eloquent words have been spoken, written, and sung throughout Sweden, in honor of Tegner, that no one could bestow on him greater praise than has already been accorded him by the children of his native land. Sweden has exalted the glorified form of the poet, in supernatural size, upon a mighty pedestal, proved by closer scrutiny to be a miniature mountain of massive eulogies, biographies, and festal songs, while at the base incense without stint has been burned. What then remains for the critic? Nothing, unless perchance to cleanse from the beautiful face, with tender hand, the blinding fumes of the incense, in order that the delicate features may stand out clearly, and seem more human, more lifelike. Perchance, too, it may devolve on him to compare the statue carefully with the original, and draw a pen and ink sketch of the latter, in which it is plainly indicated where the statue lacks precision or has a too abstract conception. The writer of these pages, at all events, enters on his task with the innate sympathy of the Scandinavian, the impartiality of one who is not a Swede, and the honest purpose of the critic, to represent the form in the sharp sunlight of truth. The ancestors of Isa's Tegner, both on his father's and on his mother's side, were Swedish peasants. As in so many other instances of the prominent talent of the North, his descent may be traced from the peasant class through the ranks of the priesthood. This generally comes to pass in the following way: the grandfather plows his fields with his own hand, the son displays a thirst for knowledge, and through many sacrifices on the part of his parents, and the support of kindly disposed people, progresses far enough in his studies to enter on a theological course, for during many centuries the priest was the absolute representative among the peasants of the learned class. In this son, the vigorous, untutored peasant nature becomes subjected to its first rude polish, The preacher no longer plows his own fields, although he may supervise their cultivation. The preacher begins to think, although the final result of his studies is not the consequence of his thought. In the grandson, or great-grandson, the original fundamental nature finally becomes so refined, that it produces scientific, technical, or poetic talent. Thus it was in the case before us. The father of Tegna was a priest, the mother a priest's daughter, and these clerical progenitors were the children of peasants. The aristocratic-sounding name was formed when the father, Isis Lucassen, from the little village Tegna, Tegnaby, was entered in the Latin register of the gymnasium as Isis Tegnaeus. The parsonage was early blessed with sons and daughters, and at Kierkegaard, on the 13th of November, 1782, was born the fifth son of the house, the eventually so celebrated Isis. He was only 9 years old when the home was broken up by the death of his father. The latter left his family without means of support, and his widow, whose heart was filled with anxiety for the future of her 6 fatherless children, joyfully seized the opportunity offered her to place her youngest son as clerk with a highly esteemed state official living in the vicinity. In the office of Assessor Branting, through tasks in penmanship and keeping accounts, the boy acquired habits of industry which lasted through life, and of even greater value to the little clerk was the opportunity afforded him, at the early age when all impressions are the most profound, of making the acquaintance, from the traveling carriage, of the picturesque, natural beauties of the home region. During the extensive trips he was permitted to share with his worthy chief, whose duties as assessor compelled him to traverse every portion of Wormland. Although active and industrious when at work, young Isis was inclined to be forgetful and absent-minded at times, to become wholly absorbed in his book, or waking dreams, and he would often be found wandering along some solitary road soliloquizing in a low tone. He read poetry, works of history, above all else northern sagas, and in a collection of the latter, Björn's Campaign Data, he discovered the saga of Frithjof the Bold, which lingered 25 years in his fancy before it began to germinate. These two impressions, that of Sweden's nature and of the Old Norse myths and sagas, were inseparable. They mingled together, gliding softly one into the other in the young soul. Often, when perched on the back seat of Branting's carriage, the future poet was driven between forest-decked mountains, through deep ravines, along the banks of those mighty waters that stream through the land. It seemed to him as though nature were vying with him in freaks of fancy. Romantic indeed were the landscapes presented to his view in the long summer days, when twilight and dawn flowed gently together, and the roseate glow never vanished from the horizon, while an old northern landscape charmed him in winter, when the snow was piled in high banks, when the brooks hung in long icicles from the rocks, and the youth felt as though he actually saw, in the moonlight playing on the snow, winter personified, in the colossal form of a god, with a snowstorm in his beard, and a wreath of fur upon his head. Swedish poetry, says Tegner somewhere, is, and ever will be, a poetry of nature in the strictest sense of the word, for it centers in our glorious natural scenery, in our lakes, rocks, and waterfalls, and when, shortly after the completion of Frithjof, he wishes to explain the origin of the poem, he himself mentions, in addition to his early, familiar acquaintance with the Old Norse sagas, the fact that he was born and brought up in a remote mountain parish, where nature herself makes poetry in weird and gigantic forms, and where the ancient gods still wander about in the flesh of winter nights. In such surroundings, he continues, left wholly to myself, it was not singular that I acquired a certain predilection for the untamed and the colossal that has never left me. And not only the contents, but also the fundamental form of his own as well as of all other Swedish poetry, Tegner, in his riper years, strove to trace to impressions of the peculiar nature of Sweden. He is astonished at the exclusive preference of his people for the lyric, at the tendency of this people to crowd the entire world of poetry into a few strophes, and he inquires into the reason of this characteristic. Does it not lie for the most part in the nature itself which surrounds us? Are not the mountains, with their valleys and torrents, the lyric of nature, while the gentler plains, with their calm rivers, are nature's epos? Many of our mountain regions are true dithyrambs of nature, and man delights in making poetry in the same key as that of the nature about him. And then boldly endeavoring to draw the utmost inference of his thought, he bursts into the query, does not a lyric vein permeate all Swedish poetry? Are not the most prominent representatives of our national traits in ancient as well as in modern times, rather lyric than epic characters? He was evidently thinking of such minds as Sweden's greatest kings and greatest generals, and perhaps not least of all of himself. It is an undoubted fact that the nature about him attracted him, as a poet, far more through its fantastic than through its utilitarian element. I say designedly as a poet, for as a man he cherished a healthy, practical interest in the means of subsistence and sources of industry of his people. He has, however, never depicted this people in its struggles with material nature. There cannot be found in his works a single scene representing the great mining operations through which Swedish iron is brought to the light of day. He has never presented a picture of the hardy miner or the sturdy smith, never vouchsafed a view of the blazing, steaming, glowing furnace in the midst of the snow. These realistic impressions rebounded from his romantic fancy, inclined as it was to view everything in the abstract, to symbolize. Sweden did not present herself to his mind's eye as the workshop of the nation. His Svi was a shield-bearing maiden, and her dower of iron was in his eyes less the source of the natural wealth of the land than the broad girdle about her waist and the once so mighty sword within her hand. Too very early it was discovered that the gifted boy possessed talents which made it seem desirable to furnish him with higher opportunities for education than those afforded in the office of Assessor Branting. A conversation that took place one evening, during a long country drive, when young S., as the boy was called, replied to the religious reflections of his pious chief, concerning the signs of God's omnipotence in the bright starry firmament, with an exposition of the laws governing the heavenly bodies, that he had derived from a popular work on philosophy, gave the first impetus to the step of entering Esas on a learned career. An instinct, to which the future bishop ever remained true, led him to grasp with both hands the rational explanation of the workings of the universe, and to cast aside the theological in all cases where the latter seemed to him superfluous. Under the guidance of his elder brother, he was now initiated into the study of Latin, Greek, and French, and he taught himself sufficient English to be able to read the poems of Ossian, at that time in the height of their glory. Like a foal trotting at its mother's side, he accompanied his brother to the various homes where the latter officiated as tutor, and in the last family in which his brother taught, Esas, when but 14 years of age, found in the youngest daughter of the house his future wife. Like so many other precocious youths, he avoided the boisterous sports of his comrades. His greatest delight was to sit alone in his chamber, absorbed in Homer, and he had to be dragged by main force to sleighing parties and skating matches, although he was by no means an unskillful skater. In the year 1799 he entered the University of Lund, devoted himself to the ancient languages, philosophy, and aesthetics, and in 1802, according to the pathetic custom of the land, was crowned with laurels as Master, Magister, of Philosophy. From 1802 to 1810 he lived in Lund as a young instructor, docent, of good renown. From 1810 to 1825 he gave lectures on Grecian literature that were very popular and well attended. In the year 1812, in accordance with a very poor Swedish custom, he was at the same time presented with a professor's chair, and appointed pastor of several parishes in the vicinity of Lund. In 1826, finally, he left the little university town in order to retire as a bishop to the rural solitude of Växjö. Let us bestow a glance upon the young Magister of Lund. He is pleasing to behold, blue-eyed, rosy-cheeked, with yellow, curly hair, vigorously built, and with a tendency to corpulency. As long as he remained a bachelor he was a retired dreamer, who brooded over his own fancies in solitude, but so soon as he had placed foot beneath his own table, his intellectual powers unfolded, and he proved himself to possess a light-hearted nature that was social in the highest degree, and bubbling over with merriment. A child of the world, who knew how to do honor to a good table and noble wine, an easily inflamed and by no means Sapphic Apollino, an adorer of all female beauty, a genius that emitted brilliant flashes of well-considered and sparkling wit, rather than the glowing flames of a deep-seated fire. An individual who was tolerably unconcerned about his conventional dignity, but who was none the less thoroughly well prepared to maintain the proud sovereignty of his own personality. Such is the phase of character Tegner presented to the outside world. Beneath this exterior are concealed his deeper traits. These are partly of a poetic, partly of an oratorical nature, a lyric inspiration and a glowing style that are peculiarly his own. 3. The lyric inspiration of Tegner early reveals itself as an innate tendency to enthusiasm for everything that stands out in bold relief from the grey and prosaic background of everyday life. All deeds of heroic valor, all brilliant honors, let them be gained as they may, attract him by their radiance, and he revels even in their tinsel. A strong respect for the great names of history, a decided disinclination to apply discriminating criticism to fame once established, form one of the deepest and most unchangeable traits of his character. It is the unusual climax attained by this fundamental tendency which impels him to write poetry. Indeed, it is this which makes him a poet. In order, however, the better to understand this tendency, we must go back to the sources of his inspiration, investigate what ideal he seeks, discovers, or creates, see in what sort of inner images he objectizes the natural peculiarities or intellectual attributes which correspond to the best of his native powers. He does not dream of Alinsklage's Aladdin form, he is neither unsophisticated enough nor bold enough to do so. Just as little is he inclined to mirror himself in a Hamlet or a Faust. The heroes of skepticism and of thought are far too abstract for his vigorous, boyish imagination, it dreams of sturdier ideals. Still less do his conceptions concentrate about a Manfred type. Guilt does not allure him, and the mysterious has for his frank nature no charm. Brought up and developed amid idyllic conditions, and surrounded by universal goodwill in the little town which he himself named an academic village, he could not possibly give way to the cosmopolitan prose pathos of the long-repressed Schiller. The ideal which slowly shapes itself in his mind is a national and northern romantic ideal. It is a luminous image of stormily progressive and remodeling power, partly of a warlike, partly of a civilizing nature. All of the forms which Tegner, in the course of years, has shown marked preference for delineating, have been invested with it. In one of his university addresses, for instance, he undertook to give a characterization of Luther. In order to accomplish this, he places his hero in the point of view from which it is his wont to consider men of action. First, he emphatically declares that every word and action of Luther bore the stamp of overwhelming vigor. There was something chivalrous, in fact, I might almost say, romantic, in his character, his every undertaking. His action was like a battle completed, his word like one just begun. He was one of those mighty souls who, like certain trees, flourish only amid storms. His grand, adventurous life always seemed to me like a heroic poem, with its struggles and its final victory. We are all the more strongly impressed with the character of the orator from this very one-sided treatment of a many-sided theme when we note that Tegner has therein presented determining qualities which, with slightly altered attributes, he can apply a few years later, almost word for word, to King Gustavus III of Sweden, whose personality differs as widely as possible from that of Luther. Scarcely any proof is needed to show that between the sturdy Saxon reformer and the theatrical, Gallicized, and skeptical monarch there was no other bond of union than that which Tegner's admiration created for both. Tegner said of Gustavus, in his nature there was not only something grand, but at the same time something chivalrous, lofty heroic power was displayed in him, not with shield and sword, but with the lightest drapery of grace. He was a grand, romantic, heroic poem, with all its adventures and fascinations, but at the same time with the tenderest effusions of the heart and the most wanton gambols of joy. Grandeur, strength, and adventurous romance, then, are the common fundamental qualities for both Luther and Gustavus. Both are knights of chivalry, and the lives of both appear to Tegner like a romantic epic poem. What else and what more could he say about Frithjof? What else, in truth, has he said, when in his own characterization he called attention to the fresh life, the bold defiance, and the haughtiness of this hero and this heroic poem? In this tendency we have the deepest, firmest foundation on which his conceptions of heroic ideals gradually came to rest. There are some youthful, innocent odes dating from the period of Tegner's 16th year, written on the occasion of the rumor of Bonaparte's death in Egypt. In them the poet glorifies Bonaparte as the hero of freedom, whose honor is not purchased through blood and tears, yet who will bring enlightenment and joy to the whole world. It is an echo from the refrain of the humanitarian period which rings from these childish lips. They hail Napoleon with a categorical life for humanity or perish. The mature man views the subject differently. In the great religious, political, and literary reaction against the period of enlightenment, the anti-Gallican current which won Sir Walter Scott and Linskliger, was wholly obnoxious to Tegner. The reaction, however, struck an aesthetic chord which harmonized with his temperament. This was its contempt for utility as a measure for the worth of a deed. The fact was, ultra-utilitarianism, and the species of philanthropy interlinked with it, had opposed itself to the conception of the chivalrous and the romantic. The old chivalrous dream, says Tegner, of the honor of nations, was either declared point-blank to be a freak of the imagination, or else to be synonymous with their domestic welfare. Everything in history was estimated, as in a counting house, according to its practical results, and no higher estimate placed on a house of correction, or a threshing machine, than on Alexander's adventurous expedition to India, or the fruitless victory of Charles XII. He does not exaggerate. Poor Alexander the Great was ranked in Sweden, by an inspired enlightener of the people, as far inferior to that benefactor of mankind who invented the cheap and nutritious Brunswick mum. 1. Tegner's youthful conceptions of virtuous, useful heroes now become modified by the prevailing controversies, and are brought into harmony with the protest of the entire romantic bent of his mind against the narrow-minded care for the welfare of humanity as a main essential. Moral considerations give way before the romantic metaphysical adoration of the hero of fate. Wherefore scorn me thus forever, legions frail and transitory, shorn of will, devoid of might. Catch the butterfly, but never stay the eagle, crown thee with glory, as it seeks its mountain height. Asterisk 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 ask the storm, amid its wailing, ask the sky's majestic thunder, when earth quails 'neath its alarms, if the lily tease assailing, though the grove be thrilled with wonder, if a loving pair it harms. Thus he expresses himself in the poem entitled Gelton, the Hero, 1813. These sentiments, to be sure, are far from being Tegner's final views. Accustomed as he was to gaze upward to individual personality as the highest form of existence, he was only likely to be moved on some special occasion and in a half-defiant way to give vent to such pantheistic notions as those in this poem. And, as a consciously reflecting spirit, he was much rather inclined not to believe in the unconscious than to overestimate it, making, for instance, a large number of polemic attacks on the doctrine of a blind poetic inspiration, yet his preference for the warlike stormy march of progress was so deeply rooted in his heart that he did not recoil from giving such bold expression to it as in the poem just cited. Still more strongly than in the various lays to the honor of Napoleon, does he express his contempt for material gain as the result of deeds of heroism in his poem, Alexander on the Hydaspes. The poet has chosen the moment when the exhausted and dispirited troops implore the great Alexander not to conduct them farther into Asia, but to lead his army homeward. The king replies scornfully, "Do you think that I, as a youth, came down from the Macedonian mountains to furnish you with gold and purple armament? I seek honor alone and nothing else." A reply which, in point of sharpness and precision, leaves nothing to be desired. The disregard of human life and human happiness evinced by the highly endowed and intrepid despot is represented as unconditionally justifiable. It is therefore very easy to understand how Charles XII, whom the Swedish people, with justice, have never ceased to admire, could become a hero without reproach to Tegner. He scarcely even deems it a stain upon Charles that, with all his brilliant qualities, he plunged Sweden into such depths that it has never since been able to regain its place among the great powers of Europe. It was no mere chance that it was Tegner, among all the poets of Sweden, who wrote the glorious poem on this king, which, although composed merely as a poem for a special occasion, became the national song of Sweden. An impractical rushing into danger always fired his imagination, the stubbornness that, with gaze fixed upon a self-written code of honor, despised prudent actions, was in his eyes scarcely a fault, and consequently an indifference as to whether a deed would lead to victory or destruction, if it were only brilliant and noisy, was, in his estimation, a virtue. Northland's strength defies and never death can conquest from us sever, for should we fall at last, life in battle's sport was past, too. Are the words his Gadar in the epos of the same name, addresses to Bishop Absalom. The circumspection of the statesman and the lawgiver had no power to rouse his enthusiasm, but he loved the royal youth before whose word the meshes of the statesman's whiles are rent asunder, Tegner's Charles XII. The long-considered plans of the military commander did not seem to him the true evidence of warlike genius, but he admired beyond measure instantaneous inspiration on the battlefield, and the courageous impetuosity which followed it. This is apparent when Tegner describes a hero so different from, and so vastly superior to, Charles XII. As the deliverer of Protestantism, Gustavus Adolphus. What he commends in him is not so much his merits as a political leader and warlike commander-in-chief, as it is the qualities which place him, as much as possible, on a parallel with a soldier general like Charles XII. He lingers with enthusiasm over the sudden, lightning flashes of thought on the battlefield which characterized him, as every other warrior-like genius. He extols Gustavus because he loved danger for danger's sake, and delighted in toying with death. In short, he holds fast to the narrow Old Norse measure of manliness, and endeavors to apply it even in cases where it is far surpassed by genuine greatness. For instance, he considers it almost ignominious in Wallenstein to have, for good reasons, declined the battle that Gustavus, his chivalrous opponent, offered him at Nuremberg. What gives this ideal of Tegner its final retouch is the candor he demands of his heroes. His own honest and sturdy nature mirrors itself therein. Of Wallenstein he says that he might have been called a great man had he been noble and candid. Magnanimity will not suffice, candor is equally essential. The Old Norse berserkers, in their martial fervor, flung their shields on their backs, and this mode of action found so much favor in Tegner's eyes that he would gladly have seen it transported to the intellectual battlefield. Indeed, frankness seemed to him even a sort of guarantee for nobility of thought, and he regards the former with more warmth than the latter. For in his derogatory characterization of Wallenstein, he lays especial stress on his gloomy, reserved nature, without charging him with a single really ignoble trait. With him he contrasts Gustavus Adolphus, as the luminous, frank nature, endowed with a candor which was less doubtful in Tegner himself than in the king who was, as a rule, retiring and little accessible. Thus every form with which Tegner's muse is occupied, receives a gentle pressure which molds it into the form of the ideal hero, ever hovering before the poet's own mind. For closely allied to the lyric inspiration with Tegner is the supplemental faculty which makes him witty in social intercourse, happy in epigram and impromptu, prominent as a professor, remarkable as a letter writer, orator and preacher, and beyond all else great in his metrical flow of poetically constructed language, a faculty which cannot be called outright a talent for rhetoric, but which provisionally, although perhaps rather vaguely, might be designated, in his case, as the intellectual faculty. His intellect was not the French esprit. The latter, in its most characteristic form, as with Voltaire, is pure understanding unadorned by imagery. The esprit of Tegner, on the contrary, ran continually into imagery. He thought in figures, consequently he spoke in figures. The gift of abstract thought was lacking in him, indeed he was so wholly devoid of it that he did not even believe in its results in others. Metaphysics was to him an abomination as a phantom of the brain, woven of threads which he could not discern. Dogmatics were his terror, as a tissue of absurdities, to which his understanding could find no outlet. And he had a good, healthy, self-reliant understanding which instinctively abhorred all obscurity of thought and of speech. He had so lively an impulse to render perceptible all that he thought and felt, that figure after figure crowded upon him. It was this that gave his language those electric flashes of sparkling light which so captivated his contemporaries. It was this that rendered his epistolary style so entertaining, and caused exasperated critics to compare his poetry to gorgeous colored empty soap bubbles. It was this finally that made him witty, for there is a certain kind of wit that depends on the surprising succession of swiftly dissolving images. This intellectuality might be called the fruitfulness of form. The mood into which he was transported by intellectual productiveness sprouted and blossomed incessantly. It was only by way of exception that it could project grand, wholly completed images, or simple figures, formed of a few main outlines, but it produced a continuous flow of miniature figures which stood antithetically or contrastingly opposed to one another, which glided one over the other, were united and transmitted onward. His mind was loaded, revolver-like, with fancies, and they followed one another in swift succession, shot after shot, all aimed at the same point, striking surely, but each thrusting aside the one that had preceded it. Idea and figure were not separated in his mind, nor were their relations far-fetched, as Tegner's opponents believed and asserted, and yet they were not purely one and the same. In his imagination, thought and figure were related in about the same degree as the initial letters in the old monastic manuscripts were related to the miniature paintings with which they were interwoven and illuminated. If we call up before our mind's eye a manuscript in which the overwhelming majority of characters, not single ones alone, are thus illuminated, we can form a certain conception of the series of harmonious associations of ideas and figures which Tegner's brain incessantly produced. Or if we recall one of those marble designs from the early days of the Italian Renaissance, in which the artist has executed at his pleasure small images on the larger statue, where he has chiseled, for instance, on the helm fallen from the head of Goliath, and lying at David's feet, a little bas-relief of a quadriga in full gallop, which forms, it is true, a part of the whole, but which, owing to its loose connection with it, as well as to its independent claims to consideration, dissipates the interest. If we think of a poetic mind calculated to conceive such bas-reliefs, and of a diction inclined to color these, we can form an approximately correct idea of Tegner's manner of treating his poetic motive. His style is a sort of chromatic architecture and sculpture, and possesses the attractive and the repellent qualities of both. Colored sculpture is generally looked upon in our day as a species of barbarism, and yet the Greeks have employed it, nor was it ever wholly discarded by them. It cannot be called Grecian, and yet to most people in our day, it appears tasteless and antiquated. Those poems and speeches in which Tegner's most characteristic manner stands forth with its utmost strength and distinctness, may be compared to those Grecian and Roman statues that produce quite as much effect through their exterior splendor as through their ideal beauty. The goddesses had golden chains about their necks, wore beautiful long veils, and earrings. They possessed a complete wardrobe, and an entire casket of jewels. Precisely in the same way have the jeweler and the artist worked together in Tegner. In many instances the result has been a successful and attractive whole, which could be rejected by a pedant or a doctrinist alone. Not rarely, however, the result has been an excessive exaggeration. A pamphleteer of Tegner's time, the witty Palmer, once censured this tendency in words which suit the comparison just used. "Greet your muse," said he, "and beg it not to overburden itself with metaphors, as is its wont. These jewels, even when they are genuine, must be worn with moderation. Let these trinkets be placed about the neck, in the ears, and on the fingers, if you will, but, on the toes, fie, for shame." I can more accurately explain my meaning through examples. Mary, in Axel, resolves to follow the Russian army as a soldier. Beneath a soldier's cap she hides away her ringlets, dark as night, in a buff vest her slender form is laced, alas, for such fair form in such array. O'er shoulder, known by Grecian poet's song, Death's spyglass, the dread carabine, is hung. 3. The expression, Death's spyglass for the dread carabine, is picturesque, and so far not bad, but none the less must it be said that the figure is not altogether appropriate. Not only has it nothing whatever to do with Mary's form, but it answers only to a gun in general, not to the particular weapon on her shoulder, for this would scarcely kill a Swede. Upon me this figure produces the same effect as if I were to see on the margin of the text, a carefully executed miniature of the dismal skeleton, with the scythe in one hand, and holding the carabine to its eye with the other, in order to take aim. In the Children of the Lord's Supper the old priest beseeches the children he is about to confirm, to choose prayer and innocence as the guides of their lives. Both are personified with a few strokes, and then the figure is engraved in a small biblical relief, of the kind that is seen in Italy on the bronze doors of churches and baptisteries. Innocence, child beloved, is a guest from the world of the blessed, beautiful, and in her hand a lily. On life's roaring billows swings she in safety, she heedeth them not, in the ship she is sleeping. 4. Or an example may be taken from Tegner's epistolary style. He waxes eloquent, 1817, against the European reaction. Gaze at the signs of the times from the north, and from the south. Do you know any vulgarity, any barbarism, any insane prejudice their regeneration does not promise? The serpent of time often sheds its skin, but more perverse than at this precise moment, it has never been, as far as history extends, even though it hissed nothing but hymns, and though its back were as completely covered with biblical texts as a tombstone. Is there not in this energetic but thoroughly unaffected effort at clear perception, something that reminds us of chromatic sculpture? Do we not see before us, in due form, the serpent of time, with its red outlines, and does not its back, all covered with peculiar ciphers, look like the image of a god, in the shape of a beast, covered with hieroglyphics, or tile inscriptions, on some ancient Assyrian or Egyptian wall? And when finally the similitudes are read with which Tegner, in Frithjof endeavours to paint female beauty, can it not readily be comprehended why attention should be called to the hard metallic glow of the colouring of an antique idol? The bards praise Godard's fair cheeks too high, fresh snows which playful north lights dye. I cheeks have seen whose daylights clear, two dawnings blushing in one sphere. 5. It would be unjust to cite this last stanza as an adequate specimen of Tegner's picturesque method, nevertheless there is something typical in it. Most of the similitudes produced by the fancy of Tegner so far exceed the brilliancy of nature, that to me they appear very much the same as the image he makes his Ingeborg weave of Frithjof's falcon, here on his hand. Work I thy form on the cloth as broad band, pinions of silver, and glowing gold talons sewing. 6. With a predilection of this kind, something conventional and stiff can scarcely be avoided. The inclination to transform every idea into a figure beguiles Tegner, in uninspired moments, into a commonplace use of once applied similes, which keep recurring in an almost stereotyped way. Thus he has, merely to keep to the birds, a few bird forms which he never wearies of dragging in: eagle, nightingale, and dove. They stand as equivalents for strength, poetry, and piety. The eagle used for this purpose by Tegner retains no more of the nature of the real eagle than may be seen in the eagles that adorn royal escutcheons. Tegner's eagle is purely heraldic. In his poetry may be found lines like these: alas, poor Psyche, fly as she will, on earth she is but an eagle with butterfly's pinions. Or similes like the following: within her throat a nightingale she carried, and a snow-white dove by night and by day did linger in her bosom. An eagle with butterfly pinions is a creature totally contrary to nature, and when a nightingale is firmly fixed in a female throat, it does not exactly contribute to the perspicuity of the thought. In his address on entering the Swedish Academy, he defends himself figurative language. He emphatically pronounces it to be the aim of poetry to offer images, not ideas, to the imagination, and considers it the character of language to be a gallery of faded pictures which the poet must of necessity revive. In this he is far from wrong, although he would have done well to take to heart the truly Hellenic remark once made by the Grecian poetess Corinne to Pindar, that seeds should be sown with the hand, not with the sack. Fortunately for him, the main lack of his poetic endowment, the peculiar mingling of poverty and prodigality, was so popular in its nature that, in his country and at his time, it tended to smooth the path to fame rather than to obstruct it. V. Tegner was born about the middle of the reign of Gustavus III. The assassination took place when he was 10 years old, consequently he, who in later years was so fond of styling himself a Gustavian, had childish reminiscences alone of that period, and no other personal impressions of the character of Gustavus than those gained at second hand from a legend, embellished or idealized by tender hands. Even this was scarcely needed to make the period seem like one of rare brilliancy, in comparison with the leaden epoch which followed. Gustavus III was a man of great energy, endowed with remarkable talents, unusual virtues, and dazzling vices. He was a vain despot, yet had an enlightened mind. He was one of the many crowned followers of Voltaire that were the product of the 18th century. He was full of superstition and yet a free thinker, frivolous yet intellectual, in matters of trifling import displaying a petty spirit, but having traits of true greatness. He was brave, magnanimous, a hero of the stage, with genuine courage in his breast. During his whole life he attracted about him, through the magic of his mental powers, all the gifted literary men of his land, especially the poets, who saw in him a colleague. Not one of them could boast so distinctly marked a dramatic talent as his. Thus it was that for a long time he imprinted upon the manners, the forms of speech, the literature of Sweden, the stamp of an exquisitely refined, light, frivolous culture, and it is the conversational tone of his day that invested Tegner's letters, even in the reign of Charles John, Bernadotte, with their grace and their soaring flights of fancy. His was a form that had remained fixed in history, like one of Bernini's admirable statues, full of mannerism, coquettish, affected, if you will, with airily rustling drapery, but presenting an attitude that was bold and unflinching, and producing an impression of the most profound significance. Nor could this be denied, however little satisfaction might be taken in the figure. And what had come after him? First, the regency of the brother of Gustavus, the Duke of Södermanland, which embraces the period from Tegner's 10th to his 14th year. The regent, a wretched imbecile, who had grown prematurely grey in the service of Venus, and who was well adapted to be the prey of every Phryne and every Cagliostro, was wholly governed by his favourite Reuterholm, who represented the type of brutal and incompetent passion for rule. Not from love of freedom, but simply as an indirect way of censuring the murdered king, these empty-pated men introduced freedom of the press into Sweden, and, without any preparation or gradual transition, all the inflammatory writings of the French Revolution now flooded the land. The long-continued ignorance concerning what was transpiring in France and throughout Europe was followed by a tumultuous and immature enthusiasm for freedom. During the reign of Gustavus the word republican was still synonymous with the word philosopher, so that in the year 1789 a courtier like Rosenstein could commend his nephew to the king by stating that the young man, although somewhat infected with republican views, had kept these so well within bounds that they only served to increase his love for his king, his fatherland, and honor. Later, as contrasted with the pitiful wreck on the throne, the word became invested with a more accurate significance. With eager suspense the people followed the defensive war of the French Republic. Its victory was decisive for public opinion. The peaceful citizens of the small towns of Sweden spoke in the same tone as the extreme left of the French Convention. No sooner had that misfortune occurred than the freedom of the press, established half a year earlier with so much false pathos, was abolished, and throughout Sweden the persecution of Jacobinism became rife. Even the loyal Swedish Academy, because it voted against admitting to its membership the totally uncultured favorite of the regent, was treated as a Jacobin club, and closed. An act of baseness of the worst sort caused contempt to reach its climax. The conspiracy of Armfelt, the Swedish Alspids, was discovered, and the Duke Regent endeavoured to avail himself of this opportunity to make the fair young Mademoiselle Rudenskjöld, one of the ornaments of the court, cruelly atone for the obstinacy with which she had rejected the gallant propositions of the aged married libertine. Intercepted letters furnishing proofs that Armfelt had been her lover, she was arrested, and accused of being a participator in his crime, but when the Duke, through his Chancellor, judicially ordered her to be whipped on the public marketplace for her immorality, the exasperated populace branded him with so deep a stigma that it could neither be effaced by time, nor covered with the white hairs of old age, not even the deportment of Bernadotte toward Charles XIII, with its wily assumption of simplicity, could bury it in oblivion. While all these events were taking place, Tegner was still too young to be able to enter into or understand them, but the after effects on his mind were profound and strong. No remote corner of the land was too far distant to be reached by the sparks from the crater of the Revolution. No youth, whose intelligence had once been aroused, was so absorbed in his studies that he escaped hearing outbursts of contempt for royalty and government, which he at once applied to his own land. Persecuted enlightenment became a magic, a beloved word to every youth. The Swedish Academy, which under other circumstances might readily have become an object of his displeasure, simply as an academy, as an official and antiquated institution for the gilding of mediocrity, very early appeared to Tegner as a night guard of the light, the worth of which had been fully tested. The prevailing revolutionary spirit had no power over his harmonious soul, and only led him to the conditional royalism which is revealed throughout his writings. He was in favor of royalty when the king was worthy of his throne, not otherwise. In the year 1796 the regency came to an end, and from that time until 1809, that is, from Tegner's 14th to his 27th year, Gustavus IV. Adolphus reigned as king. Pedantically honorable, rigidly grave, rigorously frugal as this monarch was, he could not but produce, when he first appeared upon the stage, a pleasing contrast to his uncle. It soon became apparent, however, that this youthful form was wholly unnational. The physiognomy proved to be rather Spanish than Swedish. Gustavus IV bears a striking resemblance to the type of regents of the Spanish decadence, with character modeled after the great, lamentable shadow of Philip II, who held sway in Madrid so long after his death. The same petty adherence to etiquette, the same haughty gloom, the same awkward formality, the same melancholy piety, combined with fanatic faith in royalty by the grace of God. The court which, 10 years earlier, had presented the appearance of a festal painting by Watteau, was now as quiet and as ceremonious as the Spanish court under Charles II, and even the great Philip could not have punished the crime of less majesty with more severity than Gustavus, the fault of neglecting to raise the hat in the street to him. In Rosenstein he had had a noble tutor, with a thoroughly independent mind. Gustavus III had permitted this most honorable instructor to have full sway. Rosenstein has my full consent to educate my son as a philosopher, said he. The boy will be a royalist as soon as he ascends the throne. This father, as a matter of course, was in no wise responsible for that inflexible faith in revealed religion which allowed his son to read in the Apocalypse prophecies concerning his own destiny. The fact was, the reaction with which, amid the fitful changes of the century, the air was everywhere freighted, had stolen through secret bypaths into the mind of the Crown Prince, and had completely overpowered it. The frivolity of the father, to be sure, had served as a warning, and had given the first backward impulse. The murder of the father gave the second. Soon Gustavus IV had gone farther in his ever-present consciousness of majesty than any Bourbon. He forbade the daily papers to use the pronoun we in such applications as, "We are waiting with impatience for news. We have had a severe winter," because this seemed to him equivalent to an encroachment on that royal prerogative which is known as pluralis majestatis. All the publications that appeared in the land were subjected by his orders to the strictest supervision, and personally he cherished so great a horror of books that he burst into loud utterances of delight whenever he heard that a printing house had failed. He himself never read anything except his Bible and the regulation work on military tactics. And this was the king, who, in the foolish war against Napoleon, never rested until he had lost Stralsund and Rügen, and whose insane war against Russia led to the definite conquest of all Finland by a Russian army. Runeberg in his poem The King in Van Ryck, ensign, style has erected for Gustavus IV the monument he deserved. In the year 1809 a couple of courageous officers compelled him to abdicate the throne. The Duke of Södermanland followed him as Charles XIII, and it was shortly afterward, when the adopted son of the latter died, that the French party in Sweden, through a mistaken idea of pleasing Napoleon and the illusory hope of thus winning back Finland, had Bernadotte chosen Crown Prince. His form emerged in a brilliant light from the gloomy background of the shadows of his predecessors. During a period of 33 years, the celebrated commander-in-chief guided the politics of Sweden, and this king, whose reign is contemporaneous with Tegner's most vigorous years, shares with Tegner the honor of having given the name to the generation he ruled over. The period from 1810 to 1840 belongs to Charles John, and to Tegner. Such are the pictures of the rulers who at that time, one after another, imprinted their physiognomies on Sweden, and whose profiles are stamped on the coins that passed through the fingers of Tegner when he was a child, a clerk, a student, and a magister. 6. Tegner is instructor, docent, at the University of Lund. He is 22 years old, and is passing his summer vacation on the Ramen estate in the Meerman family, with whose youngest daughter, Anna, he is betrothed. Here one day in September there appears, on a visit, the afterward so celebrated historian and poet, Erik Gustav Geiger, a young man of Tegner's own age, who is freighted with the latest wisdom of the day, and bubbling over with a youthful impulse to impart and discuss his ideas. He makes attempt after attempt to approach Tegner, but fails to find common ground on which they can meet. The slender son-in-law-elect of the house is variable and full of moods, an enamored dreamer, a laughing mocker. There is a glitter of merriment in his eyes, his words are flashes of lightning. It is no more possible to follow the channel of his thoughts than the course of the sunbeam through the foliage. The two young people are taking a walk together and have entered into a discussion on the way. Let us listen to what they are saying. The leader of the conversation is Georg, who asks what Tegner really thinks of the civilization of this locality. If he does not believe that all the so-called popular enlightenment is an evil, he, Georg, looks on the sound reason of the masses as the most unfortunate delusion that it could ever occur to anyone to venerate. Only the chosen ones of humanity had the higher sense which enabled them to grasp science in its full truth. Was not that the opinion also of the Herr Docent? No, not by any means. He would call that mysticism. Mysticism. What did Tegner understand by mysticism? Well, to lie flat on one's back, to take a little nap and allow one's self to be shadowed by the power of the Most High. Seriously speaking, did Tegner admit of no intellectual intuition? No, he cared nothing for the Teutonic mania, but he cared all the more for blueberries. And just here there were growing some most excellent ones in the enjoyment of which he became profoundly absorbed. Moreover, he did not doubt that Georg understood the matter better than he did. He, Tegner, had always heard Georg called a genius, and such people only could meddle with philosophy. He, for his part, who knew of himself that no more reason than was absolutely necessary to carry him through the world had fallen to his lot, was not very fond of playing blindman's buff, except with pretty young girls, and enjoyed least of all to do it with such learned gentlemen as Kant and Schelling. But without mysteries and without mysticism there was no religion. Did Georg recognize the faculty in Lund, or not? This honorable body of pedants had accorded to him, Tegner, the well-merited testimony that he led a quiet, God-fearing life, something that in these latter days was rare enough. On the other hand, so far as the dogma deemed so highly essential to salvation, the doctrine of the Trinity, was concerned, it was wholly beyond his intellectual horizon. Nevertheless, it could very easily be explained. There was no contradiction in the idea of the Trinity, for the antithesis already presupposed unity. God as the absolute being was not created, but had been from all eternity, and yet, must be conceived as an existing being, for he is the creator of all things, and is in all things. The simple solution of this seeming contradiction was, that the parts which mutually presupposed one another were in reality one, the Redeemer and the Father, speculatively comprehended, were one, although not a unit. Was not that clear to every nobly born mind? Tegner, who was quite lost in the contemplation of the gambols of a wagtail, replied absently, that he did not recognize the privileges of nobility. In what sense not? Georg, in the highest degree, advocated hereditary aristocracy. And I replied his opponent, his mouth full of blueberries, I was always, from childhood up, a bit of a Jacobin. This word had, as already indicated, a less terror-inspiring significance in Sweden than in France, apart from the fact that from Tegner's lips it came half as a jest. But in the jest there lay the earnest verity that he belonged to the honest friends of freedom in civil life and in thought, who had not been intimidated by the bloody deeds of the Revolution. With genuine horror he had perceived, in the beginning of the century, the approach from the south of the religio-political reaction in Sweden, and it was as yet an unenrolled soldier in the army of the civilization of enlightenment that he ran against one of the first and farthest removed outposts of romantic feudalism. Tegner, in common with all the prominent men whose youth fell at the close of the 18th century, came into the world early enough to steer out into life with sails inflated by the great cosmopolitan wind of freedom, then sweeping over the earth. His earliest reading was the Gustavian classics of Sweden, which were based on Locke, so far as their philosophy was concerned, and on Voltaire in regard to their literary tendencies. Both Kellgren and Leopold were disciples of Voltaire, and both were political liberals, who did not even attempt to conceal their convictions at court. They were careful not to wound the religious sentiments of the multitude by scoffing, but they cherished all the traditions of the century, and fought in their behalf a brilliant fight. Kellgren's satiric poem, The Enemies of Light, was a banner. In the same direction as the poetry of these men, only fraught with even more poetic fruitfulness, Schiller's influence guided young Tegner. On the boundary line of youth, like Schiller, he celebrates enlightenment in a poem on Rousseau, and he writes reflective verses, in the spirit of the times, on such themes as religion, culture, and tolerance. Neither family tradition nor the force of education led the priest's son to opposition to Christian dogmas. Together with all the rest of his intellectually awakened contemporaries, he had received, when yet a boy, the cold douche of Voltaire. When 16 years old he wrote, "I am now reading Voltaire, but I do not see how I can get through even the most important and most essential parts. It is all admirable, and it is difficult to choose among so many beauties." Most of the young men of his day who had entertained similar presumptions, were quickly borne by the altered spirit of the times to religious conservatism. For this Tegner was too honest and too great. What ensured him from losing his independence in religious matters was that vigorous element of his being, called by himself the pagan element, that was the natural result of the solid structure and the genuine steadfastness of his character. Two classes of men about him were swept onward in the reaction against the 18th century, with such force that they were borne by it to orthodoxy, and to feudalism. One class was composed of authors whose natures were inclined to run through the whole scale of the emotions of the Middle Ages, that is, rather in fancy than in reality, to give way to contrition and self-contempt in order to be uplifted by the supernatural aid of grace to everlasting bliss, and whose poetry was distinguished by an excess of nervous excitability of all forms, by mystic Platonic devotion, sighing, melancholy, intensely sensual erotic tenderness, alarming arrogance. This class formed the Romantic phalanx proper, called in Sweden the Phosphorists. The characteristics mentioned are apparent in an unequal degree in Atterbom, Stagnelius, Hammarskjöld, etc., but are found in all. The second class of men had broader shoulders and healthier spirits. They were historic enthusiasts who had been blinded by the national sentiment, by the love of the faith and the institutions of the past, to all that was just and great in the criticism of the preceding century, such men as Geiger, and the Gothic Union of Uppsala, whose centre he was, and to whose national efforts Tegner lent his aid without entering into either the religious or the political sympathies and doctrines of the society. The pagan element that Tegner discovered in his own nature derived its nourishment from two sources in his earliest studies, first from his relations to northern antiquities, and second from his devotion to Greek poetry. In a letter of 1825, he wrote, "A certain spiritual kinship with our barbaric ancestors, which no culture can wipe out, always impelled me to turn back to their grotesque but magnificent forms." What he especially had in mind when he referred to this spiritual kinship was that willfulness of the ancient Norsemen which betrayed itself in his case in a challenging manner, and in that tendency to melancholy which had been one of the characteristics of the ancients. In Tegner it was not revealed by romantic lamentations, but by a grave and sometimes gloomy temperament, which, after his 40th year, found such abundant food that it degenerated into weariness of life and contempt for humanity. The poetic symbol for this titanic element in his composition, for gigantic strength of nature, for inner unrest beneath the weight of a mighty pressure, he sought now among the Scandinavians, now among the Grecians, and thus the Old Norse and the Old Greek mythology became blended in his fancy. The Old Norse giant speaks to him in the same way as Goethe's Prometheus, "I hate the radiant Aces," and asks fair children, who bow before the gods, that I despise. And his lament, "The age of the Aces," Aesatiden, is so nearly allied to Schiller's Gods of Greece that the poet must unquestionably have derived his ideas from this poem. Ye lofty memories, engraved on historic page, like empty harness that no one can wear, all lonely, with shrinking awe ye reviewed by this trifling age, for hero life in the north is a saga only. Sleep calmly, thou past. In vain would I done today drag forth thy deeds from their graves as some rusty token. Here strangers only to unknown gods now pray, the sinews of song and the blade of action lie broken. Here, too, Norse and Greek paganism are blended in the author's memory. In fact, the pagan element in Tegner's composition first attained its higher consecration when he became acquainted with Old Hellenic literature. In it he found a pre-Christian culture, which gained its climax in propitiatory beauty, not in defiant personal struggles. He saw in it human nature rounded and polished in a manner that was at once poetic and religious. Viewed from the standpoint of this world of beauty, that supernatural element which had waged such passionate warfare against the past century, no longer rose offensively before the mind, but rather fell away as superfluous. Tegner's deism overshadowed his polemic tendency, and assumed the form of a Hellenic adoration of reason and beauty. The purely human element, which had been the source of beauty in Grecian poetry, soon became in his eyes the essential poetic element, and this is the reason why throughout his life he refused to recognize devotional poetry as true poesy. This was made manifest on sundry occasions, as, for instance, in reference to the poetic writings of Franzen. In 1823, he writes to Brinkmann of Franzen, "But the beautiful rests finally on the rational, precisely as the dome, no matter how high it may arch, has its invisible points of support in the temple walls. But the temple walls of our dear Franzen are a trifle too well adorned with crucifixes which obscure the impression. Of the Columbus of the same poet, he writes 9 years later, after he is bishop, therefore, how much nearer to the heart would be a fresher and more vigorous romantic tone, without legends, without attempts at conversion, and without missionaries. I hate, God forgive me, the pious tone in life as well as in poetry, and with a significance closely allied to this, he expresses himself in his last years, 1840, in regard to a little volume of poetry. Such excess of piety always appears to me, poor heathen, a trifle sickly and dull. For this reason, also, quite contrary to the custom of the priesthood, he passionately protested to Adlersparre against allowing the unchristian traits in the great modern heroes of genius, such as Goethe or Byron, to be effaced. His open, thoroughly honest nature was immediately on its guard against pious frauds. Poetry in and for itself seemed to him a power of a religious nature, or more accurately speaking, he called poesy the highest, purest, most human expression of humanity, and all else that we are in the habit of revering as high and noble, he pronounced mere modifications of poetry. Religion itself is to him a practical poesy, a branch of the great parent stem of poetry, engrafted on the tree of life. In other words, religion is a poesy which is believed, its dogmatic part, therefore, forms a metaphysical poem, whose value depends on the worth of the practical teachings that can be evolved from it, an inference which Tegner, it is true, never draws without a proviso, but which can always be read between the lines in his writings. With all the more freedom from reserve he has given voice to his unprejudiced humanism in expressions of sympathy for purely human greatness, and for those pagan virtues which are condemned by the Church Fathers as vices. To Geiger, who, to be sure, was not strictly orthodox, but who was an unconditional believer in divine revelation, he wrote in the year 1821, as concerns your opinion that a special revelation, Christianity, for instance, is theoretically necessary to the human mind, I must say a doubt may be entertained. It were difficult to explain why the highest human development, the actual years of jubilee of our race, should have occurred in the South, as well as in the North, before the name of Christianity was ever heard. Let us thank God for our purer faith, but do not let us forget that the records of the nobility of the human race are full of pagan names. Whenever Tegner desires to glorify a character, he does not rest until he has shown a side from which it appears truly Grecian or Roman. In order to place this unconscious, purely instinctive effort in the sharpest light, I choose 2 examples where he has depicted heroes of the Christian faith as champions of the days of antiquity, and later arrives at the conclusion that, owing to preconceived sympathies, he has erred. In his Reformation speech, he had incorporated in the person of Luther everything that the champions of classic culture of that day, an Ulrich von Hutten or a Franz von Sickingen, had fought for and gained. 7 years later, when forced by his official position to more emphatic historic theological studies, he writes in deep dejection, "The lofty conceptions which I cherished in former times, regarding Luther and the Reformation, are greatly modified. How many Luthers are not yet needed?" In his festival speech of 1832, he had said of Gustavus Adolphus that his was a heroic nature of the great and purely human stamp of which Greece and Rome had presented so many prototypes, and these words, as a whole series of epistolary passages testify, were chosen with a polemic design, because he knew that the other orators would represent the king essentially as a theologian in armor, and a martyr of the Concordance book. 5 years later he himself writes concerning Gustavus Adolphus, "To the height of the now current cosmopolitan ideas, he was, to be sure, wholly incapable of soaring. As a forerunner of a new epoch he can scarcely be considered." The freedom of thought for which he did combat was nothing else than freedom of conscience, and it is very doubtful if Protestantism ever presented itself to him from any point of view but the purely theological. More profound investigation had in this instance, too, brought the honest poet to renounce the position he had once assumed. But this repeated withdrawal from an audacious, yet passionately maintained attempt to find the purely human, the colossal pagan element, in all heroes, as though they were every one cast in a perfect mold, even in those about whose brow orthodoxy had so firmly laid its iron ring, that no room remained for Tegner's free Grecian laurel wreath, conclusively manifests how vigorously a free classic humanitarianism had penetrated through every pore into the poet's soul. He had begun by intense admiration for all that was knightly, adventurous, or defiant, for honor, as such alone, with all its tinsel. In this enthusiasm, which he never lost, his feelings were those of a child of nature and a child of his people. For declares Tegner's poem to Charles John, Carl Johan, beyond all else in the Swedish mind stands honor, true or false, it matters not, it still lives in the memory. Tegner is not only a child of nature, however, he is also a child of history, and history places him between the Enlightenment period of the 18th, and the religious reaction of the beginning of the 19th century. He follows neither. With vigorous individuality he makes his choice among the elements of culture that are offered to him, until an independent mode of contemplation of human life, especially the relations between religion and poetry, is formed in his mind, and we see him, with his warm poetic temperament, rousing himself to involuntary, and often fruitless, efforts to bring reality into harmony with the great humanist ideal in which his method of contemplation finds its outlet. What injustice Runeberg did Tegner when, in the year 1832, he wrote, "In him scarcely the glimmer of an ideal can be seen, indeed, not so much as an inner struggle that allows us to detect any traces of a dim foreboding that there is such a thing." 44 years later, the great Finnish rival of Tegner indicated in a footnote that this assertion now seemed to him almost too presumptuous. But this was not enough. It would have been a simple act of justice had he contradicted his former statement. 7 From Tegner's humanistic contemplation of the world followed, with inner consistency, the political standpoint he took during the first 50 years of his life, and from his combined religious and political views followed, of a necessity, his literary party standpoint. He was not, like the majority of the poetic minds in Germany and Denmark of that day, a Tieck, an A.W. Schlegel, an Alinskleger, a Herberg, indifferent to politics. While, for instance, a phenomenon like the Holy Alliance scarcely embittered an hour of the lives of the poets just named, the letters of Tegner overflow with an indignation and a scorn at this confederation of rulers, which can only be distinguished from similar emotions of Byron by the fact that the proud and independent Englishman gave public expression to his wrath in great works of poetry, whose plain language lashed the despots of Europe with scorpions, while the civil officer and professor at Lund was obliged to confine himself chiefly to private outbursts of indignation, yet not altogether. Throughout his entire youth, his political sentiments find voice in fugitive poems, and even though they do not occupy much space in his poetry, their significance can scarcely be estimated highly enough, for it was the seething, fermenting element in his soul that gave breadth to it, and prevented Tegner from being made petty by the petty circumstances amid which fate had cast his lot. Had not the politics of Sweden and of Europe thrown his mind into a continual state of oscillation between indignation and enthusiasm, his poems would never have attained the grandeur of style which occasioned their transmission beyond the borders of their native land. His first political poems owed their origin to Sweden's debasement under Gustavus IV. So it is with that Sve in which he writes, O Finland, home of truth. O Arensvards, 7, monument. So lately like a bloody shield from Sweden's bosom rent. A monarch rules our fens, whose name is scarcely known, and where our herds once grazed stands now the stranger's throne. Yet very early the poet's gaze turned from the special concerns of his fatherland to the world's politics. The fanatic hatred of Gustavus IV. For Napoleon had evoked in the youthful soul of Tegner only admiration for the hated emperor. The alliance of Bernadotte with the armies in league against Napoleon had no power to break the sympathy of the poet, and while the Romantic school, as early as 1813, allowed itself to be transported to such outbursts of joy over the deeds of the Crown Prince as in Charles John's footsteps walks Sweden's angel, or the following absurd panegyric concerning the French-speaking Gascon, at the head of the army flashes Thor, with his mighty, luminous hammer, and Charles John the god of thunder is called. Tegner devoted a series of poems to the defense of the revolutionary element in the mission of Napoleon. At the final downfall of the latter he wrote that bitter and severe poem, inspired by despair at the triumph of the reaction, The New Year, 1816. Hearken to its energetic finale, Huzzah! Religion is Jesuit height and Jacobin every human claim, the world is free and the raven is white. Long life to the Pope and him we'll not name. I'll go to Germany, famed in story, their sonnets I'll write to our age's glory. Thou art welcome, New Year, with thy lies and deceit, thy mysteries, murders, and dubious worth. A ball from thy arquebus now would be sweet, I trust thou wilt fire on our earth. Her brain is aglow, she is restless and dreary, one shot, and she need no longer be weary. This public expression of opinion strictly corresponds to Tegner's private letters of the same period. In 1813 he writes, "Whoever fancies that Europe can be free helped by Russians and their consorts, or that the success of the Cossacks is of advantage to Sweden, may be right, but his views and mine widely differ. I was born and I grew up in hatred of the barbarians, and I hope, too, to die in the same frame of mind, untainted by modern sophistry." In 1814 he gives vent to still greater dejection, as follows: "Who can believe in the restoration of European equilibrium, or rejoice at the victory of absolute worthlessness over power and genius?" In 1817, finally, with marvelous accuracy, he characterizes the spiritual reaction, in the following words: "Politics is the main essential. The inner revolution of the tendency of thought is on the whole political. The religious and scientific transformations we are experiencing are both more or less chance results and reactionary processes, and are, therefore, without significance or permanence. When the masonry of a house is completed, the scaffolding falls away. It is true that these results at the first glance appear serious enough, but does not their exaggerated and caricature-like nature, the hair-splitting tendency of science, and the monastic flavor of religion, betray conclusively that they are merely a reaction against the former practical and free-thinking spirit? Does it not seem now as though people were both profound and pious out of spite, and because 20 years ago it was deemed boorish to be either? The most important thing of all would doubtless be a change of base in religious dogmas, for religious movements when genuine, are also practical. But what reason have we to conclude that such a change exists among the majority, except as a fashion and a grimace, and with many perhaps from still worse motives? Meanwhile, this reaction had most emphatically made its appearance on Sweden's own soil. In opposition to the old Franco-Swedish tendency in literature, represented by the Swedish Academy, the Phosphorists proclaimed, in all essentials, the principles of the German Romantic school. Metaphysical proofs were furnished of the mysteries of Christianity. The period of enlightenment was derided. The Academy was treated as an assembly of old powdered periwig blocks, and the advocates of Alexandrines were pursued with sonnets. As for the rest, there was the Madonna and the Calderon worship. Incense was burned at the altars of Schlegel and Tieck. Contempt for Schiller and enthusiasm for the kingdom by the grace of God, were the fashion. When Charles John assumed the reins of government, he, the Republican on the throne as he was at first called, the Marshal of Napoleon, with all the traditions of the Revolution behind him, could not possibly feel warranted in entering into closer relations with the men of the new school. They manifested trop de zeal. They did not recognize the sovereignty of the people, by which both himself and his dynasty must be supported. They had their friends abroad in the camp, where endeavors were made for the restoration of the old legitimist royal family to the European throne. The adherents to the Romantic school naturally desired nothing more ardently than to convince the king that his doubts of their loyalty were wholly groundless. Count Fleming, in order to prove the harmlessness of the young school, translated into French for the king, an essay by Georg. The king declared that he did not understand it. "What is the true meaning of this new school?" he asked. A courtier replied, "Nothing in the world, your majesty, but this: when you ask anyone in the old school, 'What is 2 and 2?' he will answer, 4. But if you ask a person in the new school, his answer will be, 'It is the square root of 16, or a tenth of 40, or something else that requires a little reflection.'" "That is precisely what I thought," said Charles John. Attebom was appointed instructor in German literature to Prince Oscar. Georg filled precisely the same place to Charles John that Chateaubriand at one time held toward Napoleon I. Ere long the unhappy influence of the conservative youth of the doctrinaire party became apparent. The reactionary elements of society made use of the doctrines of this party, and soon there arose in Sweden a bold and powerful reaction, which, the moment it became apparent at court, frightened Charles John from further attempts at reform, and drove him into paths which were in disharmony with the previous course of his life. He was, for instance, most unfavorably inclined at first to hereditary nobility, all the more so because the earliest parliamentary opposition to his government had proceeded from the nobility, but after his alliance with Georg and his comrades, he even wished to force a hereditary nobility on Norway, where all aristocracy had long been abolished. Under these circumstances, Tegner felt himself, as it were, a member of the great European opposition. He pronounces the Holy Mohammedan alliance to be a stillborn embryo, whose burial on the gallows hill he had every hopes of living to see. He calls the politics of the period infernal. He writes to Franzén, "Concerning European politics of the present day, no honest man, not even a German, can express himself without a sense of shame and horror. In poetry it can be at best but the object of a juvenile satire. To name the truly diabolical tendency of the obscurantism of the day, whenever there is a question of anything noble or great, whether it be in verse or in prose, may be designated a bitter irony. In the politics of the interior, he demands ministerial responsibility, equality before the law, the right of voting supplies, parliamentary representation, in short, the usual program of the opposition in liberal Europe." Such were the views to which he gave publicity in his great speech at the marriage of Prince Oscar, in 1823, a noble wine served in polished crystal. In modern times, according to his conception of affairs, two powers were confronting each other: personal merit, which had no other support than itself, and inherited rank, a plebeian and a patrician principle. This contrast had appeared in its sharpest form during the struggle between the despotism that arose from the Revolution, and that which came from the Legitimists. Tegner calls attention to the fact that the prince's young bride, who had but shortly before landed in Sweden, combined through her birth the two contending elements, and thus, as it were, united the past with the present. For her father, the son of the Empress Josephine, Eugene Beauharnais, like so many other distinguished men, was a son of his own deeds, whose pedigree was an outgrowth of his sword, and on the maternal side she was descended from one of the oldest princely families of Europe. The mother of the bride was Amalie of Bavaria, of the house of Wittelsbach. It does not occur to me to see in this attempt to symbolize the origin of the august lady anything more or less than a well-planned, well-expressed compliment. But from the lips of Tegner it is interesting, for to him this marriage between the son of the general of the Revolution and the daughter of ancient royalty had a profound significance. At the time when he made this speech, he was engaged in writing a poem designed to end with a similar reconciliatory union, in the long-delayed marriage between the son of a peasant, Frithjof, who, through his deeds of valor, had fought his way up to equal rank with the most renowned of heroes, and the king's daughter, Ingeborg, who traced her origin to the gods of Valhall, and whose brothers, in their princely arrogance, had denied Frithjof her hand. In Frithjof's saga the same two principles, that of personal merit and that of the nobility of birth, form the two poles through which passes the axis of the poem. Even in the second canto of this poem, where the friendship between Kingbull and Thorstein, Viking's son, is described, the ancient yeoman says, "Obey the king. With force and skill shall one the scepter sway." 8. And the aged king on the other hand tells of that warrior might which always more was prized than royal birth. 9. In the last canto the aged priest of Balder exclaims, "Thou hatest Bull's sons. But wherefore hate them? Forsooth, because that to a yeoman's child they would not give their sister, she, descended from Semming's blood, th illustrious Odin's offspring. Yes, sprung from Valhall's throne is Bull's race, bright genealogy, just source of pride. But birth is chance, is fortune, thou observest, and cannot be a merit. No, my son, that man still boasts of fortune, not of merit. Say, is 't not generous gods who were the givers, should any noble quality adorn us? With haughty pride thou art thyself inflamed at all thy hero exploits, all thy fierce nerved resistless strength, but didst thou give thyself this force? 10. The speech on Oscar's wedding day, and the final chord in Frithjof's saga mark an epoch in the career of the poet, when his political views of life had found repose in a fitful harmony, for which he had struggled with unwearied persistence. A few years earlier and the revolutionary fermentation was seething with passionate impatience within his breast. A few years later and his displeasure at the early stages of Swedish liberalism drove him to the opposite extreme, but on the dividing line that separated these two currents, there was vouchsafed to him a bright and inspired moment, with a free poetic horizon on either side. 8. Man is the flower of the metallic race of the earth, and his language is the magnetic fluid of this race, which, by the force of his will, is shed upon the world. If all speech is at bottom music, the ear of nature is of metal, and what the spirit of the world whispers into it is music. We need to seek a long time before we can discover the kind of kinship that transforms it into material substance for the poetic fancy. This hard piece of eloquence is given here as a sample of the style of which Atterbom, the leader of the Romantic school, made use in his youth. It contains so decided a challenge to parody that it is no wonder Tegner yielded to the temptation to aim some mocking darts at it. The religious and political views of Tegner, combined with his literary standpoint, gave him a lofty watchtower, situated far above the two contending parties of the old and the new school, but from which he almost exclusively aimed his shafts at the latter. He who had entered the new century in early youth, and who was but 20 years old when he had experienced, in Lund, Sweden's upward soaring flight of poetic fancy, could not possibly feel his poetic needs satisfied by the insipid didactic and comic poems of the Gustavians. There was nothing, however, that incited him to combat against them, and they passed away all too soon, one after the other, until Leopold alone remained as the last surviving representative of the ancient regime. When Tegner was in the full vigor of his manhood, Leopold was blind, and even had he otherwise been inclined to attack the old man, it was now impossible for him to do so. On the other hand, the first appearance of the phosphorists upon the scene had provoked his displeasure in the highest degree. They discoursed in a philosophic idiom, which was intelligible neither to himself nor to any other uninitiated person. They opposed the Academy as foreign, that is to say, French, and were themselves German to the core. Moreover, to Tegner the French traditions were much dearer than the German. Not even his predilection for Grecian law had estranged him from the classic French rules of taste. In his eyes Grecian characteristics very early became synonymous with self-control in art, and French poetry was in every respect well governed. It was no mere chance, therefore, that led him to the remark that the French national spirit in many instances is more nearly allied to the Grecian than the Germans and their apes, since Lessing's time, have been willing to admit. His admiring attitude toward the old academicians during the sharp controversy against the phosphorists recalls vividly, indeed, strikingly, Byron's contemporaneous enthusiasm for Pope and contempt for the Lake School. The causes were in part akin: fidelity to childhood's impressions, delight in contradiction, partiality to intelligent lucidity and Latin rhetoric, but this attitude had still deeper ground in the relation to the Grecian peculiarities, and to the French studies of the antique, a relation which is not found in Byron, but which characterizes Tegner. Byron's art was employed in giving an organ to passion. Tegner, like the ancients, desired that passion might be clad in strict decorum, in order to avoid a pathological effect. He had never liked reality, and had as little fancy for metaphysics, but the ideal form he loved. The inner schisms which he conceived to be the problem for art to solve were not deep. At heart he did not wish to see more violent struggles between body and soul, condition and desire, duty and happiness, etc., represented in poetry than could be reconciled with the harmony of healthfulness. It was rather the pure, polished form that fascinated him than the natural freshness of the Greeks, consequently the quality which the French classic style had in common with the Grecian. All these instincts brought him very near to the old school, and removed him from the new. His chief warfare against the latter was waged by the young instructor, Magister, in his great metrical speech delivered at Lund in 1820, the celebrated epilogue in which he demanded of the young academicians the banner oath to the banner of light. The popularity of this poem was so great that during the summer following its delivery no two young students could talk together 10 minutes without devoting at least 5 of them to quoting and interpreting the epilogue. Certain lines of this speech have an almost proverbial force and truth. Heed not, though indolence to you may whisper, that far too mighty is the strife for powers like yours, that 'twill be fought as well without your aid. Alone a general never wins a battle, 'tis won for him by solid ranks of soldiers. He ends by placing the temple of truth, as the ancients conceived it, face to face with the Tower of Babel, erected by the adherents to the Romantic school, the heavy, barbaric structure, whose obscurity peeps through the narrow windows. If we pay strict heed, however, to the architecture of the Pantheon, which he describes as that of the ancients, we shall observe that its style, with its singular mingling of Roman and Gothic, far from being antique, is an involuntary reproduction of Tegner's own personal art ideal, which is the fruit of so many classic and romantic combinations. The ancients built to truth a lofty temple, a fair rotunda, glowing as the firmament. The open dome let in from every quarter a flood of light, while through the pillared forest the winds of heaven with tender music frolicked. But now our people build a Tower of Babel, a rotunda whose light is obtained from every quarter, not from above alone, and which does not rest on simple masonry, but is combined with pillared forests, is rather a reminder of St. Peter's Church with its complex style than of any structure built by the ancients. It was, in truth, rather a temple for all mankind, like this church, than the simple Roman house of gods, that floated before Tegner's eye as the symbol of truth. What he wished to extol was simply transparency and lucidity in the realm of poetry, as in that of thought. The adoration of the hidden roots of life, of the obscurity of night, the mother of all things, and of the shadows, the source of color, as preached in Germany by Novalis, in Denmark by Horch, in Sweden by Atterbom, seemed to him suspicious, indeed odious. He viewed it in the same spirit with which an ancient Apollo worshipper might have attended a Moloch service, and protested against it in the name of the light. In the name of the light, and above all else in the name of poetic art, of whose psychologic origin he had early formed an original conception. By the Romantic schools of all lands poesy was comprehended as the dearly purchased product of suffering and sorrow, as the pearl which is the result of diseased secretions. To Goethe it was the ideal confession of the soul, the noblest means of salvation from impressions and memories, that laid siege to the healthfulness of the character. Kierkegaard compared the poet to the unhappy being who is tortured by a slow fire in the brazen steer of Phalaris, and whose cries resound like music in the ears of the tyrant. Herberg has the poet sing that if he had been good he would have produced poor poetry, but since he is bad he has written good poetry, for that touches him the most deeply which is denied himself. All these views accord in the one idea that poetry has its origin in yearning, in regret, in pain, in short, in something negative. Tegner traces its origin to healthfulness. Over and over again he attacks in his letters what he calls the hysteric cramps of the Romantic school. Nothing is so repulsive to me as this eternal litany over the torments of life, which belongs to reality and not to poetry. Is not poetry the healthfulness of life? Is not song the jubilee of humanity, bravely streaming forth from fresh lungs? And this application is not the expression of a momentary mood with Tegner, it keeps recurring again and again as a stereotyped definition. He does not comprehend how poetry, which is nothing else than the healthfulness of life, nothing but a leap of joy from the borders of everyday life, can color the fresh round cheek with a hectic flush. The definition assumed poetic proportions and melodious form in the sportive poem The Song called forth by a romantic elegy of the same name. It contains the program of Tegner's poetry, as follows: the poet has no cause for lament, he has never been driven from the Garden of Eden. With heavenly delight he embraces life, as a bride, for song is not eternal longing, 'tis one glad shout of victory. Disharmony that has no solution is unknown to him. My golden harp shall never borrow sad tones that I have brought to light. The poet was not made for sorrow, the sky of song is ever bright. It was a hard and bitter nemesis that condemned him, who, in the year 1819 possessed sufficient vital strength and flow of spirits to write these lines, to become, only 6 or 7 years later, well nigh mute as a poet, after he had produced one of the most despairing poems of all literature, yet both before and after his Ode to Melancholy, Mjeltsjuken, was written. The doctrine of the inner equilibrium of the poet and of poetry's consciousness of victory was still realized in the writings of Tegner. As his soul passed through crisis after crisis, as disappointment and sorrow undermined his cheerful and sanguine temperament, he preferred silence rather than to permit the depressed state of his soul to have a depressing influence on his art, and if he still intoned an occasional song, it was in order to reveal himself in poetic composition as the mobile, youthful nature he no longer was in actual life. The muse of Tegner never had that melancholy fundamental quality that is common to the folk poetry of all northern lands. It has, indeed, nothing corresponding to the folk song, nothing of its knived, nothing of its simple minor chords. Tegner admired popular poetry, he did not believe his songs superior to it, as the artistic poets of the preceding century had felt, but he considered it, and justly, an unattainable model. The artistic type of his lyric muse, therefore, is not the folk song, neither that of the Finns, as in the case of Franzen, nor that of the Servians, as with Runeberg, nor that of the Swedes, as with Atterbom, but the cantata, now in the style of the heroic song, and now in the style of the brava aria. The last word is not used in the sense of a vocal selection calculated to shine through its embellishments alone, but is meant to represent the abundantly ornamented and full outburst of an overflowing vital courage. All the art forms of which Tegner avails himself, the hymn, the ballad, the love song, receive under his treatment a character which I know not how to characterize more sharply than with the word, brava. 9. We find the poet in the humble white house at the corner of Franciscan and Closter Streets in Lund, pacing the floor of his spacious two-windowed study, murmuring and humming his verses to himself, and now and then pausing before an open cabinet that serves him for a desk, to write down his strophes as he completes them. In the room 2 canary birds are warbling, accompanied by their song. He is composing his Fritz Joff. He is at this time about 40 years old. Neither passion nor disease have as yet imprinted their traces on his visage. The Furies are lurking on his threshold, but it almost seems as if they purposed to await the completion of the main work of his life before they crossed it, and seized upon him for their prey. His brow is clear and arched, his gaze bright and free. Both earnest and profoundly true is every feature of his noble face, as he says of his Axel. He has chosen his theme, or more correctly speaking, his theme has emerged from the memories of his childhood and presented itself so alluringly before him that he has designed the outlines of its treatment, and commenced his work within them. He wishes to furnish a picture of life in the ancient North. With full conviction he had formerly joined the Gothic Union, for he saw in the national historic and poetic tendency of this society the true medium course between the cosmopolitan rationalistic culture and the exaggerated Teutonic enthusiasm of the Phosphorists. He soon experienced the grief, however, of seeing how his worthy and ardent ally, Per Henrik Ling, who had taken a position in the intellectual life of Sweden similar to that of Arndt and John in Germany, drove the Swedish public in alarm from the poetry of northern antiquity by his boasting language and his colossal disregard of form. His awkward touch on harp strings made of northern bear sinews destroyed the superb material which, in the hands of Alinskliger, had won all hearts in Denmark. Tegner concluded to take one single saga as a central point about which to gather all the most characteristic images of the ancient North, Viking life and brotherhood in arms, the wisdom of the Havamal and the vows made on Frisborg at Yuletide, the heroic song and the election of kings at the Thing, the self-infliction of wounds with the point of the sword and the runic stone, the poesy of life and of death in ancient times. There must be a good, pure atmosphere in the poem, a sharp, fresh breeze must blow through it, Scandinavians should feel at home in it, but beyond all else there must be none of the icy temperature of the Old Norse poems of the worthy Ling. This saga was, of course, a love story, and with the yearnings and sorrows of love the hard web of his material must be permeated. The material was Norse, but the treatment must be Swedish. Norway and Sweden, which not long before had been divided, must now be blended together in song. There was a rustling in his mind's ear as of the clash of shields and the whizzing of a shower of arrows, the rattling of quivers and the clinking of foaming beakers, the stamping of fiery coursers and the restless flight of hooded falcons, blows on the sword and strokes with the sword, and through it all the long, languishing, cooing, dreamy nightingale note and the still more thrilling call of the quail in the stillness of the summer night. As regards the scenery, he truly had no need to transplant himself in fancy into its midst. He had become too thoroughly familiar with it in his childhood and youth in the country to require any such effort. He knew them well, these trees with white trunks and drooping crowns, one of them bore two characters in its birch trunk. Were these the letters E and A, or was it an F and an I in runes? He knew, between fir-overgrown coasts, this smooth icy path over which the steel-footed warrior sped, while behind him came rushing the sledge in which sat that fair young queen who would soon pass over her own name on the ice. And many a rune, too, on the ice he engraves, faring Borg drives o'er her own name on the waves. 11. And when the springtime came, when the billows beckoned enticingly, when the sea spoke aloud of deeds of valor, while the boats along the coast seemed most urgent in their invitations to come on board and seek a knowledge of the world, he was well aware what a Viking must have felt at such a moment. Elide, too, now has no sport on the sea, now ceaseless her cable she jerks to get free. 12. But it was not possible to journey forth into the world. At the foster father's house, at Hilding's, at Miamon's, on the Ramen estate, dwelled the fairest of the fair, the beloved one whom it was impossible to forsake. And all the memories of youth, sweet and childlike, overpower him at this thought. He remembers how it was his wont to carry to Anna the first anemone that blossomed and the first strawberry, the first pale flower that spring had shed, the strawberry sweet that first grew red. 13. And he dreams of so many good times when he and she, or was it Frithjof and Ingeborg, paused in their wanderings by the rustling waters of the forest streamlet, and there was no other way for Ingeborg to cross than to let him bear her over in his arms, and smiling he wrote, "So pleasant feels, when foam rush lambs, the gentle ding of small white arms." 14. And unconsciously there blends with these memories another erotic enthusiasm of a more recent date, another form, that of the fully matured Ingeborg, not Anna Miamon, whose footsteps are heard in the adjoining room. The footsteps of the excellent housewife who is now in the meridian of life do not reach his ear. No, it is a younger, more attractive face, a slenderer form, another, more musical voice. He dare not love this woman, it were contrary to divine and human law. She is married to King Ring, to Frithjof's friend, whose confidence in him is unbounded. Frithjof must away, far out to sea, to deaden his yearning with deeds of valor and victories. But one day, late though it may be, one day will come the hour of atonement, and the stormy heart of Frithjof will find repose. The Old Norse Frithjof's saga is a narrative written in Iceland about the year 1300. It is assumed that the historic portions of the incidents took place about the year 800. Frithjof, the son of a bond, who was brought up with the king's daughter Ingeborg, sues for her hand and is rejected. In order to be revenged on her brothers, he refuses to give them his powerful aid in the war against King Ring, and avails himself of their absence to enter into a betrothal with Ingeborg, who has been shut up by her brothers in Baldurshage, a place consecrated to Balder, where it was forbidden man to embrace a woman, for it was supposed that Frithjof would not dare seek a rendezvous in that sacred spot. But Frithjof defies the gods, visits Ingeborg, and violates the temple. Meanwhile peace is concluded with Ring on condition that the brothers give the aged king their sister to wife. Of Frithjof they demand that he go forth on their errand to collect tribute from Anganta, on the Orkney Islands. During his absence they set fire to the home of his fathers. Frithjof returns, finds the king sacrificing in Baldershage, and casts the purse of silver he has brought with him into Helge's face with such force that Helge falls down in a swoon. Through an accident Balder's image is cast into the fire, and the whole house becomes wreathed in flames. Frithjof flees, returns, visits King Ring, saves the life of the old king, and, when finally the latter dies, marries Ingeborg. In this plot Tegner's poetic eye detects the main features of an object of universal human interest, and susceptible of generalizing symbolism. Frithjof struggles for his love with reckless defiance. In spite of all the powers that be, he is determined to conquer his happiness amid storm. His good sword pointing to the Norn's fair bosom, "Thou shalt," saith he, "thou shalt give way." 15. He refuses to obey a royal mandate. In the prime of his manhood he becomes, first a violator of the temple, then a temple burner, then the outlawed, prescribed wolf in the sanctuary, Vargivium. He flees and does penance, renounces and is purified, and receives at last the hand of the beloved object of his affections as a reward, not for his struggle, but for his persistent fidelity. Not the maiden but the widow, not happiness itself but the pale reflection of happiness, he embraces as his bride. Was not this in itself a symbol of human life? One step more and the symbol stands completed in all its radiance. There was a central point to the saga which, beneath the poet's gaze, must necessarily become transformed to a fruitful germ. This was the sanctuary of Balder. About a Balder's temple everything revolves. Here Ingeborg is imprisoned, here Ingeborg and Frithjof meet, here the kings offer sacrifice. The temple was honored, it was violated, it was burned to the ground. Balder was a peculiar god, in him paganism, as the contemporaries imagined it, was brought into contact with the Christianity many would gladly have adapted to it. Balder represented paganism without fierceness, Christianity without dogmatism. The Jesus in whom Tegner believed, like him whom Alinsklerge acknowledged, had more of the nature of a Balder than of a Christ. And it was the temple of Balder that Frithjof, in his youthful arrogance, had burned. This burning of the temple must necessarily be made the main catastrophe of the saga. It determined, with overwhelming force, a highly spiritual conclusion. Frithjof must necessarily end by rebuilding the temple which he had burned to ashes. For is not youthful vigor in its uncurbed impetuosity always a violator of the temple? And do we not all end in our years of maturity with an honest effort to atone for the profanation committed in the heat of youthful passion? Do we not all, to the best of our ability, build the temple larger, stronger, more beautiful than we found it? As it was with that emperor who found a metropolis of wood and left behind him one of marble, so it will be at all times with energetic and earnest natures who discover their surroundings to be swayed by a hallowed temple of poor wood. They will bum it to ashes, and leave behind them another Balder's temple, and the strongest among them one like that of Frithjof. Of granite blocks enormous, joined with curious care and daring art, the massy pile was built, and there, a giant work intended to last till time was ended, it rose like Uppsal's temple, where the north saw Valhall's halls fair Imagdi here on earth. 16. Thus conceived, the poem grouped itself about a grand, simple, fundamental thought, and with this before his eyes Tegner proceeded, first of all, to plan the final romance. Of course, every feature of the old narrative could not be used. But of the changes he undertakes, only those have psychologic interest in which his poetic character is to be recognized. First of all, he removes everything that from an erotic point of view could give offense to a reader, above all, to a lady reader of his day. For this reason all family bookcases were thrown open to his poem. According to Tegner's own confession, he gained the idea for his Frithjof from Linsklæger's Helge, and in Denmark people have never been quite able to comprehend how it was that the imitation attained so much greater fame than the vigorous original, but how was it possible that a poem which, like that of Linsklæger, from beginning to end treated of a northern vendetta, of fratricide, arson, drunkenness, rape, tarring, and incest, could ever vie for public favor with a poetic work like Frithjof's saga, which was made, as it were, for a birthday or a Christmas present, and which, in fact, for more than 20 years, has been a standing confirmation gift for young girls in Germany. To be sure, Tegner keeps up an incessant play, with a relish, too, that to me personally is very distasteful, on words and expressions, with which, according to accepted literary standards, the idea of something sensual is connected. He compares Ingeborg's bosom to budding roses and other protuberances, which a female bosom is as wholly unlike as it is possible to be, but in this harmless dalliance of the poet is exhausted all tendency to sensuality in the poem. His Scandinavians of old love like a well-bred couple of affianced lovers in modern Sweden. Yet, while they do not for one instant forget themselves, the poet is less strict, and we sometimes feel his eye fixed on Ingeborg's white neck. It would certainly have been better had the poet's eye been more chaste and had Frithjof been more human. From the way in which the sexual element of this love story is treated, we are strongly reminded that the poet is not only invested with an academician but with a priestly office, and is about to mount to a still higher one. Plainly enough, Tegner has wished to make the poem conform thoroughly to modern views of heroic virtue and female chastity. Therefore, although he allows Frithjof to pass the night with Ingeborg in Baldershage, it is done in all propriety and honor, and he has Frithjof, when accused in the thing, solemnly declare that he had not broken Balder's peace. Thus Tegner does not hesitate to rob his poem of its actual ideal center of gravity, the conscious and defiantly executed desecration, if by so doing he succeeds in preserving the decorum of his narrative. Frithjof declares that his love belongs rather to heaven than to earth. At his rendezvous with Ingeborg he wishes that he were dead, and, with the pale maid in his arms, could wander to Valhall, certainly a most unnatural thought for an impassioned lover in the hour of his bliss. To that far heaven my love belongeth, more than this earth, receive it then, in heaven 'twas nurtured, and it longeth to reach its starry home again. 17. Strange words from the lips of a poet who, moreover, was never weary of pursuing platonic love with mockery, and with pretty sharp mockery too. His own was a fiery, passionate temperament. Notwithstanding his marriage, his years, and his office, he was an ardent and, as rumor declared, frequently a successful adorer of the fair sex. His conversational tone with ladies was often so loose as to scandalize people, and in letters, aphorisms, and poems published after his death, he made no concealment of his realistic conception of love. He does not even pay homage to the spiritualistic presentation of the relation of the sexes in poetry. He writes, for instance, Enigum genitrix, hominum divunc voluptas is not only poetized by the ancients, but deified as well. Our sentimental, nervous contemplation of love is by no means the only one, still less the most vigorous. How pale and weak, even from a purely poetic point of view, are most of the modern erotics with their watercolored tintings when compared to the eternal fresco paintings of the ancients. And yet I should hesitate to believe that Tegner would allow himself to be guided in this point exclusively by conventional motives. He was educated in far too idealistic doctrines ever to draw, with full consciousness, from a model, nor has he had a defined model for Ingeborg, as can plainly be detected in the poem itself, which on that account lost in individual realistic life what it gained in typical grandeur. Yet wholly without a model no artist can paint, and entirely without remodeling the dispositions and impressions of real life no poet can compose, least of all so subjective a poet as Tegner. In the beginning of the poem he was inspired by the memories of his intercourse with his betrothed bride on the country estate of her parents. The idyllic element of Frithjof's love undoubtedly arises from these memories, but not its dreamily enthusiastic pathos. Numerous indications point to the fact that Tegner, who, like most poets, was always half in love, was thoroughly enamored during the years when he was writing his Frithjof's saga. At the time when the canto in which Frithjof's love attains its highest lyric expression was written, 1824, Tegner's affections may perchance have still been in a state of ecstatic, half-unconscious frenzy, now intersected with budding desire, now with that languishing for death, which sometimes accompanies even prosperous love, when an excess of passionate yearning, filling and torturing the soul, calls forth the wish that the heart might break. How blessed were he already yonder! How blessed who now with thee could die, and, conquering, 'mong the gods could wander, embracing his pale maid on high. 18. Perhaps he was simply not in a condition to carry into poetic practice his own poetics of love. As there are, undoubtedly, poets who, with full justice, can take for their motto the line, Vita vercunda ist, musa jocosa meiso, too. There are poets who, especially at the time when romantic idealism governed poetry, have felt themselves constrained by an inner impulse to realize the formula of the opposing ranks. The second modification of his materials, in which Tegner's literary individuality vigorously betrayed itself, is the removal of all that might strike us as burlesque in the ancient narrative. The burlesque features appeared to the idealistic poet simply disturbing and odious. I choose a prominent example. The 9th chapter of the old saga, in which Frithjof brings the tribute to the sacrifice-offering kings, represents Balder worship in the following vivid manner. Then Frithjof went in and saw that there were but a few people in the hall of the disses. The kings were there at the time sacrificing, and sat drinking. Fire was burning on the floor, and the wives of the kings sat at the fires and warmed the gods, whereas other women were anointing the gods and wiping them with napkins. Frithjof went before King Helge, and said, "Here you have the tribute." Herewith he swung the purse wherein was the silver, and threw it at his nose so violently that 2 teeth were broken out of his mouth, and he fell into a swoon in his high seat, but Halfdan caught him, so that he did not fall into the fire. But as Frithjof walked over the floor toward the door, he saw that goodly ring, which he had given Ingeborg, on the hand of Helge's wife while she was warming Balder at the fire. Frithjof took after the ring, but it stuck fast to her hand, and so he dragged her along the floor toward the door, and then Balder fell into the fire. But when Halfdan's wife caught after him quickly, the god that she had been warming also fell into the fire. The flame now blazed up around both the gods, as they had previously been anointed, and thence it ran up into the roof, so that the whole house was wrapped in flames. Frithjof got hold of the ring before he went out. 19. The objections that may be raised to the historic reliability of this presentation are not unknown to me. But what a superb piece of prose from an ethnographic and picturesque point of view! How plainly the narrative brings the whole naively burlesque scene before the mind's eye. Whoever has beheld in the Berlin Museum the little clay image of an Old Norse goddess, can form a vivid conception of these odious little idols which the pious women hold on their laps, anointing them and warming them by the fire. Everything is admirable here. The old northern piety which leads the people to see a Balder in the puppet, with the same burning faith that in our day leads men and women of the people in the south to see the Queen of Heaven in another puppet, and the surrounding scenery with the smoking woodpile in the center and the drinking knights in the adjoining hall. A more modern poet with a lively appreciation of the coloring of time and locality would not have had the heart to alter the slightest trifle in such a scene. He would have viewed it as a treasure trove. I do not speak of the realists. Realists do not write romance cycles. I have in mind the great stylists among the poets of the present day. It is a scene which might have been introduced into Victor Hugo's La Légende des siècles, the legend of the centuries, but still better adapted would it have been for so rigid an artist as Leconte de Lisle, who might have interwoven it in his poems Barbès. To Tegner, however, this scenery only seemed rude, odious, wholly unavailable for poetic art. The sharp contrasts between barbaric and Hellenic poetry did not exist for him. He strove to the best of his endeavors to Hellenize his barbaric material. From principle he refrained from mingling the wild burlesque element with a pathetic or beautiful whole. Instead, he painted, and with profound art, a night in which the midnight sun stands high in the heavens, in which Balder's pyre, the symbol of the sun, bums on the consecrated stone, while pale priests, with silvery white beards, stand with flint knives in their hands around the temple wall. The statue of Balder towers up on a pedestal, with Frithjof's ring entwined about its arm, and the king, with his crown on his head, is busied about the altar. This scenery is far more beautiful than that of the saga, but it is abstract and much less individual. Besides the scandalous and burlesque elements in his material, there is a third thing which Tegner recoils from and avoids. It is guilt. It belongs to Tegner's poetic system to shun all sharply pronounced guilt, no less than all that is decidedly odious or quaint. His hero is too benignly good to be carried to extremes of passing rage, revenge, or fierceness. He makes an assault and controls himself at once. He does not take revenge, as in the saga, for the mortification and grief the kings have inflicted on him. He does not scuttle their ship on his return home in order to punish them for the injustice they have done him. His weapon brothers sink the vessel later, in order to facilitate Frithjof's flight. We saw, furthermore, that Frithjof, in his relations to Ingeborg, according to Tegner's treatment, was guilty of no actual profanation of the temple. But most strikingly does the poet's solicitude to avoid profound guilt reveal itself where Frithjof's relation to the burning of the temple is described. In the saga, Frithjof always displays a haughty spirit towards Balder. He declares that he rates the favor of Ingeborg of more account than that of Balder. When the return of the kings compels him to give up his nightly visits in Baldershage, he speaks with a certain irony concerning Balder to Ingeborg, saying, "Well and handsomely have you treated us, nor has the bond Balder been angry with us." 20. And finally, when through his heedlessness fire has arisen in Balder's temple, in his destructive rage he flings a flaming firebrand at the roof. Tegner gives the scene quite differently. The state of mind of his Frithjof toward Balder is most pious. He kneels before him at Ingeborg's side, and commends to his protection their mutual love. He makes energetic efforts to extinguish the fire in the temple, and when these fail, he moves away weeping and full of anguish. Thus transformed, the character as a whole is more human and more noble, although undeniably less primitive. But the idealizing and modernizing process rendered it impossible to avoid a certain conflict between the character as it was represented by the poet, and several of the energetic traits that were attributed to it by the saga, and that passed unaltered into the poem. During the completion of the work, the poet must many times have queried within himself, whether it were after all worthwhile to treat ancient materials, when the antiquarian and the poetic elements could not be harmonized without incessant and useless compromises. His letters are full of evidences of this doubt. When the work was at length finished, after a struggle with the materials that lasted fully 5 years, they criticize Frithjof most severely. They remind the admirers of the poem that poetry must be a growing and not a preserved fruit. they ring continued changes on the theme that Frithjof is too much of an ancient saga to be a modern poem, and is in too high a degree modern poetry to be an Old Norse saga. They declare that all poetry must be modern, in the same sense that flowers are so in the springtime, and they condemn all that is archaeological in the poem, as newly built ruins. Nevertheless, the universal critical mood has not erred when it rather took umbrage at the too modern than at the too antique element of the poem. A rigid stylist would not have had Frithjof forbid the presence of women on board ship in his Viking code with such a sentimental play of words as the following: "For the dimple deceives on her cheek, and her tresses would net-like entrap thee above." 21. Tegner himself draws a parallel between his work and such studies as Goethe's Iphigenia and Walter Scott's The Lady of the Lake. The last parallel has more truth than the first, although Tegner himself says, "The Scotch particularism in Scott, like the Judaical tone in the Old Testament, limits and suppresses what might otherwise have freer and higher flight." Tegner finds himself in a literary historic station, which is halfway between the two extremes, Walter Scott and Byron. Half a century of his life falls within the lifetime of Goethe, and he witnessed the whole of Byron's life. From Goethe, whom it was difficult for him to understand, he learned but little. He showed himself most susceptible to his influence when it approached him through a Linskliger. For the Byronic impression his temperament was more open, yet he held himself bravely above all contamination, and the effort to do so was facilitated in a higher degree by the romantic idealistic vaccine with which he had early been inoculated. As a poet he was too filled with his own ego to comprehend the impersonal element in the creative powers of Goethe. On the other hand, his egotism was not sufficiently profound to enable him to follow Byron on his voyages of discovery within subjectivity. Like Scott and Linskliger, he is national, closely bound to his country, his people and its heroic past, but there is in his nature a tendency against distinctly marked personality. He approaches the Byronic type at a certain remoteness. As soon as the 16th to the 19th cantos of Frithjof appeared in the year 1820, a universal cry of admiration rang through Sweden. Even the members of the Romantic school, deeply moved, extended their hands for reconciliation. Before the entire work was completed, 1825, Tegner's fame had spread to the neighboring countries, especially to Germany, where Tegner's first translator, Frau Amalia von Hellwig, so well known as the friend of Goethe, made the aged poet acquainted with fragments of Frithjof and won for it his favor. He called the attention of the German public to the poem, and although what he wrote about Tegner in the vigorless style of his old age scarcely amounts to a dozen lines, it can readily be understood what an event a recognition on the part of Goethe grew to be in a small country like Sweden. Goethe's words read as follows: "We need not enter into any detailed statement to prove to those readers already friendly to the North, how admirable these cantos are. May the author as speedily as possible complete the entire work, and may the excellent translator continue to take pleasure in her labors that we may possess this sea epic complete in the same purport and tone as what has already appeared." We would only add the brief remark that the vigorous, gigantic, barbaric style of antique poetry, approaches us, in a manner nearly incomprehensible to ourselves, with a new, musingly tender, yet undisfigured and highly agreeable form. To this day the Swedes never weary of referring to these words of praise. The admiration for Tegnér in his fatherland increased with the growing popularity of the poem. Indeed, after his death it became so strong that it drowned almost all criticism, and finally reached its climax in such exaggerations as that of Mellin, who proclaimed Tegnér to be the greatest poet of the Teutonic race. That homage to the man, however, which is and will always remain the best, is that which is at the same time homage to the truth. On life's exalted summit, where the waters of living streams are parted, once I stood, and watched the current seeking divers quarters. Around me all was bright and fair and good. Asterisk 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 a melancholy demon then did waken, who suddenly my heart's warm blood did taste, and lo! The scene grew gloomy and forsaken, the sun and moon extinguished were in haste, my glowing landscape autumn hues had taken, each flower was withered, every grove a waste, all vigour from my frozen senses vanished, all courage, all rejoicing now was banished. While Tegnér was still occupied in putting the last touches to his Frithjof, the furies that had been lurking on his threshold shook their snaky locks before his eyes and stretched forth their long, lank arms to embrace him. They were the furies of disease, of passion, of life-weariness, and of dawning insanity, and they joined hands and danced round him in a circle. The year 1825, the same in which Frithjof appeared and proclaimed his fame to every quarter of the globe, was the year that marked the great crisis of his life. Physical as well as mental was the crisis. It has, to be sure, a purely bodily side, yet apart from the fact that this must be obscure even to a physician, it is only the mental and emotional side that the critic can study, and in it seems undoubtedly to have been the prime cause of the disorder. The mental and emotional catastrophe, however, is almost as obscure as the physical. It has hitherto remained unnoticed, chiefly because the editions of Tegnér's poems have been made, in usum Delphini, by his surviving relatives. Their division into periods is thoroughly confusing. The poems are sparingly dated, indeed, as I have discovered. Most of the love poems are predated 25 years, in order to make the reader believe they were intended for Tegnér's wife when she was his betrothed bride. The Ode to Melancholy, Mjeltsjuken, the poem of which a strophe and a half have just been given, is inserted in the last edition, not dated between a poem of 1812 and another one of 1813. Tegnér's letters prove that it dates from 1825. This year begins for Tegnér with violent illness. Even on New Year's Day of the year he is so ill that he believes death to be nigh at hand. In March he writes that his mind becomes every day more and more clouded. God preserve me from melancholy and misanthropy, he says. In July he writes, blindness seems to me one of the most horrible of earthly misfortunes, next to one which I myself have experienced. Everything that formerly gave him pleasure is now distasteful to him. His disease continues as an inner restlessness, yet without any actual bodily pain. My fancy, which was very excitable at the outset, is now like a whirlpool, that casts into swift rotation and soon destroys everything it can draw into its vortex. The physicians think his liver is affected. The fools. The soul is affected, and for it there is no medicine but that which is obtained in the great universal drug shop beyond the grave. He declares that he cannot impart to his friends the cause of his sufferings. In November the violence of his malady seems to yield to a certain repose. He makes, so he says, fine daily progress in indifference, in which the happiness and wisdom of life consists. The destiny of the wise man, he thinks, is to become ever more and more of a tortoise. As long as he has a single exposed nerve, his whole being is a prey to torture. He feels how thoroughly the dregs of contempt for the biped race are lodged in the depths of his soul. Ah, he exclaims, genuine inner grief that attacks the strong soul nourishes itself, just as it does with war when it is rightly organized, or a wild beast when it has attained its full growth. On his birthday, the 13th of November, he sinks into the deepest melancholy. He thinks it would be better to celebrate, as do the Egyptians, the day of death. What puts him especially out of tune is the fact that this birthday is the last one that he will pass in Lund, where he has made his home for 26 years. Having been appointed bishop, he will be compelled to hold intercourse with strangers who will not understand him. As bishop, he will come into possession of a disorganized diocese, and will be decried as a despot. In former times this would have been a matter of total indifference to him, nor would he have concerned himself in the least about the mob, but now he is nervous, hypochondriac, and out of tune, and he begins to comprehend the meaning of fear of man. And yet this is not my only, not even my greatest, sorrow. Night, however, keeps silence, and the grave is mute. It behooves her sister, Sorrow, equally well to hold her peace. When finally, on the last day of the year, he draws the balance of what he has learned and gained in it, he writes, "Ah, the old year! What I have suffered in it no one knows, unless it be the great Recorder above yonder clouds. Nevertheless, I am indebted to the year. It has been more gloomy, but also more earnest, than all the others combined. I have learned at my own expense how much a human heart can endure without breaking, and what power God has deposited beneath the left side of a man's breast. As I said before, I am indebted to the year, for it has made me rich in what is the standing capital of human wisdom and independence, a vigorous, deeply rooted contempt for the human race. The excitability of his nervous system permits him to have no rest by day or by night. My mind is in an unchristian state, for it has no Sabbath. I cannot drink mineral water in the coming summer. But is there not a mineral water that is called Lethe? What has happened? That bodily pain and disease exist here in a high degree is undoubted. Isa's Tegner had had an elder brother, Johann, whose brain was diseased, and who, at 39 years of age, died of insanity. the younger brother was continually brooding over the thought that insanity was a family inheritance. Tomander, later a bishop, who visited Tegner in March 1825, writes of him, "He has now more gloomy hours than formerly, many a one, but no one more than himself, fears for his reason. It is a fixed idea of his that he will become insane, because his brother and other relatives have been so. No one, however, can doubt that the melancholy which so suddenly warped the cheerful and fresh disposition of Tegner had other causes than bodily disease. Too many utterances point to a defined, concrete fact, a fact, to be sure, that Tegner himself will not communicate, but the nature of which is, nevertheless, plainly indicated. It is the heart that is affected. It is contempt for humanity that has overpowered him. It is contempt for the character of another person that is the first cause of his weariness of life, and this person is or has been dear to him. We need not have studied Tegner very profoundly to conclude that there is a woman behind all this, and that every one of these outbursts may be traced back to an unhappy or an unsatisfied erotic passion. Among the letters of Bishop Tomander there is one dated 1827, in which it is mentioned that Tegner, while he was still in Lund, cherished warm sentiments of affection for the beautiful wife of one of his friends. From her piano he never moved when she was singing. Lovely Rose, 22, by a Taubom, was his favorite song. Tomander writes that in a house where he met Tegner, he warned the elder daughter not to sing Lovely Rose because he knew that if she did the evil spirit would come over Saul, but owing to a misunderstanding the forbidden song was sung, and Tegner's good humor was banished for several days. In one of Tegner's letters of May, 1826, we read in corroboration of this, "To listen to singing was something to which I had become especially accustomed during the last years of my stay in Lund, where I had daily opportunity of hearing a female voice that still echoes in my heart." To the lady here in question, Tegner had written for his friend, in 1816, a sort of versified love letter, in which her beauty, her goodness of heart, and her singing are extolled to the skies. He speaks in it of the danger of looking into her eyes. It appears that what was then called a danger in jest became a real danger for Tegner several years later. His admiration for the disposition and talents of this beautiful woman seems gradually to have kindled a flaming passion, and this passion was evidently reciprocated. Local tradition has not a little to tell of his relation with her, which, moreover, could not have left his domestic happiness undisturbed. At all events, it certainly added much to his grief at parting from Lund. Still living contemporaries of Tegner have, furthermore, communicated to me an occurrence which served as an essential motive for his contempt for humanity, especially his contempt for women. He discovered that a very distinguished lady, with whom he was captivated, had yielded to the advances of a wholly unpolished, boorish man. Did it so greatly shock him, who was himself faithless, to find faithlessness everywhere, that he gave way completely to weariness of life? Did he simply tell himself that he was scorned because he was old and almost grey, and was he cast into a state of despair because the happiness of youth was at an end for him? Was he so agitated at finding animal passion where he had honored the crown of female culture and beauty, that in his morbid condition this indignation at a single individual grew to universal loathing of life? I cannot decide the question. I can only see that the bitter melancholy bored, in the once so trusty ship of his destiny, the hole through which the black waters of misanthropy and of insanity rushed in and deluged everything. During the shipwreck he wrote the melancholy lines, for thee, mankind, with praise I am o'erflowing, God's image, thou, of true and perfect plan. And yet two lies betray thy record glowing, the one is woman height, the other man. From songs of old were truth and honor flowing, they best were sung when cheating erst began. Thou child of heaven, one truth thou ownest now, the mark of Cain, deep branded on thy brow. A fiery mark, by God's own finger given, why did I never heed the sign before? This smell of mould beneath yon starry heaven doth poison vernal bloom for evermore, and by the grave alone the smell is given, though wardens strict may guard the marble door. Alas! Corruption is the soul of life, no POWR can crush it, everywhere 'tis rife. The state of discord into which the soul of Tegner sank during the latter part of the time when Frithjof was in the course of progress, has left its traces even in this cheerful and harmonious poem. One of the last written cantos is that which bears the title Frithjof's Return. Its contents, by way of exception, are not modelled after the Old Norse poem. Frithjof returns home, learns that Ingeborg has been persuaded to become King Ring's wife, and in the first burst of his indignation exhausts himself in a stream of wrath at the faithlessness of the beloved object of his affections. No critical reader can fail to see how nearly related the following outburst is to the just cited strophes of the Ode to Melancholy. O woman, woman, cried Frithjof, madly, when thought with Loke first sheltered gladly, a lie it was. And he sent it then in woman's shape to the world of men. Yes, a blue-eyed lie, who with false tears ruleth, enchanteth always, and always fooleth, a rose-cheeked lie, with rich swelling breast, and in spring ice virtue and wind faith dressed. With guileful heart she, deceitful, glances, and perjury still on her fresh lips dances. And yet how dear to my soul was she, how dear was then, yet is, to me. Asterisk 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 in human bosom all faith is spent, since Ingeborg's voice has to guile been lent. Asterisk 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 where sword blades scatter the barrow's seed, o'er hill, o'er dale shall my footsteps speed, all crowned perchance, I may meet a stranger, I'd know if then I shall spare from danger. Some youth, perchance, I may meet, all calm, and full of love mid the shield's alarm, some fool on honor and truth depending, from pity I'll hew, his poor life quick ending, I'll save from shame, he shall glorious die, not guilty, betrayed, nor despised, as I. 23. We detect here in Frithjof's inner being the same spiritual process we have just observed in the character of Tegner. Not content with condemning the one woman for her faithlessness to himself, he extends his condemnation to the entire sex. Woman is a lie, says Frithjof, as well as the author of the Ode to Melancholy. He who builds on fidelity and honor is a fool, are Tegner's words in one instance as well as in the other. One single bitter experience increases in proportions with Frithjof, as well as with his author, until it becomes contempt for the human race, and weariness of life. No wonder, since they are more nearly akin than are father and son. From this time forth the chapter of woman's faithlessness as woman is the standing theme with Tegner. His letters are variations on this theme. It is impossible for him, for instance, to mention a good or a bad translation without either remarking that beautiful translations, like beautiful women, are not always the most faithful, or that fidelity and beauty are rarely good friends. He cannot speak of a gift from a woman without calling her heart the worst, the most dangerous, present she could make. Woman in general he regards henceforth as a sort of society machine or musical box that sounds very nicely indeed, when properly wound up. As for love, it becomes so inclined to suicide that the moment it is no longer compelled to sigh in vain, it dies by its own hand. Of Ingeborg, he writes, in the nature of the heart of woman, there certainly exists reason sufficient for her faithlessness to her lover, yet this fact must receive some sort of gilding from a poet who desire to behave politely to the fair sex. Indeed, so confirmed did Tegner gradually become in this habit of describing women as unreliable and fickle that many years later, when in the capacity of bishop he made his school addresses, he was unable to refrain from edifying the schoolboys with his theory. In an address of the year 1839 he calls the boys happy because of the wealth of hope that belongs to their youth. Then he adds, hope, in all languages known to me, is of the feminine gender, nor does it deny its sex. True, it deceives, but believe gladly, believe long in the fair deceiver, and clasp her to your bosom. Tegner must undeniably have been very full of bitterness to give vent to it at so inopportune a moment and to so very unsuitable a public. But not this single passionate disharmony alone can be dated from the crisis indicated in the life of the poet. From this period, a more vehement, more passionate tone altogether began to manifest itself in his letters and in his poetry. Indeed, a truly Shakespearean tragic passion may be found in them. The world is out of joint, and how can it ever be set right again by Hamlet's arm? He no longer places reliance on Ophelia, she must get her to a nunnery if she will remain pure. For, frailty, thy name is woman. What is life? A brief reprieve under the gallows. And what is the history of the world? A dog's dance. A loathsome comedy is everything that Hamlet sees about him, painted decorations for the stage with paper roses and theatrical sunshine. He could easily go mad over it, very likely it will at last make him mad, but first the lie and pitiful wretchedness of life must be unmasked, without mercy, without forbearance. There is a wild recklessness in Tegner's letters of 1825, never before detected in him. He is asked, for instance, about his colleagues, the theologians. They are Haskell's cherubs with the heads of oxen, yet without wings. And the bishops, born or manufactured imbeciles. And the Apostle Paul himself, Grecian sophistry engrafted on Judaic crudeness. What does he say about royalty? The power is as absurd as it is abominable when it falls into the hands of triviality, helplessness, or stupidity. Look at the state calendars of Europe. And what about providence? Providence is a conception without the slightest support. I know very well what Lessing and the other Germans have maintained, that the world's history is the universal doom of providence. That is a pretty poetic fancy, and I, too, could well give expression to it in verse, but I do not seriously believe it. It seems to me as though in all these despairing words regarding human worth and female fidelity, regarding kings and bishops, Christianity and history, I heard an undercurrent of that thrilling elegy, the ode to melancholy : Ho, watchman, tell. How late may be the hour? Will this dark night forever find no end? A blood-stained moon peeps forth from clouds that lower, in tearful mood the stars their presence lend. As though in league with old time, youthful power, my mocking pulses through my veins the life-blood send. With ever I throb, how boundless is the anguish, alas! My torn and bleeding heart must languish. 11 No feature better illustrates Sweden's stage of civilization in the lifetime of Tegner than the manner in which science and religion were connected. The relations between state and church were so intimate, I had almost said so naive, that a professor, simply as such, was at the same time a priest, and the natural, the looked-for advancement for a capable professor in Greek, botany, or history, was that he should be made a bishop. It was a kind of government household arrangement that was a vivid reminder of the private housekeeping in Molière's Harpagon. The university teacher, whose desk in Lund was exchanged on Sunday for the pulpit in the country, was a sort of maitre Jacques with his vestment above his professor's coat, and was in a position to ask the state, in the event of any perplexity, a question similar to that of the celebrated servant of the miser, who said, "If you please, is it your coachman or your cook whom you are addressing?" "I am both." The original cause of Tegner's desire for advancement was of a purely economic nature. He had debts, and the increase of income served him in very good stead. Like all the cultivated people of his day, he was accustomed to draw a line of distinction between the esoteric and the exoteric side of religion, and although in point of character he deemed himself a pagan, his frame of mind was often a most pious one. He was too thoroughly a poet not to yield to frequent and changeful impressions, and thus it was that he failed at first to consider his convictions any hindrance to his acceptance of the office of bishop. Yet scarcely did he bear the title of bishop before he began to despise, from the bottom of his soul, all the ambiguity and incompleteness in which he found himself involved, and to which his duty toward his family held him bound. And so his misanthropy and his distaste for life, which had arisen during the years of the crisis indicated, increased more and more. Energetic and loyal to duty as he was, he threw himself with all his might into the exterior affairs of his office. He became the civilizer and organizer of his bishopric, an ardent and enterprising school director, a superior and daring educator of his clergy. The purely civil standpoint he took in his conception of the Church is very similar to that assumed at the same time in England by Coleridge, who was upon the whole far less of a freethinker. The former religious significance of the Church can, of course, never be re-established, says Tegner, for the system on which it depends has now slumbered during 3 centuries of history, and it would be of no avail whatever for one or another to act as though he believed in the somnambulist. But the Church has also a civil significance, and this can and must be supported as an integral part of the human social order. If this significance, too, be allowed to fall victim to torpidity and lethargy, I see no reason why the clergy, together with the entire religious apparatus, be not suppressed for the benefit of the state treasury. In order to comprehend how strong he must have felt the demands upon him to be the low degree of culture and morals of the clergy in Sweden of that time must be fully realized. On him it devolved to impart to die priests under him the elements of human culture, and to remove from office the worst drunkards among them. There had been given to him an Augean stable to clean. His dull, spiritless occupations wore on his already shattered health and spirits. The examinations are now at hand, and I shall have to pass a whole week, he cries, in the gymnasium. Then come the clerical examinations and the ordinations. After this there are no less than 8 new churches to be consecrated during the summer. And through all this, addresses must be made, continual addresses about nothing and for nothing. Words, 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 says Hamlet. Pity me, I am wearied to death with speeches and discontent, and yet must continue to torment myself without cessation. No one pays heed to what I say, nor do I myself take any interest in it, for that matter. That is what I call talking to the winds, and dissipating one's life in ceremonies. There came moments when everything of a priestly nature seemed an abomination to him. In such a moment he wrote jestingly to a friend, whom he was asking to purchase him a pair of horses, not black ones, I cannot endure the parson's color. It was a sorrowful mistake that so modern a spirit should be thus enveloped in a costume of the Middle Ages. The vestment had no power to transform him as it has transformed so many others, but it tormented him, slowly devouring his vitals, like some poisoned garment. And yet the days of his brilliancy were not past. Before his sun set, a glorious rose-tinted sky was yet in store for him. The many scattered clouds that had gathered above his head and in his horizon, only served, as is so apt to be the case, to make his sunset richer and more glowing. The period of lyric enthusiasm was forever past for Tegner. Faith in the future and in progress, which is the source of life's courage, had long been exhausted. But one faculty he had yet in reserve, one talent which had hitherto been subordinated to the creative fancy and to lyric inspiration, and that was the poetic rhetorical gift. This attained its highest bloom during the time that he officiated as bishop. As Tegner's talent for the production of what are by himself styled lyric characters, is closely allied to the lyric propensity of the whole Swedish nation, so, too, this second faculty of his harmonizes marvelously with fundamental qualities of his people. The Swedish nation has a peculiar gift for representation. The Swedes love what looks well, and understand better than the Danes and the Norwegians how to make advantageous arrangements, in customs, social life and speech. They have more form and, at the same time, a more formal manner than other Scandinavians. Their language itself is ceremonious. The word you is wholly lacking as a mode of polite address, so that the name or title of the person addressed must be incessantly repeated. No northern people understand as well as the Swedes how to conduct a procession, a festival, a public ceremony, a grand entrance, or a coronation, with the tout ensemble requisite to secure a good effect. To this national love of representation, whose nursery gardens, from readily intelligible reasons, were always the church and the universities, corresponds a peculiar kind of national, festive eloquence. Swedish eloquence is at the same time more pathetic and more pompous than that of the other Scandinavian people. It has something of an ecclesiastical vibration, which the Church contributes, something of the professor-like stamp which the universities preserve, and finally, after the Swedish Academy was founded, it assumed an academic element of its own, which may be designated a proclivity for euphemism, an inclination to paraphrase thought and to call things by beautiful names. Of the deficiencies of this school Tegner had but few, but he possessed all that vigor and richness of language, all the clearness and figurative splendor of diction, all the faculty to express different phases of sentiment and to bring an entire assembly into accord with them that had been developed by it. All this attained its finest bloom in Tegner's festal addresses and poems. His most renowned festal poem was produced in the year 1829. The students at Lund had invited a Linskliger to be present at their commencement, and when Tegner learned this he resolved to avail himself of the opportunity to crown Adam Linskliger with one of the laurel wreaths destined for the magisters of the day. A Swedish idea, and a poetic one, too. Moreover, the idea of a noble, not vain poet. So far removed was Tegner from every exaggerated effort to obtain recognition that it seemed to him quite natural to crown another as his master. He had finished his address and called upon the rector to confer the degrees of Master of Arts, when turning to a Linskliger, who stood by the high altar in the cathedral, he once more took up the word, and thus accosted the rector: "Ere you begin to distribute your laurels, hand one to me, not for myself, but for one through whom I to all would pay honor." The Adam of Skalds is here, the king of northern poets. Heir to the throne in Posis realm, for the throne is Gerti's. Oscar, if he but knew it, would surely sanction my action, now not in his name, far less in my own, but in that of song immortal, that illustrious name, resounding in Hakon and Helge, would I proffer this wreath. It grew where Saxo lived. Past is the age of division, in realms of the freeborn spirit it should never have been, and familiar tones now ringing across the sound enchant us all, and yours more than others. Therefore, Svi offers this wreath. I speak in the name of Svi. Take from a brother's hand this gift, and wear it this day to remember. And amid the din of kettle drums, trumpets, and cannon, he placed the wreath on Alinskleja's head. May the ceremony belong to the moment alone, and the kettle drums, trumpets, cannon, the entire Janissary music vanish on the instant. It was, nevertheless, a grand and a beautiful moment, and the remembrance of it has tended to fraternize the northern peoples as little else could have done. 12. The year 1830, that brought the July Revolution to France, led to a change in the political temper of Sweden, and soon in the entire political situation. It was a year that gave to liberalism a new impulse, significantly modifying its aims and altering the language of its press. Before 1830, the ideal of the Swedish liberals had been freedom, now it became democracy. As a matter of course, the advance of liberalism drove the conservative groups to the opposite extreme. Uppsala was the headquarters of the reactionary party. Here Geiger held sway, and the loyal students followed him so faithfully that, in a serenade to Charles John, they thus designated their party, abi, mora, it iter, to obey, to die, and keep silence. In retaliation, the Stockholm liberal press called Uppsala a foul nest of Tories, and the university professors, dried-up moles. A new style of journalism developed itself, which, owing to the prevailing absolutism, could only obtain a hearing through a personal, unrestrained tone. The style of this press was frivolous and sharp. It wounded with pin-pricks and persiflage. Neither the court nor the person of Charles John was spared. If this tone pleased in certain circles of the metropolis, it excited lively displeasure elsewhere, especially in the provincial towns, and no one was more thoroughly annoyed by it than Tegner, whose shattered mind was too thoroughly out of tune to permit him to see the good that might possibly arise one day from all these sins against good taste and against respect for the name of the old king. He offered a passionate protest against it, and the liberal papers attacked him like a swarm of wasps. The consequence was that he soon turned wholly against the liberal press as well as against the doctrines promulgated by it. Intellectual aristocrat as he was, the demagogic tendency was repulsive to him, an ideal conception of the people he had never attained in his best days, and now, after all faith in human purity and spiritual beauty was destroyed in him, he was less able than ever to acquire it. Amid these circumstances he was obliged to come upon the scene as a professional politician, his position as bishop compelling him to take part in parliamentary affairs at Stockholm. It cannot be wondered at that this was done in a conservative direction. Indeed, Tegner came forward as a true enfant terrible of conservatism, for when the old martial spirit came over him he spared neither friend nor foe. Henceforth, through all his writings, as well as through his speeches in Parliament, ring bitter sallies against the new form of journalism, which seems to him a symptom of Sweden's decay. Listen to his words. The Swedish colors were yellow and blue, and strength and honor of yore in them were clad. But now the mire is your national hue, Fossud your epic song, and slander is set free 6 days each week, nor scarcely rests the 7th. Its eye doth pierce the life of every mortal, at every keyhole it doth place its ear. Ye men of Sweden, is this your boasted freedom? His illness, from the first outbreak, had given him no peace. A trip to the baths at Carlsbad in the year 1833 brought him no relief, to say nothing of recovery. The most substantial value of the journey was the purely intellectual result that Tegner became rather better acquainted with Germany than he had hitherto been. He had but little sympathy for this country, its obscure philosophy of that time being repellent to him, and he thought that it had spent its energies in the appropriation of foreign literary productions without having the ability to impart to these an individual stamp. He compares the Germans with the Caspian Sea, which is watered by a number of streams, yet being without an outlet, evaporates in mist. On his journey, during which great attention, both from private sources and from orders of the King, Friedrich Wilhelm IV. himself, was shown the poet whose fame had spread throughout Germany, he received at least a superficial impression of the positive qualities of the people. He writes, among other things, Germany, in spite of her chaotic nebulous state, has undeniably been for a long time the seat of learning of Europe, and Prussia is undoubtedly the present center of intelligence of the civilized world. He was too old, however, to begin his school days afresh, and doubly weary of life, now that all hopes of improvement were at an end. He returned to his stultifying calling and his vain struggle against the political development of Sweden. His loathing of the press, which he sought in vain to subdue, went so far that his heart finally became estranged from both the government and the people of Sweden. He writes, "O my poor fatherland! At the public leaders themselves I do not wonder, they live by their calumnies just as the executioner lives by his heads, and the flayer by his scourge, but what shall be said of a people, of the body of most worthy Swedish people, that not only endures this miserable, paltry state of affairs, but encourages, bribes, permits, admires it? It can only be explained by the supposition that our nation, with a few rare exceptions, has degenerated into a vulgar mob. As far as I can see, nothing remains for us but to bid farewell, if not to the land of Sweden, at least to the Swedish language, and to write Finnish, or Lappish." In another place we read, "My dream of the honor and sound reason of the Swedish people is long since ended and forever dissipated." And with a turn that is interesting, because it proves how nearly related, in Tegner's own estimation, to his opposition to the Romantic school was his warlike attitude to the liberals, he writes, "You can readily fancy my opinion of the royal Swedish public. The thought, it was but a dream, that anything great could be accomplished by such a mob, I have long since abandoned. These people are and always will be degraded. In whatever form folly may appear, political or literary, as phosphorism or rabulism, the masses are always ready to fall into it. So pitiful a race is not worth wasting powder on." These utterances all date from the year 1839 and the first month of 1840. Such a burden of hopelessness and misanthropy might cause the strongest spirit to succumb, how much more one that was already undermined by 16 years of disease. When Tegner was in Stockholm during the session of Parliament of 1840, the catastrophe occurred. Insanity broke out. He gave vent partly to wild outbursts of sensuality in the height of delirium, partly and most frequently he occupied himself with colossal plans, gigantic financial operations, schemes of emigrations on a large scale, and magnificent conquest. His star was extinguished. It was kindled anew, to shine with a milder, fainter light for several years longer, but its red Mars-like glow was never seen again. What must not the unhappy man of genius have suffered before insanity came to a decisive outbreak? As early as 1835 he told Adlersbauer that his soul was on fire and his heart was bleeding, but that his malady, to which people were wont to give the pet name of hypochondria, should be called by its real name, madness. It is an inheritance, he added, and it is beyond my power to free myself. On the occasion of his last visit to Wormland, he said, I am the personification of antizona, I stand with my feet in the snow, but my head bums and I spit fire. He prophesied that he had not long to live, but spoke with a wail of anguish of the manner in which he was doomed to die. It was, to be devoured bit by that 1,000-tongued monster hypochondria. What did he not suffer? I made use of the expression that the Furies had crossed his threshold. He himself saw his calamity under a similar form. You do not know the influence of the Fury to whom I have been wedded, without the aid of parson or bridesmaid, indeed, without the slightest wooing, he wrote. She is begotten of the union of a nightmare and a vampire, and even when she is not riding on my breast or sucking my heart's blood, she gives me to understand that she is near, and meditates honouring me in a short time with a visit. Actual delirium, after such a preparatory state, must have come almost as a deliverance. The physicians ordered a journey to a hospital in Schleswig, then in high standing. The sojourn at the insane asylum did not last long, but it is interesting to follow the poet even there, so beautiful and peculiarly individual were the ravings by which he was tormented. A person who accompanied him to the place has preserved for us the following outburst of his while the malady lasted. The whole confusion arises from the damnable zeal of the people here about the diadem they wished to put on my head. You might otherwise think it was a superb affair, pictures in miniature, not painted, but living, truly existing miniatures of 14 of the noblest of poets, formed a wreath. There were Homer and Pindar, Tasso and Virgil, Schiller, Petrarch, Ariosto, Goethe, etc. Between each pair there glowed a radiant star, not of tinsel, nor yet of diamonds, but of actual cosmic material. In the center of the brow there was a diadem in the form of a lyre, which had borrowed something of the sun's own light. As long as this lyre stood still all was well, but suddenly it began a rotary motion. Swifter and swifter became its movements, until it made every nerve in my body quiver. Finally it fell to whirling round with such speed that it was transformed into a sun. Then my whole being became agitated and broken, for, you must know, the diadem was not entwined about my head, but about the brain itself. And now it swung round with a wholly incomprehensible violence, until all at once it burst. Darkness, darkness, darkness and night spread over the whole world, whichever way I might turn. I became bewildered and feeble, I who have always despised weakness in men. I wept and shed hot, scalding tears. All was over. Is not this rather the poetry of insanity than insanity itself? And how the true nature of the poet comes out even in this singular dream, the youthful dream of wreaths and crowns, heated red-hot in the forge of insanity. In place of the cool laurel wreath which he had wound about Alinskler's head, the Norns had now placed this fiery ring about his brow. Happily, it grew cool again, and in the spring of 1841 the poet was able to return home. In his last great poem, The Crowned Bride, Kronbruden, in which he has described himself, we see the aged bishop as a village patriarch surrounded by a venerating parish. The years glide by in that milder frame of mind which age brought with it. A stroke of paralysis in the year 1843 announced that death was not far distant, and the 2nd of November, 1846, the weary poet breathed his last. If we take a retrospective view of the development of this nature in whose rich soil the germs of genius and insanity lay as close together as in a double nut, we shall see the vigorous and cheerful temperament burst forth like a spark of fire from the flint-like ground of the Swedish peasantry. He draws nourishment from the natural beauties of Sweden and from the old sagas of Scandinavia. He raves about deeds of valor and combat, and expresses his enthusiasm in language of flame-gilded imagery. He makes the acquaintance of the spirit of antiquity, and the innate defiance of his character becomes softened into a Greco-religious harmony. His religious free-thinking leads him to political free-thinking, and his religious conciliatory spirit brings with it an attempt at the political conciliation of the opposing tendencies of the century. His spiritual standpoint determines his literary standpoint, the promulgation of the gospel of lucidity, of light, and of song, as the expression of spiritual healthfulness. From this lofty height he completes the most important work of his life, the ideal picture of northern antiquity, as it was dreamed by its own contemporaries. In order to be just to his work, we must bear firmly in mind the period in which it arose. If we compare it with a northern masterwork of our own day, with Björnson's Bergliot for instance, we shall find it neither Norwegian nor characteristically northern. It is only relatively northern, but its most beautiful cantos are unconditionally beautiful. This work, which was destined to afford, in the great struggle of the day, the decisive testimony of the significance of poetic healthfulness, was scarcely completed before it became apparent that the germs of disease in the poet's soul had attained such vigorous growth that some great spiritual crisis alone was needed to wither all the life-courage about which the ill-favored parasite had entwined its tendrils. The summer of life was over. The late autumn yielded yet a few beautiful fruits, and the tree was dead. The impression I most desire to convey is that the man who gave worldwide fame to the name Mrs. Tegner was beyond all else entirely human, in faults as well as in virtues, a thoroughly conscientious, upright soul, highly excitable, but with a radiant love of beauty and truth. His human earthly presence is so full of worth that in spite of all its weaknesses it is of profound interest even to foreigners, while the purely ideal image of Tegner as a poet will always stand forth in glorified outlines before the people in whose language he wrote, and upon whom he has acted like a radiant beam of the sun of the 19th century. 1. A strong kind of beer, first brewed by Chr. Mumm, of Brunswick, Germany, in 1492. Pope says, the clamorous crowd is hushed with mugs of Mumm. Tr. 2. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 143. 3. Translated by J.S. 4. Longfellow's translation. 5. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 159. 6. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 240. 7. Referring to Sveaborg, Finland, built according to the plans of Field Marshal Count Augustus Arensvard, whose name is hewn in gigantic characters on the granite rock from which the great ship basin is constructed. 8. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 171. 9. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 175. 10. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 356-7. 11. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 308. 12. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 196. 13. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 157. 14. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 157. 15. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 237. 16. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 341. 17. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 213. 18. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 213. 19. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, pp. 97, 98. 20. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 82. 21. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 292. 22. Lovely Rose is a passionate love song, whose interest centers in the anguish of a butterfly at being removed from the rose at night, and only being permitted to caress her during the day. 23. R. B. Anderson's Viking Tales, p. 269-271. Gustav Flaubert. Gustav Flaubert. 1881. Gustav Flaubert was born at Rouen, in the year 1821. When, in 1880, he was snatched away by sudden death, he did not leave European literary art in the same condition in which he had found it. No artist, as such, could desire to hand down to posterity a better renown. The work of his life marks a step in the history of the novel. He was a prose author of the first rank. For several years indeed no one stood higher than he in France. His strength as a prosaist reposed upon an artistic and literary conscientiousness, which was exalted almost to the dignity of genius. He became a great artist because he was unsparing in his efforts, both when he was making preparations to write and when he was engaged in writing. He collected the results of his observations, facts, and illustrations, with the painstaking of a mere savant, while striving, with the passionate eagerness of a mere adorer of form, to fashion his materials in a plastic and harmonious manner. He became a master of modern fiction because he was sufficiently self-denying to be willing to represent real psychological events alone, and to shun all effects of poetic eloquence, all pathetic or dramatic situations which appeared beautiful or interesting at the expense of the truth. His name is synonymous with artistic earnestness and literary rigor. He was not a savant who was at the same time a writer of fiction, or who, in the course of his life, became a writer of fiction. His literary work is based on earnest, slowly acquired preparatory studies. His books have nothing in them that is juvenile or frivolous, nothing that is smiling or versatile. These books are the results of a slowly developed and late maturity. He did not make his debut until he was 35 years old, and, although he devoted his whole time to literature, he left behind him in his 59th year but 7 works. 1. His was a profoundly original, but by no means elementary character. His originality was dependent on the fact that two literary currents united in his temperament and there formed a new wellspring. In his youth he received simultaneously, or almost simultaneously, two impulses, which determined his intellectual career. The first current that reached him was the romantic descriptive tendency in literature originating with Chateaubriand, a tendency characterized by a style fraught with lyrical emotion and brilliant coloring, which charmed the French reading public for the first time in Atala and Les Martyrs and which later gained a far firmer and more powerful rhythm, as well as a far superior picturesque vigor, in Victor Hugo's Les Orientals and Notre Dame de Paris. Like all poets, indeed like all human beings, Flaubert was inclined in youth to the lyrical, and his lyric muse, through the historic development of French poesy, became a varied-hued and melancholy homage to the religion of beauty. The second current directed into his inner being, was the tendency of Balzac's novels against the modern, their employment of what was hideous and brutal as characteristic, their passionate realistic bias, and their fidelity of observation. While these two currents flowed at one and the same time through his inner being, and after the lapse of some time became blended together, they received a new coloring and a new name. As a youth he had composed for the drawers of his writing table many descriptive and pathetic lyrics, in Hugo's, Gautier's, and Byron's style, but justly feeling that his originality could not assert itself in this direction, and that, upon the whole, there was no longer room for anything original in this department, he withheld his productions from the public, and reconciled himself to the idea of appearing comparatively ungifted, or, at all events, unproductive. About the same time he made literary efforts in an opposite direction. He spoke himself sometimes of a tragicomedy on the smallpox, but this attempt, too, he refrained from publishing. Not until Chateaubriand and Balzac had fostered in his mind a new poetic form, did he feel sure of his originality, and made his first public appearance. Even to those who have read little or nothing of Flaubert, it is well known that in the year 1856 he created an extraordinary sensation in Paris, and very soon throughout Europe, with a novel entitled Madame Bovary. An absurd lawsuit, the state attorney prosecuted both author and publisher, on the plea of the immoral tendencies of the work, and a unanimous verdict of acquittal on the part of the jury, could do little to increase the attention which the strongly individual new talent had excited. The book appeared singular and scandalous, as is apt to be the case with new attempts in literature. It was a token of opposition. People compared it with the literary productions of earlier times, and asked themselves if it was poetry. It was rather a reminder of surgery, of anatomy. Very much later, in Parisian literary circles where fidelity to a former conception of poetry was maintained, it was said, "Will you please excuse us from reading M. Flaubert's Skeletons?" The author was called an ultra-realist. People found in his novel only the merciless, inexorable physiology of everyday life in its sorrowful ugliness. In the first moment of excitement, people overlooked the fact that now and then there escaped from this physiologist a thoroughly impersonal, it is true, yet figurative, richly colored expression, which seemed freighted with a message from quite a different world than that of vulgar life. The half-cultured literary public did not perceive that these descriptions of simple provincial circumstances and provincial misfortunes, of pitiful errors and of a wretched death, were produced in a style which was at once as clear as a mirror and as pleasant to the ear as harmonious music. There lay buried in the book a lyric poet, and ever and anon there burst from the grave a word of flame. It was precisely the epoch when the generation born between 1820 and 1830 was assuming the mastery in literature, and revealing its physiognomic type by an analysis of real life, executed with harsh hands. The new generation turned from philosophic idealism, and from all that pertained to romance, and wielded the dissecting knife with genuine enthusiasm. In the same year in which Madame Bovary appeared, Taine, in his work Les Philosophes Français du XIXe siècle, dissected the prevailing spiritualistic doctrines, annihilated Cousin as a thinker, and declared, with the utmost nonchalance, and without entering into any controversy with the Romantic school, that Victor Hugo and Lamartine were already classic writers, who were read by young people rather from curiosity than from sympathy, and who were as far removed from them as Shakespeare and Racine. They were admirable and worthy remains of a period which had been great, but which no longer existed. His friend, Sarcey, wrote, not much later, in Figaro that article which was so often quoted and so much derided by Banville, the disciple of the great Romantic school, and which culminated in the words, "Forward, my friends! Down with romance! Voltaire and the normal school forever!" 2. In dramatic poetry, opposition to the Romantic school appeared to have been frustrated by the unfruitful little École de Bon Sens Ponsard, and those who were intellectually allied to him had not been able to maintain long what people had once expected of them, but the more modern realistic dramatic writers at this juncture combined with them. Augier, who had dedicated his first poetry to Ponsard, and who had at first followed the sentimental, bourgeois tendency of the latter, entered on a new career, in 1855, devoted to drastic description of the immediate past. The way had just been pointed out to him by the bolder, hardier Dumas, with whom, in spite of all his respect for the generation to which his father belonged, had commenced the direct and pertinent derision of the romantic ideal. This can be seen in the roles of Nanjac, in Le Demi-Monde, and of Montigre, in L'Ami des Femmes. The answer that Montigre, bewildered by the superiority of Rien, makes the latter, vous êtes un physiologiste, monsieur, was in reality the sole reply that the elder generation could offer to the critic of the younger. Augier was born in 1820, Dumas in 1824, Sarcey and Taine in 1828. The author of Madame Bovary, who first saw the light in 1821, evidently had kindred spirits among his contemporaries. He differed from them in his secret, unshaken fidelity to the ideals of the past generation, but he united with them so unhesitatingly in their attacks on the caricatures of these ideals that, without further ceremony, he must be classed in the group of these anti-romantic writers. And yet, through his harshness and coldness, he was much more of a reminder of Merimée, who stood alone in the past generation. To many, indeed, he appeared but a heavier, broader Merimée. For the first thing noticeable in him was that he was a cold-blooded poet, and these two epithets, cold-blooded and poet, had previously been united in Merimée alone. A closer study, however, would have shown that the cold-blooded deliberation of Merimée was of quite a different character than that of Flaubert. Merimée treated romantic material in an unromantic, dry, and meagre manner. His tone and his style corresponded, for the tone was ironical, the style lacking in imagery, and cold. With style and tone, however, the wildness of the theme and its barbaric, impassioned character were at variance. Flaubert, on the contrary, harmonized theme and tone. With infinitely superior irony he pictured the vapid and the absurd, but with theme and tone his style was at variance. He was not, as Merimée, rational and meagre, he was all radiant with coloring, and harmonious, and he spread the gold-wrought veil of this style over all the commonplace and sorrowful incidents he narrated. No one could read the book aloud without being astonished at the music of its prose. The style contains 1,000 melodious secrets, it aims the keenest satire at human weakness, powerless yearnings and aspirations, self-deception and self-satisfaction, to an accompaniment of organ music. While the surgeon in the text, without the slightest manifestation of sympathy, is lacerating and tearing to pieces, a beauty-loving lyric poet is sobbing out a low, wailing accompaniment. If we should turn to a page in which a village apothecary utters his half-scientific prattle, in which a diligence tour is depicted, or an old casket described, we would find it, viewed from a stylistic standpoint, as highly colored and enduring as a mosaic, owing to the freshness of its expressions and the solid structure of its sentences. Each clause is so carefully put together that no two words could possibly be removed without destroying the entire page. The assured refinement of the imagery, the metallic ring of the musical flow of words, the rolling breadth of the prose rhythms, invested the narrative with a marvelous power that was now picturesque, now comic. There was evidently something singularly dual in his temperament. His character was composed of two distinct elements which were complements of each other, a burning hatred of stupidity and an unbounded love of art. This hatred, as is so often the case with hatred, felt itself irresistibly attracted to its object. Stupidity in all its forms, such as folly, superstition, self-conceit, and illiberality, attracted him magnetically, and inspired him. He was compelled to depict it trait by trait. He deemed it, in and for itself, entertaining, even when others could not discover it to be interesting or comical. He made a formal collection of stupidities, absurd pleas for lawsuits, and vapid illustrations. He collected a mass of wretched verse, written by physicians alone. Every evidence of human stupidity, as such, had its value to him. In his works, indeed, he has done nothing else than erect monuments with a masterly hand to human limitation and blindness, to our misfortunes, so far as they depend upon our stupidities. I almost fear that the world's history was to him the history of human stupidity. His faith in the progress of the human race was exceedingly wavering. The mass, even the reading public, was to him that everlasting blockhead which we call they, on. If we wished to label this side of his character, and absolutely stamp him with one of those popular, but to him so detestable, words ending with ist, it could not with full justice be pessimist, nor yet nihilist. Imbecilist would be the word. To this unremitting pursuit of stupidity, whose embittered character was shrouded in its purely impersonal form, corresponded, as before stated, a passionate love of literature, which to him signified beauty and harmony, which was considered by him the highest, in fact the only true, art, and which he cultivated with a yearning for perfection that first kept him long silent, then caused him at a late day to become a master, and finally rendered him early unfruitful again. When he depicted the commonplace, it caused him more distress than others. He therefore endeavored to elevate his materials through the artistic manner of his treatment, and since in his eyes the most important attribute of authorship was the plastic power, he strove beyond all else to attain perspicuity. He has said so himself, and we feel it to be true when we study him through his style. In his very first work all the merits of this style came to light. Read the following passage from Madame Bovary, where Emma, yet unmarried, accompanies Bovary to the door. After his medical visit to her father, she always went with him to the first step of the outside stairs. If his horse had not yet been brought forward, they remained there. They had said adieu, they attempted no further remark. The fresh air encompassed her, played with the downy hair of her neck, or blew about her side the strings of her apron, which twisted and twirled like a little flag. Once when a thaw had set in, the water was trickling down from the bark of the trees, and the snow was melting on the roofs of the buildings. She stood on the threshold, she went back to get her parasol, she opened it. The parasol was of a changeable green and blue silk, and the sun shining through it lent a radiant and flickering luster to her white complexion. She smiled beneath it, while the soft zephyrs played about her, and the raindrops were heard to come pattering down, one by one, on the outstretched silk of the parasol. So insignificant a matter as this ordinary leave-taking becomes interesting through the loving care bestowed on the description, and the separation obtains individual life from the prominence given to a single day, when, after all, nothing of moment transpires. The accuracy with which this commonplace situation is portrayed, transforms it into a painting of high rank, one that reproduces simultaneously the visible and the audible, the tableau and the mobile life. Or recall the passage where Emma, after her marriage, falls in love for the first time. Emma grew thin, her cheeks became pale, her face lengthened. With her smoothly brushed black hair, neatly tied with a ribbon, her large eyes, her straight nose, her bird-like walk, and always silent as she was, she almost seemed to glide through existence without touching it, and to bear on her brow the indistinct impress of some sublime destiny. She was so sorrowful and so calm, and at the same time so gentle and so reserved, that in her presence people felt as though seized by some icy spell, just as a shudder is apt to run through the frame in church where the perfume of flowers is mingled with the chill of the marble. The comparison is new, is striking and brief. We here detect the poet in the narrative. We detect him still more clearly when he continues thus: the ladies of the city admired her housewifely taste, the patients her courtesy, the poor her benevolence. But she herself was full of desire, full of rage and hatred. Her dress, with its rigid folds, concealed a troubled heart, whose pangs these chaste lips of hers did not reveal. She was in love with Leon. She investigated his every footstep, she searched his countenance, she invented a whole history in order to have a pretext for a visit to his room. She esteemed the apothecary's wife happy because she slept under the same roof with him, and her thoughts were continually alighting on the house, precisely as the doves of the Golden Lion that were always flying there to moisten their rosy feet and their white wings in the muddy water of the eaves. This is not a striking general comparison, it is a comparison borrowed from a positive occurrence in the village where Emma lives. So vividly does this village present itself to the mind's eye of the author. Sometimes he condenses an entire description into one powerful poetic phrase. So it is in the passage where he introduces the old maid servant who has been summoned to a meeting of the Agricultural Union in order to receive for her faithful service of 54 years on one farm a silver medal valued at 25 francs. Katharina Nicaise Elizabeth Leras, a little old woman who looks all shriveled up in her poor garments, appears upon the estrade. We see her thin face with its deep wrinkles beneath her cap, and her long hands with their knotted joints, which had been coated by the dust of the barn, the grease of wool picking, and the potash of the wash tub, with so hard a crust that, although they had been washed in pure spring water, they still seemed dirty, and which could no longer be wholly closed, but always remained open, as though in testimony of too much toil. We see the nun-like rigidity of her expression, the animal stupidity of her wan visage, her motionless bewilderment at the unusual spectacle of banners, flourish of trumpets, and smiling gentlemen in black coats, decorated with the cross of the Legion of Honor. Then Flaubert condenses the picture into this one sentence: thus stood in the presence of these well-to-do old fogies this half-century of slavery. Trivially accurate as are the details of the description, the style of this recapitulating sentence is grand and finished. We feel plainly that for this author the art of literary composition was the highest of all arts. Not only was literary composition his unconditional, his sole calling, but, as may be stated without any undue exaggeration, his conception of the world was equivalent to the thought, the world exists in order that it may be described. He once gave expression to this opinion of his in a thoroughly suggestive manner. In his introduction to the posthumous poems of Louis Bouilhet, alluding to his friendship with the author, he addresses the following words to youth: and since upon every occasion a moral is demanded, here follows mine. If there be anywhere two young people who pass their Sundays in reading the poets together, who confide to each other all their efforts and their plans, all the striking similes and every pertinent word that may occur to them, and who, although otherwise indifferent to the opinion of the world, conceal this passion of theirs with virgin modesty, I would give them this advice: go, side by side, into the forests, repeat verses to each other, take into your souls the sap of the trees, and the everlasting might of the masterworks of creation, yield to the impression of the sublime. Should you ever progress so far that, in all the occurrences about you, as soon as they fall under your observation, you see only an illusion that is to be described, and this to so great a degree that nothing, not even your own existence, seems to you to have any other purpose than to serve as an object for description, and you become firmly resolved to make whatever sacrifice the calling may demand, then come boldly forward and give books to the world. Rarely has an author, without making a direct effort to that effect, more keenly characterized his own peculiarity. He has consecrated his life to the calling of describing illusions. I know very well that, in his estimation, everything that transpires is for the true author an image, merely a phantom to be held fast by art. We can, however, unhesitatingly invest his words with the wider significance that life, as a whole, is to be conceived as a series of dissolving phantoms, and then the sentence applies accurately to himself. Take a mental survey of his materials from the first unworldly and worldly dreams through which Emma Bovary strives to rise above the emptiness of provincial life and the insipidity of her marriage, to the hallucinations of a Saint Antonius. What else have they all been to him than illusions for description? An illusion has the dual character that corresponds to Flaubert's temperament. The phantom, apart from its delusive attribute, is beautiful, it has coloring and perfume, it fills the mind and communicates to it an increase of life. Thus tempered, it attracted the adorer of beauty in Flaubert. But an illusion is, furthermore, hollow and empty, is often foolish and hideous, is not rarely, at the same time, comic, and thus conceived it captivated the realist in Flaubert, the man whose gaze penetrated the soul's life, and who found satisfaction in dissolving the air castles of fancy into their simplest elements. 2. How did he become what in his first novel we learned him to be? His father was a celebrated surgeon in Rouen, a strictly upright and kind-hearted man, who brought up his son independently and well. That his first home was the house of a physician is felt in his books. He studied medicine himself for a little while, later took up the study of law, but even in his school days cast himself passionately into literature, and in this enthusiasm of his he met a friend of his own age, who became a friend for life, the poet Louis Bouilhet. Without doubt there are autobiographical elements in the description of the friendship between Frederick and Desloriers in his novel, L'Éducation sentimentale. Flaubert, like Frederick, went to Paris when 19 years old, to pursue his studies. His father purchased the Villa Quasset at Rouen, which he afterward inherited. He passed his life alternately in Rouen and in Paris, a life in which there were but two external events, a journey to the Orient, which he undertook when he was 30 years of age, and a later journey to northern Africa, which preceded the completion of Salammbô. In Rouen he took delight in shutting himself up for months at a time, to study and to write. In Paris he chiefly sought diversion. He was in youth persevering in his labours and violent in his pleasures. His temperament corresponded to his exterior. I only saw him in his later years, and then I had but a cursory view of him. But no one could forget this large-eyed, blue-eyed Hercules, with his rosy-hued complexion, his high, bald brow, and his long moustache, which concealed the large mouth and the vigorous jaws. He carried his head high and slightly thrown back, his abdomen protruded somewhat. He was not fond of walking, but he inclined to violent gestures, and he beat the air wildly with his arms, when hurling forth monstrous paradoxes in tones of thunder. Like all blustering giants, he was good-natured. His wrath, says one of his friends, boiled over and fell like milk. He had, indeed, grown up at the time when the French Romantic school was in its prime.